Welcome into the 2026 Deal in the Cards MLB Draft live stream. The Cardinals have an exciting day ahead of them with the 13th overall pick in a league high 7-day one selections. We're going to cover every single pick today on this hours marathon of an MLB live or MLB draft stream. Thanks for joining and welcome into Deal in the Cards. Welcome in to Deal in the Cards, Josh, Kareem, Tyler, and Aiden to start off today, but we're going to have the whole crew today, plus multiple special guests to cover what is an exciting and really important MLB draft for the St. Louis Cardinals. The Cardinals entered day one of the MLB draft with the 13th overall selection, which will be coming up soon, and they also have 7 total picks today between comp picks they've acquired through trade or been given in the offseason. So there's a lot of action on the board today for the Cardinals and what feels like a pretty wide open draft, and so excited to be joined by Kareem, Tyler, and Aiden today to talk through that. And again, we've got more guests as we go through the day as well. We're presented by 314 Sports Cards and Collectibles, as well as FanDuel. And so we'll tell you more about them as we go through. So guys, exciting to have you all on today. Exciting draft ahead of us. The top of the board seems to have gone pretty chalk so far. So I guess, Kareem, let's start with you, man. How have you felt about the top of the board? And then Tyler and Aiden throw it on in, and then we'll start talking about what we think the Cardinals may do here soon. But Kareem, how are you feeling about how the draft has played out so far?
Yeah, no surprises with the first 3 picks, but the Pirates just made a pretty surprising pick with Derek Coryell, someone that I mocked to the Cardinals in my mock draft 1.0, a guy that's got elite bat-to-ball skills, plays above average defensive center field. I think the Pirates got a really good player here. Was not expecting him to go with this pick, but so far, other than this Coryell pick, it's been not a surprise to see, Rock go number 1 overall. Shortstop, UCLA, does everything well. Offensive profile is very polished, makes a ton of contact, power is solid, and defensively, he projects to be an above average defender at short. Grady Emerson, cream of the crop high school player in this year's class, left-handed bat. I think he's been he's one of the best prepsters in recent memory. I think he's better than, recent years. You look at a Connor Griffin, for example, Ethan Holiday, Eli Willits. I think he's a better prospect than all of those names. So to see him go to the Rays, I don't think that's a shock. And then Von Lackey 3. I think the top 3 players in this class, I think you can go either way between those 3, but I think they're the clear top 3. But yeah, exciting to see, the Pirates go with Derek Coryell. Was not expecting this pick.
Yeah, Tyler, would you have gone Cholowski number 1? And then how you feel about that Coryell pick there?
I would have not. I would have went Emerson pick number 1 personally. I think Emerson is pretty similar to Rock Cholowski in terms of kind of their skill set, right? But I think just you look at the age, and I think Grady Emerson's got a little bit more in the bat than I think Rock Cholowski will at his peak.
Yeah. Aiden, how surprised were you by the Coryell pick from the Pirates?
I wasn't as shocked just because Joe Doyle kind of leaked it this morning that there was a connection between them and Coryell, but I definitely thought he was going to fall inside the top 10 just later. So it is kind of shocking seeing him going 5th overall, but I mean, he deserves it. He's a great all-around player, very polished, and makes a lot of sense for this Pittsburgh Pirates team.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know we're all well aware of it. If you're tuning in for the first time, I know many of you aren't necessarily always super plugged in the MLB draft stuff. It's definitely different than the NFL draft, NBA draft in terms of immediate impact. But if you've been following the Cardinals draft and just this MLB draft as a whole, once you get past those first 3 picks, it's kind of a crapshoot. We're kind of all trying to figure out what's going on here. And so trying to pin down who the Cardinals are going to be picking at 13 here in a little bit. I mean, Nostradamus Kareem over here maybe can get it because he's got it the last multiple years, but it's gonna be tough. Today's final mock drafts from MLB Pipeline, Tyler Bell and Liam Peterson were connected to him. Keith Law had Mason Edwards. At Baseball America had AJ Gracia. There are so many. I mean, you could probably name 10 different names right now, and none of them feel out of bounds. So I guess, Kareem, starting with you, man, kind of what's your feel for what the Cardinals may do at number 13 here, as we're kind of seeing the draft unfold?
Yeah, there's so many names that I think will be considered with that 13th overall pick, and it's tough to get a gauge of where the Cardinals are at. I think they're going to be in play with the college bats that are available, whether it be someone like a Justin LeBron if he falls to 13, Tyler Bell, both of those guys, college shortstops in the SEC. Other than those 2, AJ Gracia is a personal favorite of mine. a guy that does just about everything well offensively, good bat to ball skills. And despite the top end exit velocities being, good, but not great, I think he does a great job of elevating. I think he's going to get to his power in Pro Bowl. Those are a few names that jump off. And then on the pitching side of things, Liam Peterson, I had him mocked to the Cardinals earlier today in my final mock draft. He's a guy that's got explosive stuff, 96 miles an hour on the fastball with above average carry. It is a higher release, but I think he works his gyro slider, which gets well over 2,800 RPMs on average off of that pitch. And, it's a dynamic 2-pitch combo, and he's got a promising changeup and curveball as well. So I think if they go with a pitcher, he's one name to keep an eye on. Cade Townsend's another guy that I would mention. Ole Miss right-hand pitcher, sits 95 on the fastball, throws a ton of pitches, cutter, slider, curveball, changeup. He's a guy that certainly has the pitch ability already, but there is present stuff in there too. So yeah, I think those are a few names that jump off to me. And then on the high school side of things, Jared Grinlinger comes to mind, a guy that two-way player.
Who just went? I'm seeing
Zion Rose went 6th overall.
Wow.
Whoa.
Oh,
Aiden, that's your guy. We gotta let you talk about Zion Rose here.
Go for it.
So Tyler and I made pre-college picks, of who could go in the first round, who could be exciting, who's going to have a good year in college. And Zion Rose was one of the guys that caught my attention. I really liked. He's got great bat to ball, doesn't whiff a lot, does chase a little bit, but again, he makes a ton of contact. So, the chase is all right then. There is some power in there. I wouldn't say it's a lot, but there's enough to be a guy who could hit double-digit home runs, maybe get up to 15. But you're also looking at a guy who has a ton of speed. He could steal you 20-plus bags annually. He's very instinctful on the base paths. Now, his biggest question is obviously his defense. Has an average arm, doesn't get great routes, doesn't get great jumps. But I think there's a lot of projection with this guy, especially if you can get him to pull the ball in the air a little bit more. But this was a guy I thought maybe would slide to pick 32, and maybe the Cardinals would select him if they went a different route at 13, like a prep batter or a pitcher. But he's off the board at 6, so I'm kind of shocked by that. So.
Yeah, I think this should illustrate what we just talked about just a moment ago, that this draft is probably as unpredictable as they've ever come. I mean, Baseball America has got him at 23. Pipeline had him as their 30th prospect going in. Again, we always, especially with signability, playing the draft board game, there's always guys that kind of go in different spots where maybe talent-wise aren't the best player available, but you're trying to play your draft well. I'm not saying the Royals reached here necessarily, but Tyler, both you and Aiden's reactions were incredible. So what did you think of the Zion pick here? And then also I want to hear from both. I know Kareem just talked about how he had Liam Peterson mocked to the Cardinals today. Tyler and Aiden, I'd love to hear who you guys had mocked to the Cardinals at 13.
I predicted Tyler Bell. So I think Tyler Bell is going to be slipped down the draft board a little bit with the shoulder injury, and I think the Cardinals could potentially scoop him up at 13. The Zion Rose pick, though, man, like that's just crazy. That's like as big a shocker as like Tyler Bremner last year too to the Angels. Mm-hmm. Like it's a huge shock. Like I don't know how crazy that is.
Yeah, I'm on Trevor Condon's train. I think he's just got a lot of tools and capabilities to be a really good ball player, and he plays passionately, right? Just the way he goes about playing center field, the way he goes in the box, the way he runs, like he's just so passionate about this sport, and I love that attitude. So I hope the Cardinals flip a script and they go prep bat at pick 13.
Yeah, and one of the things I think is worth talking about, at least right now, as people are tuning into, is that the Cardinals have been connected to a lot of bats in the draft so far. We'll see what they end up doing there. And I think you've already seen people freak out, like, how on earth could you pick another catcher? How could you pick a shortstop? You need pitching. And that's just not how the MLB draft typically works, right? You're going to target who you think is the best player for your organization long term. If the Cardinals pick Helfrich today as a catcher, it's not it doesn't necessarily make it a bad pick because you have Bernal and Rodriguez and Crooks and all these other guys. You pick the best talents possible. You build the best farm system possible. If you need to go get pitching later, you go draft it later. You go trade for it later. You go sign it later. You don't necessarily reach for a third baseman in this draft because the Cardinals have a third base hole. Most of these guys probably are not going to be making the major leagues in the next 2, 3, 4 seasons. That's like best case scenarios. And so just a helpful reminder off the top. I know some people are going to be like, they already have JJ Weatherhole second base. Why could you pick that? It's like, it's okay, guys. It'll be okay. But yeah, I guess it feels like college bat has probably been the most consistently connected to the Cardinals. I think bats in general, though, I think arms are maybe the least likely scenario here, but we'll see what they end up doing. Tyler, could you maybe jump in a little bit more on some of these college bats that could be in the range? But again, we have no idea who's going to fall to 13 here.
Well, you have Ace Reese, right? Third baseman out of Mississippi State. Really big, like power-driven profile, barrels the ball a lot. There's some swing and miss issues in his game. It's not really a third baseman. Probably is going to more profile as like a first baseman, maybe like corner outfielder at his best. But he's just really good power-driven profile. Probably one of the better power hitters in this draft. Who else? Chris Acopian out of Texas A&M. Really good contact hitter. One of the best pure hitters of the college, group. But not really a defensive home for him. Might play some third base, might play some second base for you, might end up in a corner outfield. So there's a lot of solid hitters that just don't have a defensive position. That's kind of the theme, kind of in the Cardinals range, even with some of the prepsters as well.
Yeah. Kareem, any thoughts on some of those prepsters though that are kind of in that range?
Yeah, in that range, I would mention Jared Grinlinger. I know I talked about him a little bit, but two-way player, left-hand pitcher that's been up to 97. I think he's a more impressive bat, to be honest. Outfielder, had some of the best bat-to-ball numbers in the circuit last year. Really strong approach, too. Bat speed has some questions, but we're talking about a guy that's just 17 years old, one of the younger players in the class. So I think there's plenty to dream on in terms of, the projection with a guy that's 6'3". So he's a name that stands out to me as someone that, would be considered in that range. Another player, I know Tyler and Aiden absolutely love this guy, but Trevor Condon, prep outfielder. He's a guy, more of a bat-to-ball driven profile, much like a Grinlinger, but the bat speed numbers were more impressive in the circuit. Batted ball profile, again, I think it's more so going to lead to line drives as opposed to home runs pull side, but impressive bat-to-ball guy and one of the more dynamic athletes in the class. I think he's a surefire center fielder with the kind of athleticism he has. And I think those two names are definitely the most talked about high schoolers linked to the Cardinals at 13.
Yeah. Speaking of Eric Booth Jr., or speaking of prep bats, Eric Booth Jr. just went off the board to the Orioles there. Aiden, any thoughts on Booth, man?
That's a very interesting pick because he reminds me a lot of Enrique Bradfield Jr., who the Orioles took just a year or two ago. I mean, Booth is just a younger version of him. I mean, there's great contact skills, a lot of speed there, good defense, can get balls into the gap. It's interesting because it's like Bradfield's close to major league ready. So I don't know if they view Booth is more of a future than Bradfield, and he ends up replacing Bradfield long term. So obviously that'd be some years from now, but definitely very interesting none the least, especially since, like I said, very similar to Bradfield.
Yeah. Kareem, are you surprised by that pick at all?
I wouldn't say it's too much of a shocker personally. I think after Grady Emerson, I think he's pretty clearly my second favorite prepster. Jacob Lombard's another guy to throw in that mix. Hasn't been selected yet, but yeah, Booth does a lot of things well. Aiden touched on it, but the athleticism is off the charts. I think he's going to need to rework his swing in pro ball. I don't love the swing, but we're talking about a guy that's got really strong bat to ball skills and the bat speed to pair with it. So there could be, I know Aiden mentioned Enrique Bradfield. I think there's more power projection with Eric Booth still, but again, we're talking about a dynamic athlete that's going to stick in center. So yeah, I think it's a great pick for the Orioles.
Yeah. Tyler, and I'm curious the other two's thoughts on this too. One name we haven't really talked about at all yet, but I think there's a lot of, depending who you talk to, especially kind of people following the draft and looking at their favorite prospects is Justin LeBron, who obviously came into the draft process as one of the top names in the process. Still a lot of tools there, right? Stuff to dream on, but obviously wasn't the best final college season from LeBron. And he does. I mean, who's going to win the LeBron sweepstakes? I don't know. Is it the Heat, the Cavs? Might be the Cardinals. But I guess I don't know. What do you guys think of LeBron? I feel like he's such a polarizing guy.
I mean, he took a step back this year. There's no doubt about it, right? Like he's whiffing more, he's chasing more. But the skills that made him a great, freshman and sophomore at Alabama are still there for him to be a great draft pick and, potentially a steal in this draft if he goes in the mid-teens or even 20s, right? Just a great athlete. He's going to stick at shortstop, most likely, like 99% sure about that. But he's going to hopefully hit for power. That's the main thing. Like, he's never going to be a great contact guy, or like he doesn't project to be that. But if he can get to, 30, 40 home runs, like he's still going to be a very productive player that can get, WAR and value through multiple different areas and routes.
Yeah. Cream, any thoughts on LeBron, man?
Yeah, you mentioned polarizing, and I couldn't agree more. LeBron, his numbers in SEC play this year weren't the best. And, that's something that, I put stock into. What are you doing when you're going up against the best competition? And LeBron did struggle a little bit, but we're still talking about a guy that projects to be a elite defensive shortstop and has all the tools in the world. I think once he gets over to pro development, I think he's only going to continue to grow his game, but there is certainly risk in the profile with someone that has some hit tool questions. But again, as Tyler mentioned, he's got a lot of different ways to accrue WAR if he's going to be a plus defensive shortstop. But there are certainly some red flags in his game. The approach also, I wouldn't say it's the best. He is a little bit aggressive. But that being said, he's got some of the highest potential in the class if it all works out.
Yeah. I guess Aiden, are you? I don't know. Are you higher than consensus on LeBron? Kind of in that mix where what would you do if LeBron was on the board for the Cardinals? Is he a talent you'd want to be targeting?
I'd probably pass on him. He's just a really high risk, very low floor type of player right now. And I'll be honest, there are some swing mechanics right now that I don't really like. I think the launch angles aren't the greatest. I think you might see a reduction or a reduce amount of home runs just because of those mechanics. He kind of rolls over with his hands really early, which is why some of his launch angles are really inflated, in the air at least, not on the ground. So I just don't think it's a risk worth taking when you probably have other guys who are a safer option who could still provide a lot of upside.
Yeah. So a couple things I want to plug here as we're continuing on the draft here. Over on our Twitter, we have a giveaway going on for a Bowman first of Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols rookie cards. And so those are super awesome cards. You can go enter into that by just liking and retweeting the tweet we have on our Deal in the Cards at Deal in the Cards our Twitter. And then if you screenshot proof of subscription to the channel, if you subscribe now and comment the proof of subscription, then you can get an additional entry as well. Those are two valuable cards and super awesome. If you've seen these before. Anyways, I'll get a better picture on the stream in a little bit. And then also with FanDuel, so we do have a big week this week for the Cardinals, and we do the home run derby, and Mr. Jordan Walker is going to be participating in that. He is the fourth best odds right now at plus 600 behind just Junior Caminero. I think the White Sox sluggers ahead of him, and then Kyle Schwarber as well. Will Contreras is in the derby. Come on, former Cardinal right there. So yeah, I think that's pretty good odds for Jordan Walker. I can see him doing well in a derby format. So we'll see. And that's a 2020 Cardinals or 2020 first round pick by the St. Louis Cardinals, Jordan Walker right there. So I'm curious for you guys, what are some trends that maybe you saw last year in what the Cardinals did with the drafting process? I know we all know it's kind of confusing to know how much influence Chaim Bloom had on some of that, but obviously his voice mattered in that process. You still have Randy Flores in that room, right? So Zach Mortimer, now you have Zach Mortimer raised into that role as director of scouting, but it's still a lot of the same faces in that room. But there's definitely a stronger collaboration between the player development staff and the scouting staff in terms of the kind of players they're targeting. So I guess, is there traits or things you think you've seen the Cardinals start targeting, whether it's in the draft last year, trades last year, that maybe is a little bit different than in years past, or things that you think they might prioritize with the 13th overall pick, and then the 6 other selections they have this year, or in the first day 1 of this year's draft.
Yeah, I could start off with this one. In recent years, they've definitely targeted pitchers with flatter approach angles on their fastball. I think Liam Peterson, who I had mocked, would kind of buck the trend. He's more of a higher release guy, but I think specifically last year you saw them take chances on guys with higher caliber stuff. They might not have had the results to go with it at the collegiate level, but a lot of guys that you could see potential in becoming, whiff-inducing pitchers at the next level. So with the Cardinals, bringing in that new player development staff, especially on the pitching side of things, I think we saw them take more risks with the kind of profiles that they targeted last year, and it wouldn't shock me at all to see that continue in 2026.
Now, Tyler, anything you guys would add to that?
I think Kareem nailed it.
Yeah. Good fastballs. I mean, that's what you've seen them. You see them take a lot of good fastballs last year between Liam Doyle and Tanner Franklin, and even guys further down the list like a Caden Etchman. All those guys had really good quality fastballs, not only from the vertical approach angles, but like also IVB and a bunch of other, stats like that. So just good fastballs. And early in the draft, you saw a lot of velocity. So I'd expect if they take a picture, he's going to be someone with pretty decent velocity.
Well, another name the Cardinals may have been linked to off the board here, AJ Gracia to the Atlanta Braves here at 9. So I think that's a name we all would have at least had circled as a potential pick for the Cardinals here at 13. I'm curious if you guys have optimism or belief in the Cardinals' ability, or maybe they'll target some bats that maybe have a little bit more, whether swing decision issues, holes in their swing, because of their ability to you see what they just did with Joshua Baez. You see some of the year-over-year improvements with the Jimmy Crooks, like guys that have some of these glaring holes in their game, but if they can kind of minimize that deficit a little bit there, can become impact bats. Do you think that's something the Cardinals player development and scouting staff are looking as like, hey, we're an organization that can maybe take a chance on LeBron, take a chance on TCU outfielder, and blanking his last name right now. Like some of these guys, it's like, the swing decisions aren't the best, but you see the tools there. Do you think that's something they might be looking at with whether it's 13 or some of these other picks?
Josh, to your point, I know last year we saw the ramifications of the Cardinals having a new lead, pitching, having someone that was brought in to lead the pitching team, right? And we saw the same this year with a Dalton or Hurd. So I wonder what the ramifications of that would be this year, if any of the profiles that they target change. And I do think when you have more confidence in your player development staff, I think you're more able to take those risks on players that have glaring weaknesses in their game. So it wouldn't shock me at all to see them target guys like that have crazy high upside, but they do have some holes that need to be cleaned up in pro ball.
Yeah. Definitely something. Oh, go ahead.
I think a perfect example is like Tyler Bell, right? There's a ton of upside there, hitting wise, and his ability to field is above average, pretty good speed. But obviously his main concern is swing and miss, especially on breaking balls and on breaking balls in the zone. I do think it needs to be more of a swing change from the left side, but I think he's a perfect example of what Kareem's talking about. Plus his approach is good. I feel like the Cardinals typically like guys who have a good approach. So we'll see there.
Yeah. I also saw in the chat kind of a counterpoint to that argument is like the JJ Weatherholt pick, but I would say that's definitely a unique case of they were shocked he was on the board at number 7. He was a guy they would have taken number 1 overall if he was there. And so I don't necessarily think obviously if there's a JJ Weatherholt on the board at 13, they're going to be prioritizing that dude because that's a special talent right there. But I don't think that's necessarily like we avoid unpolished hitters because we don't think we can transform them. I mean, JJ's it was a can't miss prospect right there. So I don't think any of us are expecting a can't miss guy at number 13 right now. So we'll see. Also, if you're tuning in, you're trying to figure out where the draft coverage is, the last pick on Peacock will be at number 10, and then it transfers over to MLB Network. So if you're like, where is it going? You're going to want to jump on your MLB app or MLB Network to follow from there. Are you guys surprised at all about any of the recent selections or any thoughts on things going on? I know we got people who've joined in since we've started too, but how have you guys felt like the top 10's played out so far?
Gracia was a little surprising. Outside of Zion Rose, obviously, I think Gracia is probably the second most surprising to see him there at 9. The Braves obviously like the contact ability and just kind of the overall. He's one of the final guys that really doesn't have a clear hole in his offensive profile, right? So it shouldn't be surprising, but it is just a little surprising considering where the mocks were the last few days.
Yeah. We got the Rockies pick here in just a second, so we'll see how much potential influence this has on where St. Louis goes. Wow. Okay, did you guys hear the pick yet? Okay. Kareem, let us know when you've got it.
Not a shocker to me. Not a shocker.
Yeah,
Tyler Bell.
Hey, there we go. All right, Tyler Bell.
Yep.
Okay. Another name right there.
I thought he might slip, but apparently not. And I mean, he was a top 10 talent coming into the season, and he kind of stayed there even with a shoulder injury. So no surprise there. There's just a lot of upside with that profile, as Aiden just mentioned.
Yeah. So a couple names right now that I'm looking at, kind of some draft boards that feel like maybe quote unquote dropping right now. I mean, you guys surprised Jacob Lombard still on the board here?
I am surprised. Oh,
no, go ahead.
I am surprised. I thought he would slide a little bit potentially, but not going inside the top 10 picks. I know that there are some hit tool questions with him, but we're talking about much like a LeBron and, Tyler Bell, who just got picked, plus defender at short. And there's plenty of power in the tank with him as well. MLB bloodlines are there with his brother in the Yankee system, one of the top prospects in the game. So, yeah, I think Lombard's a guy. I think he'll hear his name called pretty soon.
He reminds me a lot of Ethan Holiday from last year with a little bit better defense and a little bit more athleticism. Like, that's kind of the comp I would give it. Obviously, there's a lot of hit tool concerns with Ethan Holiday coming in, but the Rockies got him, and they kind of quelled some of those hit concerns before he got injured, unfortunately, is missing the rest of the year.
Well, speaking of Lombard, if he were to fall to 13, do you think that's a player that the Cardinals would be interested in?
That's what I was going to ask you, actually.
Oh. He might go back to college at that point.
You think so?
Maybe.
I don't know. It's tough because I don't know how you don't take a chance on this dude, right? I mean, he was projected to go honestly top 5, and he's dropped to so far 11 if he's not picked here. So
yeah.
I
don't know. I would like to think they would.
Yeah.
You got to switch streams here, boys.
But I would imagine that if they were to pick him, there'd be less flexibility with the next picks, as I do think he would command an overslot bonus.
What do you think, Kareem? Do you think there's potential that they would go in that direction?
I don't know. I think they're going to take more swings in this draft. So, like I've said, I don't think anything would be a shock at this point. Whether it's a Lombard, if they go college pitcher with someone like a Liam Peterson, or Justin LeBron is still available. So there are a lot of different directions they could go. Jaron Grinlinger, I honestly I don't have an idea where the Cardinals are headed with this 13th pick, but should be exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, boys. The stream just switched over to MLB.com. So,
all right, everybody. If you're trying to tune into the actual stream, make sure you make your swaps on over as well. So yeah, to recap, what we've got on the board so far, if you're just tuning in, chalk at the top with Rock, Chalowski, Grady Emerson, Von Lackey, Jackson Flora, I don't want to say Florio, Derek Curiel, Zion Rose, which is a surprise to the Royals at 6, Eric Booth Jr. to the Orioles at 7, Drew Burrius, and then AJ Gracia and Tyler Bell round out the top 10. So 2 more selections to the Cardinals. The Washington Nationals and the Los Angeles Angels. It'll be interesting to see what the Angels do at 12 with Mo and Co over there. Obviously, he hasn't been around with them for very long, so I don't know how much influence he's having on that. It sounds like he's letting their scouting department kind of run with that. But interesting nonetheless.
One guy that we haven't mentioned so far, Chris Akopian. I'm pulling for the Nationals to pick him. I actually went to high school with him, so staying local in the DMV, I think it'd be cool for him to play for the Nationals, similar to James Wood.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I think he's a top. if he doesn't get to 11 here, I think 13 might be a spot for him. I'm not sure. I feel like just the way the Cardinals like the swing of decisions, like I think that could definitely be a play for the Cardinals.
All right. Remember, chat, no leaking as we get closer to the pick, which someone just reported something that Google said if people link to the Cardinals. So I would not check the chat if you don't want to have that spoiled potentially.
How are you guys feeling? We're just a couple picks away from the Cardinal selection, and we can go with Tyler first, and then Aiden.
Little nervous, not gonna lie. Like this is the boards fell kind of in a weird way, right? Like, could you go Jacob Lombard if he's still there? Like, is Jared Grinlinger going to be the guy? Like, there's just a bunch of different directions that can go now, and with a few different picks in the top 10, like it's kind of opened up a couple avenues that you didn't really think were going to be possible.
For sure. What about you, Aiden?
Is it fair to say I feel like I want to throw up right now? I mean, this is just...
I kind of feel it too.
This is crazy. I mean, there are names still here that I didn't expect to be here. Like, do the Cardinals go with one of those guys, or do they kind of stick with their game plan? Like, I'm not sure which route they take right now.
Yeah, there's options all across the board right now. I guess, Kareem, is there any names you're circling right now? It's like, okay, now that we're like a pick or two away, I mean, the world's their oyster, but we also know many of the names that aren't available now.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about him, but Justin LeBron, I think, would make a lot of sense. Alabama shortstop, some of the highest potential in the class, in my opinion. Jacob Lombard, surprised that he's fell this far, but if the Cardinals are willing to give him the bonus pool that he's looking for, it wouldn't be a shock to see them go that direction. Ryder Helfrich's a name that's been connected to the Cardinals a lot. Catcher, ton of power in his game. And defensively, he profiles as an above-average backstop. His framing numbers this year were tremendous. Strong arm as well. And then Trevor Condon, Jared Grinlinger, a couple of the high school names that we've talked about. So, yeah, I think that's just where my head's at right now. But honestly, they're going to end up picking someone else probably.
Oh man, yeah, we're gonna see. So hey, I'm just seeing now the pick for the Cardinals is already leaked, so don't check on anything on there. Adam and Max, if you guys want to jump on in here soon too, or anyone else who wants to jump in, go for it. We can add you to the stream. We have the Cardinals pick here coming up soon. Yeah, it's just so, I mean, I guess now I know what the pick is, but it is just so interesting because it's like there's a million directions they could go here. So I'm gonna stop talking for the next few minutes until the pick goes, because I don't want to accidentally slip up or say anything. But I
know I just talked about it a few minutes ago, but Chris Akopian just got drafted by the Nationals, and I think that's a really cool story. A guy that I went to high school with, lives in Maryland, gets to stay local with the Nationals. I think that's a really, really fun story.
How do you guys, I mean, we've briefly touched on it. I know we'll touch on it a lot after this next pick, but how much do you guys like, what does having 7 picks in the top or in the day one, they only had 3 picks where I had it written down. This year they have 7 picks in the top 114. Last year they only had 3 in the top 86, but they have 5 this year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the top 80, or sorry, 6 in the top 86. I mean, what does that do for an organization trying to reload a farm system here, or continue to reload? I mean, we know it's in a place of strength right now.
Yeah, it just gives them more flexibility in terms of what they want to do, how they want to allocate bonus pool, and whether they want to target a high school player later on. They're going to have the money to, potentially go overslot and sign someone that otherwise wouldn't be available for them. So I think the biggest thing is just the flexibility in what they can do with the bonus pool and how they can manipulate it. And I'm really curious to see what the Cardinals end up doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? How you can spend your money just changes when you have 7 picks, and how many risks you can take, right? Like you can go after 2 or 3 high schoolers now if you want to with these picks, because of how many picks you have, right? Like if you only have 2 or 3 or 4, like they've had in years past, it's like, okay, you got to stay pretty chalk and, get guys that you think are going to be major leaguers where you could take some risks. And if a couple guys don't end up being major leaguers, like it's whatever, right? Because you have so many picks in this type of range. So it just allows you to have more risk overall.
For sure. I'm going to add Adam and Kareem into here now, or Adam and Max into here too. Kareem, maybe you want to do a couple intros real quick?
Yeah, so Adam, he's been putting out great work for Just Baseball. He recently put out an article about some of the Cardinals draft strategies with the flatter approach here's. You're going to want to check that article out. And then Max, he writes over for Cardinals Prospects with Aiden, Tyler, and I, and he's also an intern at Driveline Baseball. So yeah, he's been following the draft, and both these guys have done a lot of work leading up to the draft. So awesome having you guys on.
Yeah, I just had you guys. You guys are muted coming on in, but Adam, good to see you again, man. And Max, how good to have you on. Adam, Max, what do you guys feeling about the draft so far as we're about to have pick 13 revealed? Oh, you're muted. Here we go, Adam.
It was pretty steady at the very beginning, guys. I love the Roch Chalewski pick, if you will, at number 1. I think that was a very, the top 3 guys, I think that kind of stood pat on that. I think those were, the safest selections. But I think obviously I was watching a little bit, then I had to hop off for a bit. I saw you guys talk about Zion Rose at number 6, and I was like, Aiden, boom. Like, I did not see Zion Rose at number 6 that early. That really caught me by surprise. But a huge get for the Royals, who obviously see something very, very big with him. Other than that, I don't think, I think Kareem said it just now, there haven't been a ton of other surprises. It does kind of stink that Eric Booth Jr. is gone. I know that Tyler Bell was also selected. AJ Gracia was somebody that I like to, a very safe pick, even though he doesn't have the most projectable power. I think he's an all-around very solid player. I know number 11, they just took Chris Hakopi, and another player that I really liked, even if he was injured. So it's really going to be it could be completely open here at 13. I know we kind of already want to see, but we do want to see you guys for what
Gridlinger.
Yeah, Gridlinger at
12.
Yeah, at 12.
Adam, if you want to talk about Gridlinger a little bit, I know out of this group, you're definitely the biggest fan of Gridlinger. So what are some of your thoughts on this selection by the Angels?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm here in SoCal. This is a local product, staying local to Anaheim. Huntington Beach High School is about 20 minutes from where I live. I kind of wish I had gone to some of the games. I can, meet up with scouts and see what they had to say about him. But this is a guy who has the chance to be one of the best players in this draft, right? Yeah, Andrew's saying Money Mo won't have him as a two-way player. Who knows what happens? Look, you're not picking Jared Gridlinger at 12 if you don't think that Jared Gridlinger can at least be the 12th overall pick value as a hitter, right? And we've all talked about this before in our Discord streams, but anything he does as a pitcher is icing on the cake. Him being 17 years old and having the bat to ball and swing decision profile that he has at this age is absolutely insane. Very, very advanced. I know Tyler and I, we've talked about the power tool. I think it's going to be he doesn't optimize in the air super well, but I do think that it's going to be something that he could eventually get to pretty easily. He's still going to have a ton of room to grow into his 6'3" frame. As a pitcher, you guys have mentioned, I know Max has been hammering it, and you guys have said it too. There's no spin capacity with Jared Gridlinger, at least right now. But nobody's saying that he is one of the best left-handed pitchers in this draft. You guys have mentioned this too. Absolutely somebody who would go to college if he were an arm alone. But that being said, you can't BS a lefty pitcher who sits low to mid 90s right now, has touched 96 in game, 97 in a bullpen setting, with a velo killing changeup right now, vert killing changeup, spin killing changeup, and has a mid 80s, low to mid 80s slider that's more of like a sweepier slider, I've said on Twitter. So you take that. That's a starter's bag as a lefty. It's a bare bones one at that. There isn't much room for him to add more offerings. Maybe a cutter would be something that he could use given his velocity. But I think anything that you can get out of him as a pitcher is just going to be amazing. But I do think ultimately, even if he were not a pitcher at all, I still think he merits a lottery selection, if not 15 through 20, if he were not a pitcher and just solely a hitter. And that's exactly what's happened here.
Hey, so we've got over 500 people in the stream right now, which is super fun. So thanks for tuning in to the live stream. The Cardinals are going to announce their pick here in a moment. We'll react to it. Again, subscribe if you can. It helps the channel a ton. Like the stream. Also, if you subscribe and show your proof of subscription on Twitter today, we're giving away a Bowman's first rookie card of both Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina. So you can check that out over on the Twitter if you want to be a part of that giveaway. And again, we appreciate all of you tuning into this part of the live stream, but we're also going to be live streaming all 7 picks today. So the Cardinals have 6 more selections coming on up. But yeah, the 13th overall pick is going to be announced here soon by Commissioner Manfred. It's an exciting time for the Cardinals farm system. It's already one of the top in all of baseball. You get to add a top 13 talent, hopefully here for the Cardinals at number 13, as well as a bunch of other picks today. And so we're going to have you covered all day long on the stream. It will be a long stream, but please check that out. So yeah, make sure you like and subscribe, help channel a ton. We really appreciate it. Again, if you are in the stream, do not spoil the pick for those who are not wanting it spoiled. So please make sure you don't do that. But yeah, the Cardinals picked Liam Doyle last year, J.J. Weatherholt the year before. This is the first time they've picked outside the top 10 since 2023. Is the pick official yet? It is on our stream though. Okay.
It's coming in right now. Manfred's walking up to the stage.
Yeah, true. Okay. Oh, Aiden's reaction. Here we go. Kareem, let us know when you got it.
Trevor Condon.
He's
a Cardinal, Aiden.
Well, Aiden and Tyler have been on this from very early in the process, so I'd love to hear their thoughts on this pick.
I'm going to throw it to Aiden first. I think Aiden deserves this one, man. Aiden deserves this.
Oh my gosh. This has been my guy for probably a month now. I've been so high on Trevor Condon for 4 weeks. This is a guy who has the capabilities to have 3 to 4 tools, has plus contact. He's gotten into some more power this year in high school. He hit 9 home runs, which is way more than he's hit recently. So maybe there's something there. Maybe he could be a guy who hits double-digit home runs. We'll see. Plus speed. I mean, this is a guy who could steal you a lot of bases, is going to cover ground in the outfield, has a chance to stick in center field, and probably will, and has a good arm for center field. So this is a guy who has a lot of upside. Obviously, it's a prep player who does come with risk, but I'm just extremely happy right now. I can't believe they actually went with Trevor Condon.
I just laughed there, and everybody in the hotel looked at me. So,
Tyler, what's your early thoughts, man?
I mean, I love the pick, right? Like this guy's got to stick in center field. He's going to make a ton of contact. Now, is it on the ground a little bit? Yeah, but the bat speed's good enough where I think he's going to get to some power. And you're looking at the guy who's going to, just get value in so many different ways that it's going to be fun to watch. So that's kind of my quick reaction. And I wrote about Trevor Condon, our pick 13, as kind of a favorite. So it's just a really fun profile, and he's proven it at every level that he's played at, and just a fun personality. Go listen to some of his interviews if you haven't. Like, just a fun guy that I think Cardinal fans are really going to enjoy.
Kareem, what's your thoughts, man?
I'm not going to lie, it surprised me a little bit, but I like this pick a lot. The Cardinals just got one of the more athletic players in the whole draft. As Tyler and Aiden mentioned, I think this guy's going to stick in center. There's plus bat to ball ability. And I think there's more power to come. I know he doesn't have the biggest build, but the bat speed numbers at the showcase circuit last year were impressive. And yeah, I think the Cardinals got a really good player, really talented player with the 13th overall pick. Curious to see what the slot value is like.
Max, what are your early thoughts, man?
On Trevor Condon, I love the pick. I love the aggressiveness that they're taking, targeting a high schooler. I know Aiden's talked about him a bunch, and Aiden really got me on the hype train for him. And I think just taking a guy with plus run, really athletic, is a huge step forward. And it's like a good start for this like Cardinals draft. I know they were talking about targeting a lot of different high school bats and a lot of different prep players. And I'm excited to see it happen, just getting a lot more bats injected into our system as well.
Yeah, this is a very, very high upside selection for the Cardinals. I'll be honest, I was not on the Trevor Condon train going into this cycle, and we've talked about this too. I think there is a very, very loud tool set with a guy like Trevor Condon. You have a 63rd percentile zone contact rating, which isn't ideal right now. The swing decisions are also a bit of a question with 66th percentile. Doesn't optimize in the air at 14%, but like you guys said, he is a tool shed regardless, because even if he's a little undersized, it is 96th percentile swing speed and 81st percentile bat speed. This guy is absolutely insane and a very, very, very talented ball player. If they can get him to optimize in the air, to make a little bit more contact in general, I do think that this guy is going to be a star and a very, very good Major League Baseball player. I think when you think about some of the better toolsy guys in the class, you're obviously talking about Grady. From a high school perspective, you're thinking about Grady Emerson, Eric Booth Jr., Jacob Lombard. But I think overall, with a guy like Trevor Condon, you really can't go wrong just by what he brings to the table. I think because of the athleticism, the power, and because I do think he's a pretty solid bet to stick up the middle at the 8 and center, that does give him a higher floor, as a defensive, like his lower percentile outcomes are a defense-driven power guy. But, anything that you can get from a power and from a contact and improved swing decision perspective is going to be amazing. And I do think it's a rare blend of low or high floor, high upside as well. But it's going to take a bit to be able to get into that, which is why he wasn't one of the higher picks in the draft, or at least like top 10 is what I mean. But this is now that I think about it, looking at some of the data a little bit more the past couple of days, Tyler got me onto this. I do think that this is a very, very solid selection given where the Cardinals are at. And I do think I have all the hope in the world and faith that the Cardinals can optimize what he has and turn him into a very productive big leaguer for many years to come.
Yeah. Obviously taking a high school bat here, very toolsy guy. So we're not talking about a JJ Weatherholt here who's going to be in St. Louis 2 years later in all likelihood. But at the same time, you're chasing some upside here. So it's a pretty exciting pick. Again, new player development staff that's been forming over the last few years. It's exciting to see them get their hands on their own selections and their own guys that they're targeting here. I guess there's definitely some I'd say there's always going to be mixed opinions with any pick. I think there are some frustration from people that it's like, why aren't you targeting someone who might potentially be able to impact the big league club sooner? I guess, Kareem, is there something you'd want to speak to that of maybe going after the high upside prep guy here?
Yeah, I mean, if Trevor Condon was the best player on their board, irrespective of, college or high school, I have no issue with this at all. I mean, the Cardinals, obviously, they're ahead of the curve in terms of the rebuild process. I don't think we all expected them to play like this so far this year. But at the same time, with the Trevor Condon, you're getting a player that's got more upside than some of the college players that are left to this point. And the Cardinals are betting on, their player development staff. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, but this is going to be a really big test for Rob Serfolio and this new player development staff for the Cardinals, getting a high school player at pick 13 and one that's got so many tools to dream on. We talk about the sprint speed with the Trevor Condon, the bat to ball abilities there. His bat speed numbers are impressive too. So there's the potential that he could be a 5-tool kind of player. I don't think whether the Cardinals went with a college player or a high school player with the 13th overall slot, I wouldn't put too much stock into that. I think the Cardinals just see an opportunity where they fell in love with this player and they think he's going to be a great fit for what they're doing with their player development staff.
Lombard at 14 there. That's interesting, isn't it? I'll be interested to see where his signing bonus is compared to the rest of the guys in front of him, because I have a feeling that he might get a higher bonus than 2 or 3 picks ahead of him.
That's a local product staying local.
Yeah. Yep. Florida guy.
Has Arquette been playing shortstop in the minors for
Yeah.
the Marlins? So
I think
somebody's got to switch to third, huh? Who do we think that's going to be?
Well, Lombard and they're not on the same path in terms of quickness getting to the major leagues. So.
Sure. If they are, though, do you think there's a position change for one of them?
I think
I would say Arquette probably out of the two
agree.
projects to, Lombard's one of the better defensive shortstops in this year's class. And Arquette did not. I don't think Arquette matched that kind of defensive value last year. So, but yeah, as Tyler mentioned, they're both on different development plans, and I think they should play them at short as much as possible until they get to the big leagues.
Yeah, I think overall it's still a bit early to tell. I mean, Arquette is injured, I believe, currently. Technically, he's on Pensacola's roster at AA. Lombard, there's a chance that he plays at Jupiter this year in Single A, but there's also a very strong possibility that he just plays in the Bridge League after the draft. It's going to be a couple weeks for these guys to get settled in and get their way down to Roger Dean, the complex, and get all their testing done. Just get on the right development path before they actually play in any single games, whether it's in the Bridge League itself or for the Jupiter Hammerheads. So I think Lombard is still, obviously much further away than a guy like Avi Arquette. I think the discussion of third base, the shortstop, it's going to be one that is going to take a while. And obviously they also have Otto Lopez, who, if I'm not mistaken, is also a pretty damn good shortstop in his own rights. I'd have to double check the OAA on that and his fielding run values, but I think that is something that we would have to look for later on. But this is a very, very much a high upside pick. The Marlins aren't the most well-known at developing hitting, right? They're a pitching factory, both international and domestically, but I'm very, very interested and intrigued to see what kind of development path they have for this kid, because I know Taylor, that's like his guy. We'll have him on here later. And this guy has arguably some of them. I mean, we can say this for a lot of guys, some of the loudest tools with the power and glove at short, but there's just very, very ruby and glaring red flags regarding his bat to ball ability, which is something that's, allowed him to drop down to number 14, still within the lottery range. But I would love to see, this is somebody who I'm rooting for. I think he has the chance to be a superstar if it all pans out. He's got that projectable 6-foot boxy frame, can stick up the middle, and I'm very curious to see what kind of path he goes on here.
I think to this point, Jacob Lombard is probably the most surprising faller in this draft. But starting with Max here, are there any players that you didn't expect to, or any players that are left on the board that you expected to be selected already? Or would you say it's been chalk so far with the first 14 picks?
I think it's been chalk so far with the first 14 picks. Like Adam or Aiden touched on earlier, the only biggest surprise to me has been Zion Rose being taken that high. And I mean, that was pretty surprising, but it's also like with him, he's very projectable. And I mean, with the Royals, they've attacked a lot of high schoolers in these past few drafts. So they've always gone for upside. So it's a surprise, and it's like sort of not a surprise. And then to mention with the Marlins taking Lombard, I mean, like with their roster right now, they have $80 million on their payroll. Most of their homegrown talent, like all their hitters in the league, have been built up and developed. And they've also targeted guys like Owen Cassie in a trade. Kyle Stowers had a breakout year. So for Lombard going there, I think it's a great spot for them because they've obviously been successful building up hitters. And I hope the best for Lombard, and I think that they are a good spot for him to develop.
Well, the Diamondbacks just made their selection, 15th overall. They took catcher Ryder Helfrich. He's a guy that's got a ton of juice, gets it out to his pull side, and defensively, we're talking about one of the best framers in the whole draft. Got a strong arm too. So with that, I think he's a player that is going to provide value both offensively, defensively. I think he sticks behind the dish where he's going to accrue value. So I guess we can go with Aiden here. What do you make of the Diamondbacks selection of Ryder Helfrich? And I know he was someone that was in consideration for the Cardinals' 13th overall spot. He was mocked to them several times. What do you make of the Ryder Helfrich pick, and what do you make of him as a player?
This is a really good addition for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They lack some catcher depth right now throughout the farm system that have legit upside, and obviously Ryder Helfrich fixes that for him, So you're looking at a guy who has a ton of upside, who has a lot of juice. He's going to be playing in a ballpark that's known for having a lot of home runs in Chase Field. So hopefully that'll allow him to play up a bit more. Defensively, like you said, awesome framer. He's going to help them a lot in that aspect, especially since the pitching has kind of shifted down there in Arizona. They used to be really good at pitching, and I feel like they've kind of taken a step back. So hopefully you can have a guy like Helfrich who can really control a starting rotation, help them figure things out again, and just a fantastic pick for the Diamondbacks. Kind of shocked he fell this far down. I really thought he was going to go around that 10 to 13 range, but overall good for the Diamondbacks.
Tyler, where's your head at? Do you like the pick at 15th overall? Was there someone else that you think the Diamondbacks should have considered instead?
I like it. The thing I'm more interested in is we kind of heard as we got towards the draft here that some of these college pitchers like a Mason Edwards or like a Liam Peterson could have, driven their way up the draft board and maybe gotten to like this 10 to 15 range. And we haven't seen that. So like it makes you wonder, how is this whole like college pitcher situation going to play out now that the second guy hasn't come off the board as early as maybe we would have thought. So I think like Mason Edwards, you're looking at like Cameron Flukie, like there's a bunch of different names that haven't come off the board yet that could be very interesting for the Cardinals at 32 if they keep falling. So I just think that's really interesting. In terms of Helfrich, I think Helfrich's a really good player. He's going to be a really good catcher. Like he's going to move through a farm system fast because he's just such a good catcher. And if the back can just maintain the power, he's just going to be a really good, solid player that can get, value through multiple different avenues.
Well, speaking of a pitcher, Gio Rojas, Stoneman Douglas High School left-hand pitcher, just went to the Texas Rangers at pick 16. I think the top prep pitcher in this year's class. And the Rangers, I think they're getting a guy here, lefty, sits mid-90s on the fastball. Sweeping slider is probably his best pitch. Max, what do you make of Gio Rojas's profile? I know the Cardinals aren't a team that likes to take risks on those high school pitchers, but who knows, maybe 32, 50, the Cardinals can go after a high school pitcher. Do you think Gio Rojas is the cream of the crop in terms of the high school pitchers in this year's class? And what do you make of his profile?
I think Gio Rojas is a very interesting guy because one, he's a lower slot, 3/4 from the side. He throws extremely hard, really good slider. And the only thing that worries with me is for him specifically is that a lot of times when I was watching film on him, it seemed like he struggled with command a little bit. It seemed like he had a little bit just like he couldn't really control the zone as much as like one would hope. But I think that the upside with him is just immense. And then you get into other pitchers, like a lot of people love Carson Boleman. Like people are talking about him being the most like well-rounded pitcher in the class. And I think that's another name that could fall. But there's a lot of interesting names like Logan Schmidt. There's some guys farther down the board, Colin White, which are fun, like a lot of lefties. I think that the high school pitching class has a lot of depth, but I don't think it's as like they will go as high. I think as you go down further down the board, like more of these high school names will be popped off. but I think that Gio Ross is a very interesting guy and could develop into something great.
Yeah, there was a lot of Brody Bamula hype before all the injuries, and it'll be interesting to see if he hears his name called at some point. I don't know if the amount of money teams are offering him is going to match, the kind of NIL package that he's going to have. So that's a name to keep an eye on later in the draft. Someone that's got explosive stuff, fastball, his touch triple digits, good breaking ball as well. Let's get back into the Trevor Condon talk here. 13th overall selection with the Cardinals. And Max, I don't think we've heard too much of your thoughts so far with the Trevor Condon selection. Anything else you wanted to add on Trevor Condon before we touch into what the Cardinals are going to do with the rest of the draft?
Of course. I think what is most notable about Condon is that when you watch him play, he's always just trying to get the boys fired up. Like whenever he's playing, he's aggressive. He's always just about the team. And I think getting an asset like that, where it's just someone who is going to grind every day, that's the most, if you listen to interviews he does, Joe Dole had one with him, and he's just all about the grind and the mentality and just trying to win. And I think just having a guy like that who is gritty, who's just for the boys, is a great asset to have on the team.
Yeah, as we jump into some more Trevor Condon talk here, just saying I want to also plug, we've got this giveaway going on, courtesy of 314 Sports Cards and Collectibles, who is our presenting sponsor of the Deal in the Cards channel. They're located at 9640 All Boulevard, All Vet, open 10 to 5 Monday through Fridays and 10 to 4 on Saturdays and Sundays. And if you like and subscribe to our YouTube, or if you like and retweet the tweet over on Twitter that we have related to it, and if you are comment proof or DM proof of a subscription to the channel, you'll be entered into a giveaway for a Bowman first rookies of both Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina. So two pretty sick cards right there. You can go check out our Twitter for that as well. 314, we know many of you shop there already. So if you're in the St. Louis area or coming through a game sometime, you can check out. They've got single cards in their shelf. They got packs, boxes, all kinds of stuff. I know Andrew just got some pretty cool pulls from a hobby box he got there the other day. I think one of them was a Evan Longoria auto, Andrew, and another top prospect auto. So some pretty cool stuff in there. So yeah, make sure you go check out 314. We really appreciate their support. Adam, I know you had some stuff you want to share on not PCA. I almost said PCA because I keep seeing these PCA Trevor Condon comps. I don't know if you want to speak to that at all. And again, let's not do the whole is he PCA, because if he was, he would be going number 1 overall. Right? You don't if you knew for a fact this guy was that good, there's no shot he lands at 13. But what do you think of those comps? And then I know you had some other thoughts on him.
Yeah, no, I think it's fair. Given you can kind of see where that's coming from. Obviously, you want to be very careful and say that PCA is a 90th percentile outcome for Trevor Condon. But I do see where people are getting that from, in the sense that, there are approach, there are bat to ball, somewhat questions. I think the approach is a little bit safer than most might think. It's a little bit of a higher percentile in the zone contact, but they are questions nonetheless. I think you have power projection with a guy like Trevor Condon, and you have pop projectable power with a guy like Pete Armstrong. Pete Armstrong is a generational defender in center field. I don't think there's any question about that. We all like to rank on him because we're Cardinals fans, but you got to call a spade a spade. A guy like PCA is going to be a perennial platinum glove contender in center field, but you can kind of see where that happens with Trevor Condon. We mentioned it earlier. There's a lot of athleticism with a guy like him. I think he sticks up the middle. I think that has a lot to do with the way, or the reason why he has, I would say, risen throughout this cycle, if you will, over the last couple of months, because he is somebody who is a surefire to stick up the middle. There's going to be less questions about him moving to the left or to the right. I think because there is the power and athleticism profile, you can draw a few comparisons and some similarities between Pete Armstrong and a guy like Trevor Condon. And, if he were to be even 80%, 70% of PCA, that would be an absolute slam dunk win looking forward into the future for this pick at 13. But one thing I wanted to say just overall about the strategy, I wanted to touch on that, guys. The only pick, if I'm not mistaken, aside from Ryan Mitchell last year, Farmhands, Aiden, Kareem, Max, Josh, correct me on this, wasn't it Alec Willis or somebody like in 2021 who was the last high school signee and draft and signee Cardinals had, and like Joshua Baez, that was 2021. So they've draft and signed 2 or 3 high school players in the past 5 cycles, or aside from this year. I think one thing that we can kind of look at is that the farm system the past couple of years, they were so risk averse from selecting high school players. The farm system was not in the best place, I would argue, for a couple of seasons. So they had to make sure, Mortimer and his staff, that they were, and Randy Flores in the past, they had to be absolutely certain that every selection that they took that was a valuable one towards the top had the best chance in their eyes to inject premium value and surplus value into the system. Now that I think that because they're no longer in the gulag in the 20s, they're now in the top 10-ish range, top third, if you will, I think very comfortably, they can afford to take more chances. And you saw that right here with a guy like Trevor Condon at 13. I'll be honest, I did not see the Cardinals taking a high school player. I know I was pro Jared Gridlinger. He didn't make it that far. Who knows if they would have actually selected Gridlinger over a guy like Trevor Condon, but they took a high school player regardless. So I do think, it's obviously just one selection, but if this is a indication of a potential changing in the guard, guys, I wouldn't be surprised, because now they can afford to take more chances on more projectable, toolsy guys. And I think a guy like Trevor Condon really fits that mold here. They still have 4 more selections today, or 5? 6 more selections today. Yeah. 5 more in the top 100. I'm going to be following here, and you guys are going to be covering that. So if they take a couple more shots at some prep bats here, I wouldn't be shocked.
I just wanted to mention real quick, MLB Network just interviewed Trevor Condon, and the kid's got an 80-grade smile, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'll have to go look at the interview. I haven't been listening to it, but I know Tyler and Aiden mentioned this already, but this is certainly a player that is going to make his teammates better. Someone that is a very uplifting guy, energizing player. And that smile, man, it's going to be fun to watch him and his development in the Cardinals organization.
Yeah, I think you just forecasted there, Adam, is something I think we'll continue to talk about as the day goes on. The Cardinals have done a great job of revamping the farm system over the last year, where depending who you talk to, there's a lot of people who had them. Baseball America was as high as number 2 on them for going into the season. I think most people would say they're probably like a top 10 system in baseball right now. And you're talking about adding 7 picks on day 1 into the system right now, potentially some high upside guys. You already got Trevor Condon out of high school, and who knows if they go with more high school prep, some prep bats, arms. Their next pick's 31, I believe, right? Or 32, maybe it's 36. 32. And so they've got another pick here coming soon. They've done a great job of revamping so far. And I know what I think to your point, taking a little more swings here with the state of the system and just in general, this philosophy shift, I think it's a welcome change in St. Louis right now. And even look at some of the guys that are having some of the most success at the big league level right now. Like JJ Weatherholt obviously was the star. And when you fell to 7, we all knew that was a great pick for them. But you took a Jordan Walker, right? In that 2020 draft, you took a shot on the guy, and look what he's becoming right now. You took a shot on a Mason Wynn. You took a shot, I shouldn't say Tink Hence, but Alec Burleson was a college bat there. Some of the guys that they've taken shots on with the higher upside have ended up panning out for them in a really helpful way. And so again, new player development group in there right now. It's Justin LeBron goes to the Reds. So that's I don't like to see that, if I'm being honest. But yeah, it's an interesting potential shift in philosophy. We'll see. We have 1 draft under our belt to see. They got a position player high schooler last year, which is, again, you said, this first time in quite some time. And then targeted some different kinds of arms with that too. But Tyler, I guess, where do you think the state of the system is right now? And what do you think about potentially the philosophy here of adding some guys that are not 2028, 2029 guys, but you're talking about 2030, 2031 talents potentially here?
When your system is this strong, right? Like, this allows you to do this, right? Like, if the Cardinals weren't in this same spot with the system, let's say they were a bottom 10 system instead of a top 10 system, then you're looking probably at more college guys that can get here quick, that can really boost your system instantly. But the fact that they have such a good pipeline of a lot of different sections of, infielders, outfielders, catchers. Even pitchers now, they're starting to really build a pipeline. Like, this allows you to take more risks and have these high school guys that, are even higher upside than even some of the college guys if they all pan out. So, like, the fact that they're in this spot allows them to take more risk, and that's what you're seeing, with a Trevor Condon at 13. It's just this appetite for more risk because they have the base already in place to be a good farm system.
Kareem, as we're starting to drift closer toward 32, I know we've got a little bit of some time here, but with how the board is playing out, who are some early names that you would start kind of, if you're telling some fans to bookmark some ideas here, who would put some potential, whether it's profiles or even specific names, you're like, okay, at 32 here, this is where the Cardinals could be going?
Yeah, I felt like the Cardinals would target high school players with at least one of the next couple of picks. So I don't think Trevor Condon being selected at 13 changes that. I still think they're going to be in on a lot of the high school players in that range. Depending on, we haven't seen a lot of college arms go, but someone like a Liam Peterson comes to mind, who I had mocked 13th. If he falls to 32, I think that's an exciting pick. Tegan Coons is another guy that intrigues me from the college pitcher demographic. Tennessee right-hand pitcher. Fastball is one of the more outlier pitches in the class when we're talking about vertical approach angle. Secondary stuff still coming along. He's got a gyro slider and curveball. But I think he's a guy that's only going to become a better pitcher when pro teams get this guy in their infrastructure. Commands the ball very, very well, too. I think it was a 4% walk rate this year for Tennessee. He's another guy that stands out to me. In the high school demographic, I had this guy mocked to the Cardinals 32nd, but Taj Marchand comes to mind as a guy that's twitched up. Bat speed numbers are really strong with him, makes a lot of contact as well. Swing decisions on the circuit last year were a little questionable, but he's a guy that I think has one of the more exciting offensive profiles out of the high school demographic. So, I mean, those are a few guys that stand out to me right now with the 32 overall pick.
Dang. Liam Peterson just went off the board to the Guardians. So what a pick for them.
It was always a pipe dream to think Peterson was going to make it all the way to 32, just based on kind of what he does with the ball and, how even though he performed not the best, like I always felt like he was a, late teens to early 20s guy at the latest. So I'm not surprised to see him go off at the 19 pick. And obviously the Gardens are a really smart pitching organization, so that there's not much surprise there.
Yeah. What do you guys think about, I don't know if you guys saw this. I'm totally blanking his name right now. I feel terrible. He does the podcast with Buster Only on ESPN. He kind of talked about a little bit recently that the Guardians have found a little bit of a strategy here with their 5 and dive kind of approach to the rotation. They've barely had significant pitching injuries as of late. They're getting a lot of production out of that rotation. They're relying on their bullpen heavily, and it's hard not to see, who else is trying to do that with their starters? St. Louis, who just came over from Cleveland as an assistant general manager, Rob Cerfolio. You see the types of picks these teams make and the types of arms they're taking. It seems pretty similar. I guess, I don't know. Do you guys think there's anything with that Cerfolio potentially influence coming from Cleveland? Obviously, you have Matt Pierpont coming from Seattle, Bloom's influence coming over from his days with Boston and Tampa Bay. But just as we look about pitching development, I guess, any of you want to jump in? Maybe Adam, you want to talk about this first, but just kind of the shifts we're seeing in terms of the kind of arms they're targeting and how they're handling their arms moving forward.
Yeah. So first, I kind of wanted to touch on the Liam Peterson. I know Kareem and I had this conversation throughout this cycle and more recently as well, where, he doesn't exactly fit the Cardinals mold of what they tend to really build on from a pitcher, right? We think about what the Cardinals have really targeted, at least last year in the draft. You can set a couple filters and you'll find a lot of the guys that they selected with flat approach angle fastballs, guys who can locate in the top third of the zone and optimize that approach angle, high velocity as well. Liam Peterson is a steeper approach guy, and Max has mentioned this as well, and other guys as too. Maybe that doesn't give the velocity to have to do a little bit of a heavier lifting there, but it doesn't mean that it's not a good stuff fastball, right? It can still grade out metrically pretty well. I do think at 13, anybody who you pick at 13 that's like usually your number 1 overall pick for your team, right? So you can afford to kind of shade away from that strategy, if you will, for your number one pick, because you're picking a monster no matter what at that spot. I think that's more of a strategy that's going to unfold throughout the rest of the day, tomorrow, with more of like your diamond in the roughs trying to pick right now at if they had selected Peterson at 13, but Cleveland got him at 19 or 20 here. That's their first pick, and they can afford to bank on the guy who they know is just going to be insane anyway. With a guy like Peterson, it's going to be somebody that he's going to, have to learn to throw more strikes, really hone in the rest of the arsenal. It's an insane pitch mix anyway, and if he can learn to throw strikes, this is somebody who has the chance to be the best pitcher in this draft, right? But overall, I think looking forward, Josh, and the rest of you guys, I think, at least in my prediction, looking at historical precedents from the last year, I think we can really expect to see flat approach guys who throw a ton of strikes, can command the ball in the top third of the zone. I'm going to be looking at my article and cross-referencing how many names I can actually get right here, just to see, and that'll give us reason to believe that they could potentially go and do the same thing next year. But I do think that strategy overall lends itself to the ability that they feel very comfortable in developing secondaries, even if a steeper approach will allow you to, it's easier for secondaries to play off a steeper approach. But I do think that they just would rather have the 55th or 55 or 60% of your arsenal just already taken care of, and have the secondaries rein in and have them coach into their players. Because if you don't have a good fastball, guys, it's a fastball driven league. Fastballs are king. I said that in the article. The fastball group overall accounts for anywhere from 55 to 60% of your total arsenal. So if you can really just have your guy coming in doing that already and having to coach 40 to 45% or the rest, it makes sense why they would prefer to have a majority of the weight lifted off of their shoulders. And I think that's what they continue to do here. It makes a ton of sense. I love the strategy. It would shock me, I think, at this point going forward, if they do take a steeper approach guy, unless it's somebody insane that does happen to fall.
Yeah. Tyler, I think there's a lot of angst right now about the state of the Cardinals pitching, but I think it is important to note that while we're not going to see a lot of those arms this year, 2027 and 2028, you might start seeing some of these arms pop out, whether it's a Liam Doyle, Tanner Franklin's, Sanchez. Like, there's a lot of interesting arms in the system right now. So as much as people want to, there's a lot of people who are probably angsty to see some more arms added to the system today, and I'm sure there will be at least a few in there. I think it is important to note that, hey, in the next calendar year, next 12 months, we may start seeing some of these arms emerge.
Yeah. I think people get too caught up when it comes to draft stuff of like immediate need. And I think you have to kind of understand that most of these guys are, 2 years, if not 3 years away. And the Cardinals have a good pitching pipeline coming up right now. So like, you don't immediately need to attack that issue. And also with this draft, like the difference between the pitcher you're going to get at 13 and the one you're going to get at 32 or 50 is not that much. Right. So I feel like, they can wait to get the pitcher they want that I think is going to be pretty similar to a pitcher they would have got at 13. So it's like, do you really need to go after that right this second? And with that 13th pick, probably not. So I understand the reason going position player. And I think you'll see them add a couple pitchers, throughout these next 5 or so picks.
Yeah. Kareem, sounds like one of your guys just went off the board to Boston here.
Yeah. Jake Schaffner just went to the Red Sox. Did not expect him to go this early. He was actually someone that I considered mocking 50th overall to the Cardinals. Surprised by this, but he's one of the guys in this class that I'm way higher on than consensus. Bat to ball ability is there. Hard hit rate, 48%. He's doing a good job consistently getting 95 plus. Raw juice is a question mark. We're talking about a 102.7 90th percentile exit velocity with a Schaffner, but the field to hit is just so impressive with this guy. And I think defensively he profiles to stick at short, and he's been one of the better defensive shortstops in college baseball. So I think the Red Sox got a heck of a player, even though I did expect him to go a little bit later. I think he's one of the players in this class I'm definitely higher on than most.
I see some Ben Blair talk in the chat too.
Yeah, Max, if you want to go for it.
Yeah, Adam was talking about fastballs and how they're so important for Arsenals. And I think a really good example of that is Ben Blair, or Benjamin Blair. He's extremely athletic. He runs it up to 98, but he also has a 4'9" release height, and he gets up to 7 feet of extension. And the most impressive part for me is just how flat his fastball is. He gets a 3.8 VAA top of zone, and that is just extremely impressive. Like, he does have a little bit of a crossfire action, but I think it just helps him be more like hard to hit. He also has a sweeper that he can run up to 83 with like -15 horizontal break. That's extremely impressive. And I think when you're looking at 32, you're looking for like college arms as well. And just his all of his shapes. He also has a changeup that he's been throwing. He doesn't really kill spin the best with it, but I think just having that fastball as a foundation for his arsenal, an extremely outlier fastball at that. So I just think him could be a fun guy to add.
Yeah, and Ben Blair's a guy that I'm pretty sure all of us have had mocked to the Cardinals at some point. Personal favorite of everyone at Cardinals prospects. And as Max just mentioned, it's an outlier fastball from a low, 4.8 foot vertical release height. And there is a sweeper in there that I think has promise, but the biggest thing with him is just that fastball commands the zone well. And, at pick 32, I think he's a name to consider as well.
Do you guys think, I mean, I personally wouldn't think that going high school prep shortstop here or outfielder here influences the type of like necessarily the position they target here, but do you feel like that's the range where they might try their first arm here? Do you think there's still a decent chance they would take another bat here at 32?
I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of college pitchers that are still left that would, entice me at that 32nd overall slot. I still do think that the Cardinals are going to go hitter heavy on day one. But at the same time, if someone that they're very high on falls to them at pick 32, which as it stands right now, it does seem like there are going to be some interesting names from that college pitcher demographic that are available at 32. It would not shock me at all to see the Cardinals target one of those names.
Aiden, what you thinking, man?
I mean, we're kind of on pitchers right now. I don't know if anybody said this name, but there's a shot Hunter Dietz falls down to 32. I think that's a guy that I really like. I know we're looking for quality fastballs. I know the shape isn't the greatest, but he's got an outlier release height, 2 quality breaking balls. I think he's shown a plus changeup at times, and the Cardinals have been good at developing and refining changeups. So I think they could really do something like that. I know Max and I have talked about this. I think he could be a guy who could maybe add a sinker. If he could add a good quality sinker, you're looking at a guy who is getting good movement from a high release height, and that's a pitch that's going to be really hard to get in the air. You're probably going to get a lot of ground balls with that if you could really add a sinker. So maybe you add a big, tall lefty to your rotation. I mean, the Cardinals have not had a big lefty who throws gas in a long time. So that's somebody that really intrigues me. I'm not sure he's going to fall to 32, but if he does, I think he should be in play.
Is Fluky still on the board? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. Max, if you wanted to jump in and talk about Dietz, I know he's your guy.
Dude, Dietz has been I love Dietz. I think people often just don't realize this is Dietz's first year of actually playing in college. He's a junior, but for the past 2 years, he was struggling with injury. There was a time when he was down to like 85 after an injury, and then he just found it again. He had like the yips and he just didn't trust it. And then he came into this year just throwing 96. I think the development path with him for like how he succeeded is something to note, is that like he had a setback, but he was just able to overcome it. And that's something I love looking for in guys, is when they deal with adversity and they continue to perform. Because he also played in the SEC. He had a 3.3 ERA with the SEC leader in strikeouts as a guy who hadn't played competitive in 2 years. And for the changeup, Aiden, he didn't need to throw a changeup this year. He was able to just dominate with just 3 pitches: the fastball, the slider, and the curveball. They're all three really good pitches, in my opinion. And I think that if you just can add that changeup, add that sinker you're talking about, and you're looking at just a dog on the mound, someone who's out there to compete, someone who's dealt with adversity. And I think that guys who deal with adversity early on have better success later, just because they know that it's not always going to be perfect for them. And I think that he could just be a great arm to grab at 32, although he might not fall, but I think he's just another guy to look at.
I think Hunter Dietz, Max, you nailed it there. I think Hunter Dietz is a very, very good pitcher. You given the fastball that he sits 95 from the left side, that's already plus velocity as a left-handed starter. Like the average major league left-handed starter sits 92, 93. So the fact that he's doing 95 right now in college, and you nailed it, Max, where he was injured, right? The first couple of years of college, and he absolutely went out there and accrued a very high innings count in his junior year at Arkansas. So I think for a guy to be able to do that it tells a lot about his durability going forward and the way he can bounce back from injury. I would love to see what he does next year. Maybe he pitches a handful of innings for any team that drafts him this fall, but we're really going to see what he's made of and if he's battle tested next year. I don't think he fits the Cardinals mold quite so much, just simply because, especially at 32, he's more of a steeper approach guy, right? It's, like a 6'8" vertical release, and it's like 5.8 VAA. So I think maybe he may not fit exactly the mold. Who knows if they actually stick to this mold that I mentioned earlier? It could be a completely different strategy altogether. But this is a monster fastball in every sense of the word. And I do think the secondaries will play off of it too. You're thinking about a guy who has an 86-mile-an-hour gyro right now in college. That's a playable gyro right now in the big leagues if he can locate it for strikes. The curveball as well will sit 80. Those are two power breakers. And then he's got that changeup that's got 11 miles an hour of velocity offset off the heater. I think this is he already has a good fastball, two breakers, and the off speed, a starter's bag for someone like him. I think if there's anybody who I would want to break character for, it would be someone like Hunter Dietz. I think it's a very, very solid profile overall. And I think you only have more to grow into the more innings he throws and the more that he backs up what he did last year, because he didn't have the track record to really do it his freshman and sophomore years at Fayetteville. So the more that he gets innings, I think the more he's going to be one of those high risers you see picked in the early middle-ish rounds. He's going to be a top 50 pick in my opinion. But if he becomes a top 100 prospect in the next 8 to 12 months, I wouldn't be shocked.
So Cameron Flukie just went off the board here to the Detroit Tigers. If you were watching at home for a potential fall there, I don't necessarily think he was going to get to 32, but you never know. I'm curious. I guess we still have 8 or 9, 10 picks between the Cardinals and where we're at right now. I think it's maybe fair to do a little bit of just some other system talk here too, as people are kind of tuning in. But real quick, I do want to do another recap of Trevor Condon for anyone who maybe jumped in. Hey, last time the Cardinals picked an outfielder out of high school from Georgia, worked out pretty well. The guy's going to the All-Star game right now, so might want to take notes there. Yeah, I guess. Aiden, maybe do you want to do a quick kind of recap of kind of where you think the state of the system is right now, and maybe even just some guys. I mean, we're hitting the midway point of the year. Some guys who maybe been some risers and some guys who've been performing well. And if you want to touch on maybe some areas of the system right now, it's hopefully we see a better second half.
Yeah, obviously the farm system's in a really good place right now. It's in the best spot it's been in 5, 6, maybe more years than that. I mean, you're looking at a team who's really added a lot of pitching in the draft, even in trades this past season. Somebody who's really sticking out to me right now is Tanner Franklin. I think he's shown the capabilities to be a starter long term. He's kind of slowed down recently, even though he just had a really, really nice start. When was that, Tyler? Was that yesterday? 2 days ago?
Last
night.
I mean, it was really good to see that. But I mean, you're just looking at pitching depth in this farm system with legit stuff. I feel like that's something the Cardinals really haven't had inside the farm system. They've had guys who can kind of control the ball, throw it wherever they want, and the stuff's all right. But the Cardinals have really switched that, and they've got some guys with some good stuff. Liam Doyle, Tanner Franklin, Gerangelo Sainja. Brandon Clark just came back today. That's really exciting. So he went, I think, 1 2/3 innings with 2 Ks. Just really happy with how the pitching has looked up to this point. And then offensively, you've had an explosion, right? Ty Pete has been amazing since coming over in the Brendan Donovan trade. Ryanel Rodriguez is just doing Ryanel Rodriguez things. Juan Bin Cho has really had a power surge. I mean, he's just been unbelievable this year, having 17 home runs right now. Jesus Baez has been on a tear. Joshua Baez has been on a tear. I really recommend you go check out one of Tyler's articles about how the farm system has really exploded offensively. And he does a great job breaking it down. He put it in graphs. He took a lot of time, a lot of effort into that article. So I highly recommend you go read that. But the farm system's it's awesome right now. I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, Tyler, do you maybe want to talk to that a little bit? Because I feel like last year we started to see like some under the radar, or at least names that people didn't necessarily know about, like Bryson Motts, or oh my gosh, I'm blanking on a couple lefties here that had some really good years last year. What was that?
Pete Hansen.
Yeah, Pete Hansen was not. Ishan was one. Like I feel like the pitching started to take some steps forward, and it feels like this year across the system you're seeing some bats, whether it's Trey Richardson or Juan Ben Cho or guys like that who are kind of popping off.
I mean, you're seeing this home run surge. Really, you're seeing power come across the system. I mean, me and you, Josh, were talking about this the other day a little bit over text message. But like the fact that BA listed the Cardinals' strength as power now, like power-driven profiles, is kind of crazy, right? They've always been kind of known more as the contact type throughout their farm system. But I mean, you got Joshua Baez, you got Jesus Baez, the two Baez Bash Bros. Like they're hitting balls, 400 plus feet. It seems like every night, right? Juan Bin Cho right now is just on a crazy streak. But like you kind of see the stats, and right, like the home run to fly ball percentages went from like 6% to like 18% year over year. Last time I checked, or when I read that article. So you're just seeing this crazy power surge across the system, and some of that's because all the minor leagues are up in terms of runs scored per game and power, but like part of that's just the Cardinals have been able to get guys like Trey Richardson, like Sammy Hernandez, like other guys like that to more power, and that's allowed them to kind of more maximize their offensive profiles where we didn't believe before.
One thing I kind of wanted to go back on, you guys were talking about the pitching, right? The power pitching. And specifically, I wanted to mention Liam Doyle and Tanner Franklin, where, look, it's been a rougher season results-wise for both of them. I mean, like Tanner Franklin was lights out. We know what he's capable of towards the beginning of the year, and especially last night. He had a bit of a hiccup for the past, 4 to 5, 6 starts before that. But look, I did a little bit of a deep dive into both of these guys. Tanner Franklin threw his heater 57, 58% of the time at Tennessee last year, and that led to like a 6% walk rate. Liam Doyle threw his heaters 63% of the time at Tennessee last year. That's not going to fly at the big league level, at least for a starter's capacity. It may do, it's good enough for a reliever, but like the Miz throws like 62%, and that is the most overpowering fastball of all time. So when we think about a guy like Liam Doyle and Tanner Franklin, the Cardinals have invested almost $10 million into the two of them combined. They're doing everything they can to curtail that fastball usage. Liam's down to like 52%, which I think is an exaggeration for now, because they want to make a point for him to throw the splitter and the slider a little bit more to make sure, in the cutter now that he's throwing, to make sure that he really has every opportunity to throw and struggle at AA with those secondaries. I don't think it's really going to be at a 52% long term for a guy like Liam Doyle. I think it's going to settle in the mid to high 50s, and then you have everything follow suit from there, especially a guy like Tanner Franklin as well. I'm shocked because I thought the fastball usage was great, and the secondaries are fantastic. He's added that sweeper. I know Aiden was talking about that earlier in the spring. And that sweeper has really been huge for him this year. The power curve and the really good changeup. I think he obviously has a starter's bag, and that's why they're extending him. But I would say fear not with these guys. I think the Cardinals should be very proud of where these guys are at. There's going to be a ton of growing pains with them, right? Especially with your Tennessee products. But we're going to get to a point where Liam's going to be relying on the fastball a little bit more, but you would want him to struggle with those secondaries right now. That's what the minor leagues are for. For a guy like Gerangelo, the run he's allowed he's allowed his fair share of runs over the past stretch, but I would implore you guys to take a look at his walk rate ever since the 19th of June. It's actually been a lot better. And I believe his walk rate as a right-handed pitcher after last night is down to about a shade over 10%. I think it's 10.2. So even if it was a rougher start this year, these guys are premium prospects for a reason. And it's a long season, 162 games in the major leagues, 130 some odd in the minors, depending on which level you're at. I think these guys are going to be very, very good major leaguers. I still buy into the Tanner Franklin starter experiment. I think we all do. Liam Doyle is going to be a stud. Durangelo, I think, is going to be a very good rotation caliber pitcher. We're seeing great things from a lot of guys up and down the minor leagues, both on the hitting and pitching side. I think we have a lot to be proud of and a lot to be happy about with what this player development staff and the front office overall has done this year and ever since last winter, to be honest.
So now that Cade Townsend's a Chicago Cub, we all had him as an unranked prospect, right? Like a total reach, should not even be closer first, right? Nah, I'm just kidding. Kareem, Townsend, I know just a guy that we just talked about. Potentially the Cardinals can maybe try to sneak with the 32nd pick there, but it seems like a good get for the Cubs.
Yeah, I think he's, out of the whole class, I think he's probably the most surefire starting pitcher, especially out of that, that demographic. 95.5 on the fastball, cutter, sweepy slider, curveball. And there's a changeup that he didn't really throw all that much that I think has more viability in pro ball, I'd imagine, once he gets into pro development. But yeah, he's a guy that throws strikes, has a deep mix, and certainly, the velocity on his fastball, 95.5, that's no slouch either. So I think the Cubs got a pretty solid pitcher at that pick. And he was certainly one of the names that I was hoping somehow fell to 32, but yeah, there's still plenty of players that are interesting that I could see falling to 32.
Yeah, we're about to know Seattle's pick here, and I'm sure they're probably going to take another arm that's going to turn into an ace and give them 9 freaking starting pitchers to go to all the time. So we'll see. Oh no, they took Ace Reese. Okay.
Technically an ace. Yes, that is correct.
That's true. I did.
Technically, that was correct what you said.
And maybe Ace Reese will end up in the rotation. Maybe that's their next thing. Any thoughts on Ace Reese, guys? I feel like he's a name that there's been a lot of, at least in the Cardinal circles, people hoping for, just because, especially when you have that third base hole, everyone's going to look at who's the top third baseman. But Ace Reese falls to the Seattle here at 24.
I think the biggest thing for him is he going to provide any value for you outside of the bat? There's a lot to like with his bat. Hit a ton of home runs this year at Mississippi State. I know the contact rates are kind of iffy, whiffs in zone a lot, but still all around a great hitter, has a ton of power. But you have to wonder, is there enough value in his bat that will overmatch the value his defense and his base running won't provide you? I think that's why he's ended up going, what pick was that, 24? I think if there was some kind of value fielding wise or base running, he probably could have gone in that 10 to 20 range, but I think this is the correct spot for him, since I think the value is very skewed one way, and it's not great value on the other end.
Yeah. So again, I know many of you are probably joining in as we've kind of gone through here. And again, we want to thank 314 Sports Cards Collectibles as well as FanDuel for sponsoring the podcast. And we also have a giveaway going on over on Twitter right now. If you want to be entered in for a Bowman first rookie of both Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina, 2 separate cards, you can go like and retweet the tweet over on Twitter. And if you comment proof of subscription, subscribe to the channel, helps out a ton. If you comment proof of subscription, you can get enter an additional entry. And also, if you want to be a part of our private Discord that's always talking Cardinal baseball all the time, you can join our membership program. Once you subscribe, just click the join button or go to the description. You can click join as well. There's 3 different tiers, but allows you access to talk to us all the time. I know we're active on Twitter and all that, but our Discord is super fun. Many of our members are already in the chat today talking as well. So Kareem, maybe you want to do a quick recap of the Trevor Condon pick for anyone who's joining in, kind of what that looks like. And then maybe we go around the horn, Kareem, Max, Aiden, Tyler, and then Adam, to talk about, hey, what are some options at 32 that you're eyeing for the Cardinals? But so yeah, Kareem, give us a little bit of the Trevor Condon take again? What should Cardinal fans expect from that selection? And then maybe some names you're eyeing here for 32.
Yeah, Condon's one of the more dynamic athletes in this class. Sprint speed data, fantastic. Made a lot of bat to ball in the showcase circuit last year. And there's plenty of bat speed to dream on as well, even though the batted ball profile isn't yet at a level where he's going to consistently show that power in game. But I know we talked about Pete Crow Armstrong earlier. Pete Crow was not necessarily known for his power as a high school prep player. You know, it was really the bat to ball and the defense. With a Condon, it would not shock me at all if he settles into some juice in his game, especially considering, you know, the bat speed that he's shown already. And yeah, with the defense that he's going to provide in center, the kind of athleticism that he has, I think he's going to have a lot of different ways to accrue WAR. And even though this is a high school player, maybe a little bit more volatile, as we've talked about throughout the stream, I think the Cardinals can afford to take chances on more of these riskier profiles, considering the state of the farm system. So I thought they nailed the pick, and really excited to see Trevor Condon in the Cardinals organization and see his development, you know, as he grows, continues to improve, you know, the power. As I mentioned, I do think that there's more power in his game than he's shown so far. But with an 18-year-old high school player, it's tough to, you know, say what his profile ultimately is going to be. But I love that they're banking on a kid that's got the kind of athleticism that he has.
Yeah, Kareem. So what are some names as we're approaching 32 that you're looking at here for St. Louis potentially be looking at?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about him earlier, but Ben Blair is someone that we've mocked to the Cardinals at 32, lower release guy, fastball, has that approach angle that works well at the top of the zone, good cutter and sweeper to pair with it. He's a name that stands out to me, still available. Mason Edwards is not a guy that I'm crazy high on, but I know he's someone that a lot of people projected to go already, and to see his name not picked yet is a little surprising to me. I thought he had a lot of helium in the draft, but low 90s fastball, good curveball. I wonder if that's a player that the Cardinals are eyeing at that 32 overall spot, even if that's not someone that I personally would consider. And then going back to the high schoolers, I think a guy like Taj Marchand, mentioned him already. I think he's a name that I think the Cardinals would be interested in. Tegan Coons, still haven't heard his name called. Similar story to Ben Blair. Fastball that's got a really flat approach angle at the top of the zone. Secondaries are a work in progress. And then another college pitcher, I'll mention Logan Redeman. He's a guy that had some injury concerns with his arm this year, but I think he had a lot of helium before the injury that unfortunately ended his season. He did pitch in the MLB Draft Combine, but he's a name that had a fantastic year. I think it's a lot of college pitchers that are, you know, eyeing me at this point.
I know you talked about Edwards, and I think a big part of Edwards' game is just how every single pitch he throws is from a 6-7 slot, and all of the pitches look the exact same coming out of the hand. He has a downer changeup, downer curveball, and all of the pitches that he throw are just the exact same. And I think that really helped him play up to getting that extreme strikeout rate. Is that when you're left-handed with a plus changeup, it sort of just dominates like college hitting. He also was in the Big Ten, and I know we talk about like the levels of play. So he did like a lot of talk about USC schedule wasn't as strong. So I think just him playing that well at that level is pretty impressive, but it's also Big Ten play. And then for guys we could see at 32, I think out of TCU, Chase Brunson. I know that Sawyer Strauss-Snyder has got a lot of helium in this draft, but something that scares me about Strauss-Snyder is that he has not really played well against lefties. He's a righty masher, and he's struggled against lefties. he had like something like a 60% whiff rate against sliders, the left-handed sliders, 30% whiff rate on fastball. So I just think that Chase Brunson's a more well-rounded hitter, and he could be a name in play at 32.
So looks like there's a couple, or I mean, the Brewers made a pick here, so I think that's always notable. But then it looks like one of Kareem's guys went off the board to Atlanta here. So Kareem, you want to talk us more about Beck?
Yeah, another surprise here. But at the same time, Carter Beck, he's a guy that actually had mocked to the Cardinals with one of their competitive balance round B picks. So it's a little surprising that he went this early, but it's easy to see why a team would be so high on him, considering what the data looks like. I mentioned it in my article, but there were only 2 college hitters this year that ranked in the 94th percentile or better in average exit velocity, 90th percentile exit velocity, and end zone contact rate. And the 2 names are Caden Ferraro, who's one of the best bats in the class. We'll hear his name called at some point today. And then Carter Beck. So Beck's a guy, model darling, and offensively checks off a lot of boxes. The contact rates, the EVs are there. I think he's gotten up to 115. And defensively, he plays a really good center field as well. The biggest question with him is the level of competition playing at Indiana State. But for a team to pick him this early, I'm sure the Braves are bullish on his ability to translate that production against higher level competition. So yeah, Beck's a guy that really excites me. I think he does a lot of things well, and excited about the. It's cool to see the Braves go after a player like this, who I think MLB Pipeline had like 200 or something. It's always fun to see guys like that who go way higher than they're projected to go. And Beck's a guy, model darling, so it's easy to see why.
That's an MVC guy right there. I mean, Max and I have watched Carter Beck in person. Belmont's in the Missouri Valley Conference. Illinois State's in the Missouri Valley Conference. He was just an unbelievable player. I mean, every part of his game is just so special. He's a great fielder who gets great jumps, great routes. He robbed a home run against Illinois State. Sorry to say that, Max, but he was unbelievable. It was a great catch. Good speed. I think the bat's going to play a lot. I know the pull side power isn't insane, but he's got multiple opposite field home runs. He's got power to all parts of the ballpark. Just a really cool pick by the Atlanta Braves there. I personally had him number 28 on my top 50 MLB draft prospects. So I'm like shocked, but I'm not shocked. Like, cause I personally would have picked him around 32. If he fell to 32, I would have picked him there. Maybe not. It's one of those 50-50 things, because like you just took Trevor Condon, who's going to be in center field, right? But Carter Beck also has a ton of upside. So just really glad to see the Missouri Valley Conference represented with Carson Beck, or Carter Beck. Sorry, Carson Beck. I did that on my top 50 prospects list. I wrote Carson Beck on there, and I'm like, why did I do that?
That's so awesome. Are there any names now that he is off the board, though, that you're looking at 32?
Oh man, Kareem, is it crazy to say they should take Tyson LeBlanc at 32?
I mean, the fact that, honestly, like the fact that Carter Beck is going this early, teams are catching on to these, model darling players. So, I mean, it wouldn't shock me at all if he's picked before that 50th overall slot. So if the Cardinals are that high on him and they don't want to take any chances of him falling to 50, then I think you pull the trigger.
I do too. I think Tyson LeBlanc's a very interesting prospect. Really good swing decisions, really good whiff rates, has a ton of power. I think he hit, 25 home runs this year, Kareem? Somewhere around there.
Yep, 25.
Excellent pull side fly balls. My only question is I don't think he sticks it short. I think it's very possible that he has to move positions. But I mean, that's probably somebody I would take at 32. But again, I'll go on the pitching side. Hunter Dietz and Tegan Kuhns are probably my 2 guys right now if they do decide to go pitching. But I'll let somebody else speak.
Yeah, Aiden, you stole my thunder with Tegan Kuhns. I said here in our chat that I'm scared to mention him, but if we get jinxed here, then I'll just blame you for it. It's okay. This is like we've talked about this with Kareem too, or I have at least, where the fastball is nutty, right? And he throws it for strikes, and the walk rate in general is very good. He got teed off a bit at Tennessee. The home run rate isn't great. But we're talking about like a handful of batted ball events. That's what home runs are that don't go your way, unfortunately. With a guy like Tegan Kuhns, the fastball is insane. He fits that VAA strike throwing threshold that I had put, but his secondaries definitely are a bit of a work in progress, and I'm not sure that's definitely lowered his draft stock a little bit throughout the course of the spring and summer. I still think he's in play with one of these picks. I would not be shocked if the Cardinals pick him at 32, considering he fits their mold. But one guy that I really like, guys, that hadn't been mentioned is Rocco Maniscalco. This is the youngest player in the draft. And I was reading this too, and I want to credit Joe Doyle for saying this and other writers, and I agree with this, is that he reclassified, and the same with Jared Gridlinger. These guys reclassified at such a intriguing time, to say the least, because they did so after this 2025 showcase performances, right after the circuit. So given the fact that you have a guy whose data was against the younger guys, and even with Gridlinger, like still the percentiles are insane, but a guy like Maniscalco, who you can dream about with that frame, who will stick at shortstop, he's like Tyler Aiden, you guys mentioned and covered the combine. What was it, like 108? He popped a couple 108s off the bat. For him to do that, even with metal this young, or maybe it's with wood, I wouldn't know for sure, is very, very nice to see. I know the swing decisions, the contact abilities are a absolute work in progress, but any 17-year-old that you pick is going to have a lot of holes in his game unless his name is like Bryce Harper or like Ken Griffey Jr. And these are once in a generation prospects. Maniscalco is obviously not one of them, but the idea is you take that clay mold of a shortstop at at 17, and the idea is that you can get him to better swing decisions or better bat to ball ability overall. I do think that he's going to be a very good pitcher going forward.
Tyler, give us some of your thoughts on Wiggins here, and then what are some guys you're looking at for 32?
Carson Wiggins that's a huge risk by the Mets that took him, because that guy's like barely thrown in college, like at all. There's been command issues when he's thrown, but like the stuff's just sick. Like it's some of the best stuff in the entire draft. So this is definitely a stuff bet by the Mets. Like if this guy can hold up, he's going to be an absolute monster for us. But we don't know. He hasn't shown any ability to hold up or any ability to command the ball yet. So I mean that's a reach in my opinion. There isn't enough there for me to be comfortable taking him in that spot, even if he was on the board. In terms of who I want for this next pick, I think like a Taylor Rabe is another interesting arm that could be in the Cardinals play. Really good command pitcher. He's still growing into his frame and kind of what he can be as a pitcher. There's still a lot of rawness to him, even as a college guy. So I think he's really interesting. Cole Prosek is another name that I'm going to mention. He's a high school third baseman catcher out of Mississippi. He's probably the best high school hitter outside of Grady Emerson in this draft class. Just really good swing. Just makes a ton of contact. He won Perfect Game MVP at the Perfect Game All-American Classic at Petco Park last year, which had a bunch of the top names in this draft class in it. He won a couple other awards throughout the year. He was like a runner-up for Gatorade Player of the Year. Like he's just a really good performer at every level he's performed at so far throughout his high school and prep career.
All right, we are inching closer here. We just got two more picks until the Cardinals are on the clock with the Kansas City Royals and Arizona Diamondbacks. So thanks for joining in if you're tuning in now. Again, if you're watching the stream, you're not subscribed already, we'd love if you subscribe. We deal in the cards on the channel multiple times a week. Got Birds on the Farm. We got awesome draft and prospect content from our team here. And we just really appreciate the support. Also, we've got a giveaway going on. So if you go over to our Twitter, you'll see we're giving away Bowman's first rookie of both Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina. You can enter into that by liking and retweeting that tweet. But you can also get an additional subscription by subscribing to the channel and plugging that subscription. And again, also we do have a membership program too, where we talk Cardinal baseball all the time. So if you want to join that, just click join on the channel. There's 3 different tiers. You can join our private Discord through that as well. So any other picks that have been recently made, guys, that are intriguing to you, or any other prospects you kind of want to highlight here before the Cardinals do jump on the clock here?
Max, if you wanted to jump in, talk about Raydell.
Yeah, I did a post back on Raydell back early in, it was a few months ago, but Raydell, he's got great extension. I think it's like 95 average. He's got a really good mix, but what he struggled with was just generating whiff. And he was like an innings eater. Like he was on the mound, he was going deep into starts. So he is good in that aspect. But where I struggle with Riddell is just seeing how this stuff will translate. And I'm interested to see what the Astros will do to him because like he has a good repertoire. He has a lot of tools to work with, but it's just like, will it translate?
I feel like this could be an opportunity to just go around the table here. Who do we want the Cardinals to pick at 32, and who do you think they'll ultimately pick? And starting with me, I think they'll stay with the prepsters. I think one of the two high school shortstops, Luke Williams or Taj Marchand. I think those are two names that I think the Cardinals are going to consider with that 32 slot. But if not, I think the college pitchers that are still available, Tegan Kuhns, Ben Blair, both of those guys fit the demographics that the Cardinals have targeted, as Adam's been talking about on the stream. Flatter approach angle fastballs. I think they'd be great fits. So yeah, honestly, as it stands right now, I think I'd go Tegan Kuhns at 32 as long as he makes it there. But I think the Cardinals ultimately will stick with the prep. I think they'll go again. I think they'll pick another prepster with that 32 overall slot.
Tyler, where you've got who do you want them to pick? Who do you think they'll pick?
I want them to pick Cole Prosek. I think they're going to end up going Tegan Kuhns here. That's my prediction. I think Tegan Kuhns is the most likely pick.
Aiden, what you think, man?
Oh man, I want Rocco Maniscalco, but I think they're going to take Hunter Dietz.
Okay, Max, what are you thinking?
I want Hunter Dietz, but I think what Kareem said, I think it's either going to be Rocco or they're going to go with Kuhns.
Okay. Now, Adam, what you thinking?
Yeah, I like Maniscalco, like Aiden, but I think ultimately because they went high school player first, I wouldn't be shocked if I'm going to refrain from saying pitcher or hitter, but I do think it's going to be a more seasoned, more polished college player. I do think the strategy overall, because they are weaker at positions 3 through 9 at the top of the organization, I do think it would behoove them to continue selecting more of these guys. They addressed it with Condon already, but I wouldn't be shocked if it ends up being a college bat here. I guess I will go with it. But if they want to, I think that should be the play for the first few picks. But if they wanted to go pitcher here, I wouldn't be shocked either.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of people joining in for the second pick right now too. So, Tyler, do you want to give a little bit of a break? Or I guess Aiden, he was your guy for this draft, right? Tyler Condon or Trevor. I said Tyler. Wow. Charlie, Tyler, Trevor, Josh, who knows? Condon. Aiden, you want to talk a little bit about Trevor Condon before the Cardinals make their second pick of the draft?
Yeah, he's a prep high schooler out of Etowah High School, outfielder who plays above average defense, has plus speed, has a good arm for center field. And then you're looking at a guy who makes solid contact, has good bat speed. I think there's some juice in the bat that hasn't been discovered yet. Now, I don't think it's going to be 20 plus home runs, but I think he's a guy who can get double digits. And then, I mean, you're just looking at a guy who plays with a ton of passion, a guy who cares about baseball, a guy who cares about his teammates, a guy who cares about his coaches, his leadership. Just a great guy to have around in the clubhouse, a great guy to have in the dugout, and just an all-around good player who's got the capabilities to be a 3 to 4 tool ball player.
Just a reminder to the chat, do not spoil the next pick. Kareem will announce it on stream, and then we'll know we're free to talk about it. So Blake Bryant just went to the Arizona Diamondbacks, so the St. Louis Cardinals are officially on the clock, which will be interesting to see. I guess I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to tease this for people that it will be coming soon. I'm going to preemptively get you guys to start thinking about who you think it could be, but I'll be curious where you guys think Charlie, I almost call him Charlie Condon again, Trevor and Condon, whoever goes 32 here, would slot in your guys' top 30 prospects for the Cardinals here. I think that would give people a little bit of a frame of reference between how strong of a selection that was and where it helps boost up the Cardinals farm system here. And I'll be curious at the end of today, like how many guys get booted off your top 30 because of different guys that have been landed in the draft. So Cardinals selection will be here in just a moment. I'm excited to see where they go with that. So you guys, it feels like we're thinking a lot of arms here, right? It feels like an arm spot.
Yeah, it's naturally going to feel like an arm spot because we went, hitter first. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if the Cardinals stack hitters like we've been kind of rumored the whole time.
So just a reminder, if you're tuning in as well, the Cardinals have a league high 7 picks on day 1. Next pick right now, they're on the clock for pick 32. And then beyond this, they also have the 50th pick, which is the second round pick. They have the 68th and 72nd picks from the Brendan Donovan trade. 68 from Seattle, 72 is from Tampa Bay. They also have 86, which is a third round pick, and 114, which is a fourth round pick. Before last year, the last 2 drafts, they had lacked a second round pick. And so they only had one pick within one pick in the top like 70 something picks each of those years. So that was a change from last year. And then they got their own comp pick this year, plus acquiring 2 others. And so this is a huge opportunity throughout this draft. I know we're excited. Obviously, the first name you always pick is always going to be the name that draws the most attention. And another borderline first round pick for the Cardinals is going to be a really interesting spot. But as we saw last year with Cade Townsend, Tanner Franklin, Jack Gurovich, like there's an opportunity to add interesting names to your system as the draft goes on. And so, yeah, we're excited to see what the Cardinals do as a whole here. So sounds like the pick is in. So we should get that here in a moment. Kareem, do you want to go ahead and let us know?
Yep. The Cardinals selected right-hand pitcher Tegan Kuhns. So they're going with another Tennessee pitcher. Last year, They drafted 2 with Liam Doyle and Tanner Franklin, and they're now going with another Data Darling pitcher with an outlier fastball and a Tegan Kuhns. I love this pick. I think Tegan Kuhns is the third best pitcher. I think I have number 1, Jackson Flora, number 2, Liam Peterson, Tegan Kuhns, number 3. I think this is great value. I thought he was a first-round player. And I'm ecstatic. I think this is an awesome pick, and I probably would have made this pick if I was there in that draft room. It's exciting to get a name like this. Fastball's an outlier pitch, as I said, but he commands the zone exceptionally well. We're talking about a walk rate that was only around 4%. So, yeah, really excited about this Tegan Kuhns pick, and I think the Cardinals are having a hell of a draft so far. I love the direction they're going with these 2 picks to start it.
Max, you said you wanted this pick, right? So tell us more about what intrigues you about Tegan Kuhns.
I mean, when you talk about fastballs, one of the top fastballs in college baseball is Kuhns. He comes out of a 5'4" slot. He's got 20 inches of vertical carry. He's 95. It's just one of the best fastballs to build off a profile. When you look at the secondaries, there is a little development on that side. Like it was the same thing with Doyle coming out of last year's draft. Like the fastball was overpowering, but when you get to the secondaries, breaking balls, off speeds, that's where the work comes in. But I think building off Kuhns' foundation of his fastball is a great starting point.
Yeah, just for context for people who are tuning in, Tegan Kuhns by Baseball America was the 22nd ranked prospect in the class, while MLB Pipeline had him at 25. Tyler, what are your early thoughts on that pick?
It's a really solid pick, right? Like this is a very Liam Doyle-esque pick. Like they're gonna have to figure out the breaking balls. Obviously, that's the main thing with him. But the fastball gives him a really good base to be a really solid, pitcher that's going to have a lot of high upside. And, maybe similar to a Liam Doyle, they might start him out at, a Peoria or a Springfield versus, starting him in Palm Beach because that fastball is so advanced. And the thing that he has over Liam Doyle is there's better command here. There's only like a 4.5% walk rate this year. Like he commanded the ball really well, even with he's got long legs and long limbs. So it kind of looks like he would not have good command, but like he kept the command all year. So like he's a really good player. There's enough spin capacity as Kareem mentioned that like he could get to more breaking balls. It's not like this guy who totally doesn't have a feel for spin. So it'll be interesting to see what the Cardinals do in developing with him. And I think Liam Doyle definitely gives them kind of a template of how they can develop Tegan Kuhns.
Aiden, you got any thoughts on Coons, man?
I mean, we're just the St. Louis Vols, right? I mean, we're taking every pitcher from the University of Tennessee at this point. Like, are we just going to take Bo Rudy in like the 8th round? You know, like we might as well. No, this is a great pick. I mean, it was either going to be a guy like Dietz or a guy like Tegan Coons, and the Cardinals have done a great job with developing pitchers recently, and I think this is a guy that they obviously have a plan for. They think they could make him a great pitcher, and I think he has the capabilities to be that great pitcher. So, really, really nice job so far by this drafting team, and I'm really excited to see what this kid can do for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, personally, it's hard not to feel like they're nailing it so far. You get a high upside prep outfielder, the first pick here. You get a really exciting, intriguing young arm here at 32, and we still have 5 more selections today to talk about. So this is gonna be really fun. Adam, I'm curious. Just say, you talked about Tanner Franklin and Liam Doyle earlier too. Both obviously came from Tennessee, but early returns on their development so far. Obviously, it's like if you look at the box score, and you look at the ERA and such, it's not going to be the most exciting thing in the world. But you talked about what the Cardinals are doing intentionally in their development right now to prep them to be major league pitchers. It's something we've heard this player development group talk about a lot. We're trying to develop major leaguers, not good AA arms, and so they can care less about how they're performing at AA as long as it's going to help them in the long term. What do you think? What are you seeing from Tegan Coons and how he fits within the system?
Yeah, man. They go back. The Cardinals obviously have that Knoxville pipeline working. They go back to that well here with Tegan Coons. Right, he fits that mold. Right, flat approach angle fastball. It's one of the better heaters in the draft. Probably like a 60, 65 grade heater. Secondaries, very much a lot to be desired here. I think you need to be very careful with how you develop him. I think, just like how we mentioned earlier, where they have heavily curtailed the fastball usage on the Knoxville guys this past season or this year, because they were such high usage guys in Tennessee. I think it would behoove them to do the same thing here with Tegan Coons, especially when the secondaries aren't nearly as loud as they are for Franklin and Doyle. You're talking about a fastball that sits high, like mid 90s, 94, 95. He's touched 99, so he's flirting with triple digits. Max, you mentioned like 1920 IVB from a 5.5 VRO. It's like that makes for a very flat approach. It might be like 16 to 17 inches with the major league ball. So we'll see that in spring breakout next year, inevitably. The curveball, it's not a true power curve. It's like high 70s, right? It's just not very good right now. The slider, I think, is better than most people realize. It's 83, 84 right now. It's more of a gyro shape. The changeup is like a brake slammer, right? At 83, 84, another 10 miles an hour of velocity offset off the heater, and it's 11 inches of vertical offset from the heater. So what do we got here, guys? I think the changeup is grades out metrically, if you will, better than the other pitches, aside from the fastball, but he doesn't throw it for strikes, right? The command on that pitch is not very good. So if I think what we can see here, because the curveball is kind of a ways away from a velocity perspective from being a true viable power curve as a professional, I think the gyro slider is going to be really good. Maybe he can add, I don't know what his ability to supinate is like, but the curveball is a ways away. The changeup, he just doesn't throw it for enough strikes presently. But I do think that this is another candidate where you can see him, the fastball usage. He threw it, let me look here, 56% of the time at Tennessee. Maybe you drop that down to the mid to high 40s and have him really work on that changeup and the curveball and see what we can really develop here, especially and as well as the slider. But you've got a really, really, really nice foundation to work with. I think, like Tyler mentioned, this is somebody, if we see him this fall, I think maybe Palm Beach, Peoria is a good fit for him. I think at some point next year, maybe he starts next year at Peoria. Who knows? I don't want to suppone on that right now, but I think this is a very nice selection, a very good raw clay molded pitcher to work with here. Very much excited about this pick.
I'm curious where you guys think, where does like Coons, like you're thinking through the kind of arms in the Cardinals system right now. I guess Tyler, where do you think a Coons talent type fits within the hierarchy of the arms you're excited about?
Probably like mid-teens. Like I just kind of think of where I would place him. He's probably
like arms or total prospects.
Like total prospects.
Yeah.
Like I think he's behind like a Jacob Odell. I think Jacob Odell is just a more proven pitcher with more secondaries, obviously. So like he's obviously going to be behind him. It just comes down to like Durangelo. Like, do you want to put him in front of him, behind him? Like it just depends where you want to grade him out. But like he's probably your 5th or 6th best starting pitcher at this point in your farm system.
Cream, where would you have him?
I'm a lot more optimistic about Coons than Tyler here. I think I would have him honestly right after Quinn Matthews on my prospect list. I have Doyle as the top-rated pitching prospect in the Cardinals organization, then Quinn Matthews, and I think Tegan Coons would fit in nicely as another 45+ to pair with Cooper Jerpy. So I'd have him as the number 6 prospect in the Cardinals system and the number 3 pitcher.
Okay, and I guess we haven't really done this yet with a Trevor Condon. Where are Kareem and Tyler, and then the rest of you guys want to jump into? Where would you have them ranked within the system right now?
Tyler, do you want to jump on this one? Or Aiden? All right.
Yeah.
Oh man. I mean, if Ryan Mitchell, came into the year as a top 10 prospect, I feel like Trevor Condon's right there. I would probably place him at 10. That's probably where I'm gonna have him.
Tyler, where would you have him?
That's interesting because like Bernal's definitely better than him. But then it gets into like that group of like the Yairo Padilla, Sebastian Dos Santos. Like when you start to get into like that area, I think he fits in probably at the top of that list. I personally think. I think there's just probably more bat to ball than any of those other guys.
Yeah,
currently, and more defense.
Cream, where do you have him?
So a guy like Trevor Condon, I'm actually funny you mentioned that because I was kind of working on it. I have Condon as a 45, which is pretty firmly a top 10 prospect in the organization. That's the same tier as Quinn Matthews, Joyker Fajardo, and Jesus Baez. I think Tegan Coons also pretty firmly slots into that spot. I think if you think about commands, I think aside from a guy like Liam Doyle, a Durangelo Sainja, and then on par with like a Quinn Matthews, I think he actually you can make an argument that I think he probably slots in a little bit higher in a higher tier than a Tanner Franklin. I think he's very firmly a top 4 pitcher in the organization just because of the fastball ability and the strike throwing. I know the secondaries are a major work in progress, but I think that fastball, because he's going to be able to use it and he locates it very well right now, gives him a higher floor as a pitcher. And I think the secondaries will come eventually around. I think when you think about the changeup, if he can get it to throw for strikes, which I think he's going to be really working on the changeup. I think it's his second best pitch from a metric standpoint. I think the gyro gives him a nice midpoint on that pitch plot. It's right now like 83 miles an hour. We mentioned he needs to throw it a little harder. That's a solid fastball, off-speed breaker mix. Who knows what the Cardinals try to tinker with and add on there, but I do like the pitch mix overall. Like I said, a good clay mold to work with, and I think a very high value pick at 32. Real quickly on Condon, I think I mentioned that same value tier. I think they're both 45, so they're both within that 6 to 10 range for me.
Yeah, I'm with Adam here. I honestly will have Tegan Coons ahead of Trevor Condon on my prospect list. I have Coons as a 45+. Condon, I think he fits the 45 bucket. So either 7 or 8, I would say. I think I'd probably have him above Durangelo Sainja. So I'd say number 7 in the system. But things can change. This is just like a initial reaction of the pick. And yeah, so I think both of those guys are going to fit in the Cardinals' top 10 prospects.
Yeah, super solid draft so far. We'll continue to follow as we go through. If you're joining in again, appreciate if you subscribe to the channel, like the stream, helps us out a ton. We've got a giveaway going on. If you go to the Twitter and you like and retweet the tweet that we have going on, we're giving away from courtesy of 314 a Bowman first rookie of both Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina. So you can go ahead and jump in on that. I think if you want to be a member of the channel, just click that membership button. You can join our private Discord. We got 5 more picks to react to today. We're going to have the crew come in. Sandy will be jumping on here soon too, so that'll be super fun to have him on. I know he's going to have a lot of takes, a lot of thoughts on both Condon and Coons. It sounds like he was very excited about the Coons pick, so can't wait to hear him give some more thoughts on that. Yeah, it's been super fun. We've got a ton of you join in, so appreciate the support. And again, I can't think of I can't think more highly of the group of guys that, and I'm not including myself on this, that the rest of the guys on the stream right now and all the work you guys have put in throughout this process of following the draft. Super exciting to have you guys joining and to chat about this. So thanks, Kareem. Thanks, Max. Thanks, Tyler, Aiden, and Adam for joining in on that. And then we're going to have Sandy popping on here soon too. So yeah, I guess we've still got a little bit of space, a decent, probably the longest. Well, I guess between the 3rd round pick and the 4th round pick, this will be the next longest gap we have for a while, from 32 to 50. But then we're going to have, I guess, 32 to 50 and 50 to 68 is about the same. But the Cardinals do have a lot more picks today. So I guess this is still a long ways out for their 2nd round pick. But I guess, Kareem, where are you thinking the Cardinals could potentially start pivoting their attention here as soon as 50? I haven't seen anything in terms of what the slot values are going to look at or the potential signing bonuses, so I don't know how much they went over or under slot in either of these guys, so I don't know if that plays into this at all.
I think they're going to go college bat at 50. Tyson LeBlanc's a guy that I like a ton. I think he would make sense if he falls to 50. But again, I mean, it wouldn't be a shocker to see them target another prepster. I think the Cardinals, so far with their 2 picks, they're certainly targeting some high upside players with the Condon and Tegan Kuhns. And it wouldn't shock me at all to see them continue that trend. But I am feeling college bat at 50.
Okay. What would you think, Adam?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. I agree with you, Kareem. I think, they went upside at 13 with Condon. They got their power arm to kind of replenish and always add into the pitching mix whenever you have an opportunity with a guy like Tegan Kuhns, especially. I think to really hit that trifecta, and I'm going to say trifecta specifically because I think they're going to avoid high school arms. I think they definitely go college bat here. I think you want to have that safer offensive pick. Guys that I like in that range, include I'm going to stick to one here really specifically, is Caden Ferraro if he gets down to that spot. This is a guy who, in my opinion, is the best pure hitter. And I want to make that very clear. Best pure hitter in this class. When you think about overall data, the guy has outstanding chase rates, outstanding contact rates, outstanding raw power that he optimizes pull side in the air. Obviously the knock with a guy like Caden Ferraro is that he is a DH prospect, right? Like, I mean, they're going to any team would have to try him out in the field. I mean, that's like your one of your top selections. You have to attempt him in the field, but I don't think ultimately that he is going to be one of your best 3 outfield defenders on a championship caliber team. I do think that maybe there's a world for him at first base to have as a saving grace, but he's probably a DH, and that's really the reason why he's not like a slam dunk like 1st round pick. I think if he were even a fringy defender in right field, teams would try to build on the athleticism that he does have and try to get him into the field and have him be a serviceable right fielder at worst. But right now, there's just not enough defensive projection there, but I do really, really like the bat. And from a pure offensive perspective alone, it is a premium talent nonetheless. Make no mistake about that.
I want to hear Max's thoughts on who you think could be around 50. But before we do that real quick, if you're in the chat, I would love to hear how would you grade the picks so far? How do you feel about it? Obviously, we're not doing draft grades on day. Like, there's so many years of development ahead, but how are you feeling? What has your perception of the pick so far? Are you enjoying it? A, B, C, D, F, whatever you want to put with that. But let us know in the chat what you're thinking about the Condon and Kuhns picks so far. But Max, as we look ahead to 50, what are some names that could be in the range for the Cardinals there?
I'm a big fan of Carson Kurse out of Georgia Tech. He's one of my favorite bats in the draft. He played shortstop and he led off for that Georgia Tech team where every single hitter you looked at had over 1,000 OPS. So I think that says something about like their ability and him to lead off a lineup of that caliber. Then defensively, I think he'll be around, like, he's a shortstop, second baseman prospect. I think they'll start him out at shortstop, or like he'll start out at shortstop, but I think he'll transition more over to a second base role. But I think that when you look at his whiff rates, you look at all of his contact rates, he's one of the best bats available. And then there's another name that I've been thinking about is out of UCF, Andrew Williamson. He's another metric darling, but if you watch videos of his swing, it is a it is a weird swing in a sense, but I think that when you look at just like what he produced is just he's a model darling.
Yeah. Aiden, what are you thinking in terms of 50? And also, I guess this is for you, but then other people as well. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of Luke Williams talk potentially, and I don't know if that's a name you guys would be looking at.
Yeah, I'll speak on Luke Williams first. He's a really interesting prep bat. I know Farm Hands has been on this guy for a while now. I know Kareem and I were talking about him just last night. We were talking about how professional his swing looks already. It's violent. He's got incredible bat speed. Just a really pretty swing. I mean, there's maybe a couple things he could, fix, but other than that, I mean, just an unbelievable swing for the kind of for the age he is. So, I mean, Luke Williams is a guy I would take a chance on, but when we're looking at pick 50 here, I mean, Caden Ferraro. I know Adam said his name earlier. I mean, just a great bat. I think there's more power in there than he showed this past year. I know he's been kind of a more of a gap to gap hitter, more of a contact over power kind of guy. But I mean, the EVs are there. I mean, there's raw juice, so that's a guy I'm really interested in, even though the defense may be questionable. But again, I mean, the bat's just really intriguing. Somebody else I really like, Tyson LeBlanc. I know we brought his name up earlier. I don't think he'll be a shortstop long term. I think he'll have to switch to something like second base, but incredible bat. But I'll let somebody else talk about this name that they're popping up in the chat. I think they're higher on this guy than I am, so I'll let somebody else take a stab at him.
All right, Tyler, you're muted.
There we go. Martin Shelar out of Marist High School in Georgia. Marist, this guy was just insane this year. It was 19 homers to 8 strikeouts in his high school season. So, and this is in the Georgia 4A class, which is a very competitive class. I mean, you're consistently facing 80s to 90s pretty much every week in that area, especially that Atlanta area. You're facing like Joseph Contreras, Blake Bryant's, like you're facing really good pitchers in that area. So nothing to sneeze at with what Martin Shelar did. He can get up to 115 miles an hour to EV. He did that at the combine. 470-foot blast from a high schooler is very impressive, especially with wood bat. He runs good enough that you can try him in center field. He probably more ends up as a corner outfielder, but just a guy who makes a lot of contact and makes a lot of hard hit balls. So it's a really interesting profile that I know it's an untraditional swing. There's a lot of stiffness to the swing. I think Max would agree with me on that. Me and Max talked about Shelar a few times. There's some stiffness in the swing, but overall, I think it's just an extremely violent swing that's going to produce power at the next level.
Before I shared my blurb on Martin Shelar, I wanted to ask real quick you mentioned his max EV. Tyler, do you guys know off the top of your head what Trevor Condon's was, or did we mention that earlier before Shelar?
I do not remember what his was.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I was actually kind of curious, but so about Martin Shelar, something that I personally like to look for with these high school guys is more of a well-rounded approach. Trevor Condon kind of fits that mold. There are a bit of weaknesses to the bat to ball ability, but I don't think it's as glaring as one would really imagine. With a guy like Martin Shelar, it's a really, really deep overall bag. He has really good chase rates, really good contact rates. He optimizes in the air a decent amount. It could be a little bit better. The bat speed and the overall athleticism is also there, right? There's nothing like insane, I would say, about Martin Shelar. I think the contact abilities are probably the most standout tool with him. I think if there was a really defining power tool, he would have gone a lot higher. But this is a really, really well-rounded prospect, and I think a safe pick if the Cardinals were to go back to the high school well at 50. I think ultimately my pick would still be a college bat. Like I mentioned, I really, really like Caden Ferraro. I'm knocking on the door for him if he's there at 50, hoping that the Cardinals select him. But if they were to go back to the prep bat vicinity or that realm, I would probably go for a guy like Martin Shelar. That would be sick. But I also feel like he might also be gone by then. That wouldn't be surprised. A
name that I'm surprised is still on the board at this point is Chase Brunson. Like I think if he falls all the way down to 50, like that's definitely a pick I'm all in on.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And Brunson's a guy I think provides value in a lot of different ways. You know, good defensive center fielder, bat to ball, EVs are there. Sawyer Strauss-Snyder, his teammate, still hasn't been selected either. He was projected to go in the first round, so that's interesting.
What are we at, pick 40 right now?
I'm surprised Rocco's still on the board. Maybe not super surprised, but
he had a rough spring, didn't he? Like a rough high school season. I think that's why he's kind of been slipping more than. I mean, the combine though is super impressive. So like, I'd take the bet almost based on what we saw at the combine as well.
Yeah, and him and Ben Blair as well. I mean, him still being there at 40. I mean, you know, I guess that's kind of his range still, but that would have been somebody I would have been equally as exhilarated for had the Cardinals taken him instead of Teagan at 32. That was somebody I was high on.
Yeah, we got 10 picks till the Cardinals and Dodgers make their first pick, and then I think everyone's made a pick after LA picks now. I'm seeing in the chat, there's definitely, I'm curious where you guys kind of land on the divide or potential divide with Dietz versus Coons. There was a lot of people disappointed that maybe Dietz wasn't the pick here, and looking at an organization like New York to I mean, New York feels like they know how to develop some arms right now, so for them to target at Dietz tells you a lot. But I mean, would any of you prefer Dietz in that spot?
I don't think, unless somebody else wants to get in here, it's not anything against Dietz specifically. I just don't think he fits the Cardinals mold, right? I mean, Max, you mentioned it, and I agree with you completely. This guy is insane in every capacity with the fastball, the steps he's been able to take to grow into a starter's mold over the past year says a lot to, you know, his workload or his work ethic and what he's able to do and what he's able to really hold up with as a pitcher. I just don't think there is a strategy, there is a mold that the Cardinals take that they feel like they can develop most optimally. And I just don't think Teagan or a guy like Hunter Dietz fits that mold. It's Teagan Coons instead. You know, we talked about that rising fastball approach, throwing it for strikes. That has Teagan Coons written all over it. So it's no surprise at all for me, for the Cardinals, if they were to pick a pitcher at 32. I think Teagan Coons right alongside a guy like Ben Blair makes all the sense in the world. If I had to name two guys, it would have been those two.
I think with Dietz, it's like a bell curve. You look for like metrics that are at either end of the curve, and Coons and Dietz happen to fall on both ends of those. Coons has metrics that are really low slot, really launchy. And then when you look at Dietz, it's on the other end of that bell curve. It's very high slot. It's very steep. And I think the divide just comes from what were the Cardinals most comfortable drafting with. And I think that they've targeted these lower launch guys. And I think that Dietz, while he's also on the other end of the bell curve, I think if you went either way, it would have been good. Like, I think either of them could be successful, but they're just more confident in developing. And they think that they could probably get better shapes, better metrics out of Coons. Because also when you look at Coons is like 6'3", 190. And like Dietz is like 250. So I think that if you try to get like Coons just a little more mass added onto him, because I don't know if he's going to be able to sustain that many innings while also being like sort of skinny. So I think that there's a lot more there's a good mold with Coons. And the shapes are very good, and the grips are a work in progress. But I think that Coons is going to be a very successful guy.
That was really well said by Max. I want everybody to know that that's in the chat, that Max gave you a perfect demonstration visually of how that situation was, and he nailed it. I will say though that I do think Coons needs some mechanical cleanup. I don't think it's the cleanest delivery. So I think you'll see some cleanup there, but I'm with Max. Throw some weight on there, man. I mean, if you could get him up to 220, 225, you're looking at a guy who might find a little more velo there. Spin traits are well, so you're looking at a guy who's going to be able to figure out how to throw 2 effective breaking balls, and I mean, just well said.
Get some W's in the chat from Max.
He did have a like step back motion that he started the year with, and then as he got into SEC play, he ditched that step back motion sometimes. And it was like it was kind of tinkered around with it. Sometimes he'd have it, sometimes he wouldn't. And when he threw away that like step back in the first part of his delivery, it felt like the motion was a lot cleaner. It was basically his windup. He basically went to his windup, or not his windup. It was basically a stretch move, but he just went to a stretch move when he would be in the windup during some of the SEC games when I was watching him.
I think that's a really good point that Max made, that he's only 190 pounds, but he has the frame to add another maybe 20, 30 pounds to it. And with that is going to come more velocity, right? He already throws pretty hard for a guy who is as wiry as he is. And because it's not like a Tank Hens pick where he's like 5'11", barely 6 feet tall, and there's going to be some injury risk there because he hasn't been able to add quite the amount of mass that you would like. And then, he throws theoretically really hard. Tank Hens does. I want to emphasis on theoretically. But, a guy like Tegan Kuhn's, like we mentioned, the issue, I wouldn't argue so much is the movement profile on the secondaries, or especially the breakers. It's the velocity, right? I think when you look at curveballs in today's age, you want velocity with these guys. The fact that the curveball sits like high 70s, the gyro is at 683 right now. Like we said, it's not going to play in the major league level. But I think the Cardinals are looking at the fact that he's got so much weight to add over the next couple of years that I wouldn't be shocked at all if he gets into that 85, 86, 87 range on the gyro and potentially low 80s on the curveball. At that point, because he already throws so many strikes, you've got a starting caliber pitcher right there. I think the day that he does that and the day that you see that velocity increase is really the day you're going to see a guy like Tegan Kuhn shine. Because, you can say that for any pitcher, added velocity will make you better. But specifically for him, that's what he needs to work on. It's the velocity on the secondary offerings. And I do think that is something that can really, not necessarily, it can be taught, but I think it's something that's going to come physically with him, just the more mass that he adds on, like Max mentioned. That was a very good point that I hadn't even thought about.
Yeah, so the second round's officially underway now. White Sox, I think, are on the clock after the Dodgers made their first pick. So yeah, we'll continue to follow. Cardinals have pick 50, so about 9 picks or so. So the Cardinals are up here. So exciting to see kind of where they go with this next one. Obviously, if you're just joining in, Trevor Condon and Tegan Kuhn's are the first 2 picks of the draft for the Cardinals here. Cardinals have an opportunity to add 7 names on day 1, the most of any team in baseball. After a revamp this past MLB draft, I think a lot of people were very high on what they did in last year's draft. Trades at the deadline, brought in some interesting names, trade in the offseason, and then you've got another deadline where you may be seeing names like Dustin May, Lars Nootbaar, some of these other names potentially go to bring in even more talent to the system. Expect quite an influx here, and it's just been impressive to see what Heimblum and this group have done in the last 12-ish months or so to start revamping this farm system, and today is just another huge step in that direction. Tyler, do you want to add to that?
I just want to mention that it drops down to 1 minute between picks now. So like the first, so now we're gonna be going quicker now, from 3 minutes to 1 minute. So we'll be moving through these picks pretty quick. So yeah, this is a really good start for the Cardinals, and these were two very talented players that I personally had, both inside my top 25-ish range, right? Like I think these are 2 extremely talented players, and I think the Cardinals added 2 top 10 prospects with their 2 first-round picks, which is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that when you look at this draft and when you look at what the Cardinals are doing overall, the more you can accumulate talent in the system, the more you can deepen this farm system out. Yes, it gives you more chances to impact your big league club. It gives you more shots at, you're not relying on 2 arms to pop. You've got 8 arms to pop. But then you've also got, as the Cardinals look toward the future and do look at holes on their major league roster in 2028, 2029, you've got the prospect capital in your system to go and attack those needs if they need to as well, and have the depth to overcome injuries beyond that. And so I know some people might be frustrated at the state of the team, or I should say, like, the fact that they're not a team that's going to be uber aggressive and try to go win a World Series right now, but continue to make some of these continue making sacrifices in the near term, continue to maximize future value right now is going to pay off in a major way that I think fans are going to be really excited about in a few years if their plan comes to fruition. And so I think, again, today's another major step in that direction, and something where the Cardinals can continue to stack the system. And I'm very curious to see on August 3rd, August 4th, all the names that are added through potentially the deadline and especially this MLB draft. draft and what we're feeling about this Cardinal system, and let alone mention the trades and the draft. I mean, gosh, the stuff they're doing through the international amateur signings lately, and some of these names coming through, whether it's Dos Santos or Luna or Rodriguez or Cruz or a bunch of these different names. Like, man, it feels like the Cardinals are flooding in talent through all over the system right now. So we're at pick 41, 1 minute between. We're going to see where they go here, but any thoughts again on what we're potentially looking at here? Yeah, Tyler, go for it.
Again, I mentioned Chase Brunson, but I think some of the interesting, like Ben Blair's still on the board. I think that's a very interesting name that the Cardinals could pick at 50. I think Luke Williams is very likely. Like, the Cardinals have been tied to him so much throughout this draft process. Like, you hear almost every source say that the Cardinals are tied to Luke Williams. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Luke Williams here at 50.
Can you tell us a little bit more about Luke Williams as the prospect?
Just super athletic. Like, this guy's just uber athletic. Like, he was one of the top sprint speeds and top jumps at the MLB Combine. Just like aggressive swing. There's some question marks if he sticks on the dirt or if he ends up being a more like center field, left field type. But just a guy who projects to be really athletic and someone that's gonna. Athletics just the word, right? Like you're betting on the athleticism and you're betting the Cardinals can kind of get some of the raw parts of his game. It's a hit tool risk, right? Like, he might not make the most contact, but there's enough power there and there's enough raw athleticism to really bet on him at like a pick like 50.
Well, speaking of a high schooler that Tyler likes a lot, Cole Prosek just went to the White Sox. If you want to talk a little bit about Prosek, Tyler.
Yeah, what I mentioned earlier, like, this guy just hits. He hits everywhere he's went. I mean, All-American MVP at the Perfect Game events, multiple different awards against guys like Grady Emerson, guys like Jacob Lombard. Like, this guy's outperformed and outshined some of these guys at some of the biggest events. So this is just a proven performer that knows how to handle the bat. He's older for the class, which is why you probably saw him slip a little bit, but and there's not much defensive value there. He might play catcher, he might play third base, but he's not an up the middle guy. But overall, this guy's just going to hit, and I think the White Sox got a really good one here.
Chase Brunson just went off the board as well. So, Kareem, you seem upset about that one. What would Brunson have potentially brought to the system?
Yeah, a guy that's just good across the board, good swing decisions, good contact rates. EVs are impressive. Offensively, I think there isn't much to nitpick with his game. And then defensively, we're talking about a center fielder. So I think he just does a lot of things well. Might not have one standout trait, but I think the Nationals got a hell of a player with Brunson. Still surprised that his teammate Sawyer Strasnider is still available. I wonder, does he even get drafted at this point? Does he go back to school?
He'd be a really good value pick at 50, honestly. Like, I don't mind that pick at 50. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but like, getting down into this range, I certainly wouldn't mind that pick.
Yeah, I don't think he goes back to school unless it's like he just falls like very far. Because at that point, I think you could still sign for more money than what he would get next year if you were to declare for the draft as a 22-year-old plus your NIL bonus. I think you would have to work out that math. His team and his representation have absolutely done that. But I do agree. I think for a guy who has had first round discussion, and I've seen him mocked as high as in the lottery, right? I know you guys have had too. So for him, if he were there at 50 to take a chance on a guy like Sawyer Strasnider, that'd be, absolutely a very nice selection. I think, with a guy like Chase Brunson, he's obviously a defensive-minded first player. Strasnider is more of that power boom kind of guy. I think he's more of a corner outfielder. The bat-to-ball ability is definitely a work in progress. But for at 50, I think you could get a ton of value for a guy like Sawyer Strasnider. I think that would, that would definitely be a very, very solid pick as well.
Something we didn't talk a lot about earlier, but just as we're kind of waiting between picks here, Aiden Ruiz just went to the Pirates and Carson Tinney to the Twins, so two catchers for the Twins here. But one of the things about Condon I think is really interesting is just the center field profile. in the Cardinal system right now. I would argue maybe center field's one of those position groups that you're maybe not necessarily feeling the best about long term. You've got different names that could play the position potentially for you, but not necessarily the defensive upside that you would need to. Obviously, from Victor Scott right now, it's been a struggle. Nathan Church, obviously, it's been a fun rookie year so far, but I don't think anyone's ready to plant their flag that he's the center fielder of the future. So to add another name, albeit one that's pretty far away, it's definitely probably a solid get for the system right now. Tyler, I don't know if you would maybe be able to speak to where the center field depth is in the system right now.
I mean, you obviously have like a Ryan Mitchell way down there, and he's performed on and off this year. It's getting better as the year went on. I mean, you have Joshua Baez technically, but not like we don't really feel really good about that. Wambin Cho you kind of feel good about, but I mean, he's a 1 year breakout in a year where there's a lot of offensive, upside or not. There's a lot of offensive, game going up in the minor leagues. So it's like, is that real? Is that fake? Do we really know yet? With Cho, especially as he gets up more in the system, it's like, we'll see. But center field definitely is a weaker spot for the Cardinals in terms of the farm system. So getting a guy like Trevor Condon he'll definitely be one of the top outfielders in the farm system behind obviously Joshua Baez.
All right, we are 1, 2, 3, 4 picks away from the Cardinals being on the clock here. So maybe kind of go around the horn a little bit. Some names you guys are thinking that are, Kareem, what's some names that stick out to you here as we're getting closer and closer to the Cardinals' next pick?
Yeah, a little surprised Eric Becker is still available. Virginia shortstop, good bat to ball guy. I think if the Cardinals go with a college bat, he's a name to keep an eye on. Mason Edwards still hasn't been picked. I think in this range, I think it's definitely more appropriate him getting selected. Some of the best strikeout stuff in the whole class. Not sure how his 91 mile an hour fastball and 81 mile an hour curveball will play at the next level in terms of inducing whiffs, but he's a guy in this point, just with the raw results that he's got, it's hard to argue against him in the second round. A couple other names, Ben Blair, we've talked about him a lot today. Flatter approach heater would continue the trend with what they selected last year. And a Tegan Coons, Gabe Gakel at 50 as well. Arkansas right-hand pitcher, another flat VAA guy, 5.2 vertical release height, solid carry on the fastball. And he's got good feel for spin on his breakers as well. As far as hitters go, I think Owen Hull, North Carolina, makes some sense. Outfielder. EVs are really strong with him. And he's a guy that has been tied to the Cardinals. I think who's the guy, the ESPN guy? He had him mocked to the Cardinals, I think, with the 50th overall pick. So he's someone to keep an eye on. But yeah, I think they'll, as it stands right now, I mean, wouldn't be a shock if they go with a high schooler, but I think they're probably going to lean towards a college player with this pick. And my guy Tyson LeBlanc still available. So if the Cardinals were to pick him 50th overall, I think that would be a slam dunk pick.
There goes Mason Edwards.
Yeah. So there's a name definitely linked to the Cardinals, the USC connection, especially for Randy Flores. So Cardinals are about to have their 50th overall pick. There's 2 more picks between. I will be jumping in and out as well, but we've got the debut of today of Sandy. So Sandy's going to take my place on the stream here right before we take this pick. So boys, it's been fun. I'm going to keep listening, but I'm also going to jump in as needed or as wanted as well. But so Sandy, join on in, man.
Bye, Josh. Thank you.
What's up, guys?
Sandy,
crazy stream today, man. Yeah.
Seamless transition.
How about it?
Before we get into the 50th overall pick, Sandy, how are you feeling about the draft so far?
I'm really excited. I think Condon was the guy I was really hoping they'd go with in the first round, and I wasn't sure if they'd go prep. I kind of thought they'd go with a college bat. Coming into the day, my prediction was Helfrich, which I would have been fine with. I trust the Cardinals to maximize catchers right now. I think they do a great job of developing them, so I would have been okay with it. But I was really excited to see them go after a prep bat, somebody that I think has a really high ceiling. And Coons, I thought it was great value at 32nd overall. I think a lot of mocks I saw had him in the mid-20s, maybe the upper 20s, so feels really good. Yeah, I'm really excited. And they've still got 5 picks left today, so we've got plenty more to talk about, plenty more to add to the system. It's a good day to be a Cardinals fan. Oh, man. Kareem, we're coming right up on this pick. I know you were just giving out some names. Is there anybody you didn't get a chance to mention before this happens?
I'll let the others talk about some names, and we could start with Aiden on this one. Who are some names still available that catch your eye for pick 50?
This isn't going to happen, but I really wish the Cardinals would go with prep pitcher Ethan Washman. I am so high on this kid. This kid, his fastball at the draft combine had about 2,600 spin. He can get it in the high 90s, has 2 quality breaking balls. His curveball got up to 3,000 RPM. I think that he's got some feel for the changeup. I really wish, I really wish the Cardinals would take a risk on Ethan Washman. I think there's a lot of potential there, and that's a high school pitcher I'd totally be okay with taking. So I know, surprise one, but that's a guy that I'm really high on.
How about you, Tyler?
I mean, Rocco's still on the board, right? Like, I think he'd be fun. I think Rocco would be fun. Ben Blair's still on the board. Like, I just mentioned those names a few minutes ago, but
he was just taken by the Rays.
He was?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, so Ben Blair's not on the board anymore. But I think Rocco, Luke Williams, those are a couple names that would intrigue me for sure.
What about you, Max?
I like Wes Mendez. The Cardinals have always targeted guys with plus changeups. Like you see in the past few drafts, Brain Davis, Cade Crossland. Wes Mendez is a pretty good changeup, and he's also, I think, topping 96, 97 as well, but he's usually in that 92 to 95 range.
And how about you, Adam?
For 50, I'm going to stick with Caden Ferraro. Joe Doyle is probably on his lunch break right now or on a coffee break, so that's the guy I've been following all morning and early afternoon here, but I need to pull up my draft tracker. But you guys said Ben Blair was just taken by the Rays, so if it's not going to be Rocco, if he's still there, then I probably would hammer on Caden Ferraro. The dude is a data demon for sure.
Well, Tyson LeBlanc's still available. I think I'd go with him here, but Cardinals on the clock. They're about to make their 50th overall selection. First 2 picks, I think, slam dunk picks. It's been a great start to the draft so far. And yeah, let's see what the Cardinals do here. Really excited.
This is crazy. It's just like so much waiting around and so much, anticipation between each pick. It's so exciting. Oh my gosh. What is Aiden seeing?
They did it.
No.
The Cardinals have selected prep shortstop Rocco Maniscalco with the 50th overall selection.
Yes.
So they went with another prepster. They are going for some swings so far.
This team. I love this draft team.
That's awesome. Rocco Maniscalco, real quick. I'll let the others talk, but this guy has a chance to be a special defender. The arm strength's unreal with him. The actions that he was showing in the MLB Draft Combine, unbelievable. Posting some of the best EVs. And we were talking about it earlier. One of the younger players in the class, you could really dream on the potential with a guy like Rocco Maniscalco. And let's start off with Aiden here. He's really shocked by this pick, it looks like. How are you feeling right now?
I'm so excited. This is a guy I would have taken at 32. Honestly, I mean, he really impressed me during the draft combine. I haven't seen, outside of Aiden Ruiz, I haven't seen a better defensive prep shortstop in my life. The hand work is clean. The footwork is clean. Transfers clean. The arm is strong. Everything he does defensively is just unbelievable. Gives me Mason Wynn vibes. I'm going to be honest. It's that good. There's potential for a bat to be in play at the major league level. I mean, he posted 108, 109 EVs at the draft combine, which was a shocker for a lot of people. His biggest question mark right now is probably his hit tool. I know some scouts think he's too passive at times, and then other parts of his game, he's aggressive at times. It's really weird. But again, he's really young. I mean, he just turned 17 not too long ago, and this is
an elite pick by the St. Louis Cardinals. I just can't believe we're sitting here with both Trevor Condon and Rocco Maniscalco. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane, guys. The fact that Rocco did fall to 50, I think you got to take a guy like that over maybe a guy like Caden Ferraro, which is still amazing. But look, this is very, very far away from a clean prospect. There's a reason why he's being picked in this part of the draft, not a clean first round pick. But the dude just turned 17. He's barely old enough to drive, right? Like, for him to have reclassified, like I mentioned this earlier, it's a bit puzzling to do it at the time that he did. So he couldn't challenge himself with the year older showcase guys. But even then, like you mentioned this already, Aiden, the bat to ball ability to swing decisions are a bit of a work in progress. So is the ability to optimize in the air. But the dude has insane raw power for guys his age. To be popping 108, 109 at 17, I mean, he might even get to like 111, 112 or more once he gets, to more physical maturity and add some meat onto that frame. Right now, I think this is one of the best upside selections. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Is he somebody that gets assigned and gets a cup of coffee or playing time? He's not a pitcher, so he can play. Is this someone you guys think will play at Palm Beach this year? Or is he a bridge league guy or developmental guy for this fall? And then maybe probably see him next year the way we saw with Ryan Mitchell.
I think he's a bridge league guy. I think Condon might be a bridge league guy too. I think they both are probably going to start. I doubt we see him at Palm Beach this year. Would be my guess. I don't know that they don't seem very at least this year. Like maybe started next year if they really pop off in spring training like Ryan Mitchell did this spring. Like maybe they get pushed up to Palm Beach to start next year, but I wouldn't even be surprised if they start in the FCL next year. Like we got to be a little bit slower with these guys than what we think.
This is the youngest player in the draft. I think that's something that's really important to mention here. There's something to be said about a guy who has this kind of data and the way he showed out at the combine for somebody like as young as he is. Very, very impressive to see.
By the way, Carson Kirsch just went to the Arizona Diamondbacks with the 53rd overall pick. He's one of my favorite players in the whole class. EVs, I think 106 mile an hour, 90th percentile exit velocity, makes a ton of contact in the zone as well. He's a guy that set Georgia State's or Georgia Tech's doubles record this year with 29 doubles. And he was someone that I was eyeing, honestly, for one of the Comp B picks. So sucks to see him go here. But Curse, I think he's just a gritty ball player. He's going to play. I think in pro ball, we're going to see him play a plethora of different positions. I don't know if he fits best at shortstop where he played this year for Georgia Tech, but whether it's a shortstop, a second base, third base, left field, I think he's going to move around the diamond. And offensively, I think there's a lot to like with this skill set. EVs are strong. I think he's more of a gap to gap guy than a true home run power threat to his pull side. But at the same time, I think he makes a ton of contact, and I think he's a good player.
I guess this is an interesting thing to think about here. But seeing the Cardinals go with two prep guys, and a lot of times when teams pick prep guys after the first round, especially, you might see them go over slot. Kareem and anybody else that wants to jump in here, do you think the Cardinals will have to go over slot here and potentially save later on picks? Or have they done anything that makes you think they could save now and swing big later as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to get a gauge, but with a Rocco Maniscalco in particular, I think he will most likely go for an overslot bonus, considering, high school player in this range. First two picks, I think Condon and Kuhn's probably around slot value if I had to guess. So maybe this influences what they'll do with one of their next picks if they want to, save some of the money to give over to Rocco. So yeah, I think likely I would say this is an overslot, but it's tough to really get a gauge.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of the nice things, about working with 7 picks on a day like today, where the Cardinals have a ton of flexibility in how they approach this. So that's awesome.
This is a guy, like you mentioned where you have to go potentially over slot because he has the negotiation leverage given the fact that not only was he a 2027 reclass, but does anybody know where he's committed to straight up? I think it's Mississippi State.
Mississippi State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he could head to Starksville and tell the Cardinals, yeah, like if you don't pay me what I want, I'm just going to head to Mississippi State. So he's in the driver's seat here with the Cardinals negotiation team. And I think they were prepared for this. The Cardinals, they're going to pay him what they want, what he wants in order to get him into a Cardinal uniform. I like not just about Rocco Maniscalco, but this draft overall has just been insane, right? I mean, like Trevor Condon, he wasn't my first pick, but given the fact that pretty much everybody else that I liked had already been chosen, that's kind of the downfall. Being at 13 instead of a higher pick, you kind of lost out on luck in the lottery, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. 32 and 50, you can't be. I couldn't be happier. This has been insane. I can't wait to see what they do 68, 72, and then 86. And then I think it's like 115 to round out the rest of the day. That's going to be very, very exciting to watch. There's so many good players that are going to be able to pick here. I'm so glad they're going to they're addressing the hitting, but man, like how many of you guys raise your hand if you had them picking 2 high school players this early in the draft? This is like unheard of. And I guess you can kind of, like we mentioned earlier, guys, where before they really had to be absolutely sure that they were injecting premium talent into the organization with the best opportunity to turn into quality Major League Baseball players. That's why they went college almost exclusively in 2024, 2025, and even before that for a couple of years. But now that they have a top 10-ish farm system, like we mentioned, they can afford to take shots on a Rocco who is incredibly raw, a Trevor Condon who has immense upside. But then you have that Tegan Kuhn sandwich pick that all he's got to do is add a little bit of meat onto that frame. And if he's got that power secondaries and power breakers combined with the strike throwing ability, you've got a really, really good pitcher. I'm very, very happy with what I've seen so far. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, it wasn't a shock to see the Cardinals go after another prepster in this range. I thought whether it be, the 32nd or 50th overall slot, I thought one of those picks was going to be a prepster, and they happened to have selected Trevor Condon with the first pick as well. So I wouldn't say it's all that shocking, considering, after they picked Trevor Condon that they went with another high schooler. But I absolutely love what they're doing so far to go after 2 high schoolers, up the middle guys. Athletic profile with both of those guys is very impressive. I think they project to stick up the middle as well, which is really key. And then a Tegan Kuhn's, man, monster fastball. I think the Cardinals are probably bullish on him getting to better secondaries, like a Liam Doyle, for instance. I know that the results haven't quite been there this year for him, but I know that there's been promising signs with his breaking balls developing. So I think with the Kuhns, I think in a similar fashion to a Liam Doyle, I think there's more to dream on with the secondaries potentially. The spin capacity is not that bad. I think it's up to 26. I think it's 2,600 on the curveball, 24 on the gyro slider. So I think they're working with something, even if they're limited to a guy that's lower slot pronator. In Adam, you talked about it earlier, but it's about getting the velocity of those pitches up, which I think they're going to be able to do. But going back on the high school talk, would it shock you guys if the Cardinals went with another high schooler with one of their next picks? If we're going to bake in Rocco going for overslot here, it's tough for me to see them go after another high schooler, but wanted to hear all of you guys' thoughts. And we could start with Aiden.
Yeah, I don't know if they go with another high schooler, at least day one. I'm just not too sure about that. I mean, you're going to have to give both Condon and Rocco a good share of the money you have. So I think it's possible you see them underslot here. Maybe Gabe Gakel's that guy they underslot. I don't know. I just don't think they go prep bat here. They could. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, they might shock us because them picking Rocco and Condon within their first 3 picks was a shock for me. So, but I don't feel confident that it's going to be another prep player.
How about you, Max?
I've been looking at Jake Brown, honestly. I mean, with Jake Brown, he was off to a blazing hot start. Then he had that hand injury during the season where it kind of hindered his performance. But you saw at the combine, his athletic testing was very good. So I think that bat could be a play. I think that some other bats could be in play, like still Andrew Williamson. Did he go yet?
UCF product, right?
Yeah.
No, he hasn't been
I don't know
selected.
if he has or not.
Like he's a fun bat as well. But I think it's just probably going to be a college bat because they're already spending so much money.
Oh, wow. They're already at 60. Yeah. Carson Curtis, Kareem, your guy at 53. Ethan Kleinschmidt, 52. And then Becker at 58. So those are a couple of really good names that are off the board. Ferraro's still in play. Hopefully. We'll see what happens.
Wes
feel
Mendez
oh, sorry,
went to the Astros. I know Max talked about him earlier. Good changeup from the left side. Eric Becker to the Reds. We talked about him earlier as well. Good bat to ball guy. Was a projected first rounder a little bit earlier in the process. Logan Schmidt to Cleveland, left-hand pitcher, prep prospect. And the Padres just selected Elliot. I can't pronounce his last name, but prep shortstop. So
Lascelles.
Lascelles?
Probably. That's like, yeah, that sounds like
Lascelles.
Canadian French last name, probably.
Upper Canada College. That's a good guess.
Upper Canada College.
Yeah, that's where he's coming from.
What a stallion.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Was Tyler O'Neill was from Canada. He was picked as a prep guy, right?
Yeah. From Seattle, I think. Or by Seattle.
Yeah. It's interesting. Oh, man. I think this is a good question. Maybe we don't have time to get into this, but I like this question in the chat. With a lockout looming, do prep kids make more sense? If anyone wants to jump in and kind of weigh in there before the Cardinals make their next pick, or if anyone wants to throw out some more predictions. I know these are moving super fast now, but I think this is a good thing for all of us to think about.
Adam, if you wanted to give your thoughts.
Yeah, I was going to defer to somebody else, but I think, I mean, look, any player you pick, whether they're going to be, like, if you pick a high school player, which the Cardinals have gone Condon and Rocco, they're probably going to be at single A for a majority of the next 12 months, right?
Yeah.
So if they are assigned to a full season affiliate, they're going to go. If like they're not assigned to just a developmental, backfield to the complex. Oh no. Do we need to pause?
My guy Tyson LeBlanc just went to the Tigers.
Oh, okay.
61st overall.
So
the dream is dead.
Dream is dead. We still got the Texas Tech pipe dream going. But anyway, you pick a high school player, he's gonna be the Bridge League, at the complex, getting his work in, his reps in. Ooh, D Kennedy, yeah. If you pick a college player, you've seen your guys' reaction. Okay. If you pick a college player, he's probably going to be at Peoria or Palm Beach, maybe Peoria, depending on who it is. Regardless, they're over a year away from 40-man consideration, right? And I would argue there's going to be some baseball being played next year. I don't think it's going to be a full-on 2004 NHL style where they're just like, screw it, we're not playing at all, right? That was a travesty. I think it'll be something, worst case scenario like 94, right? Where they played maybe 2/3 of the season. I still think there's going to be a large chunk of baseball being played next year. But I don't think these guys are going to be affected at all, right? I think the question is going to be more about your guys in the high minors, like AA, AAA. So your Gerangelos, your Quinns, your Liams, your Mason Molinas, these kinds of cats. I think that's going to be where the discussion is going to be drawn around. And if I had to guess, they're probably not. If I just gut feeling, if somebody else has a rebuttal, go ahead and feel free to let me know or say. But I do feel like the discussion around the 40-man is going to be centered around those guys rather than a Tegan Coons, let alone a Rocco or Trevor. Those guys are years away, at least right now.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the only concern for me would be some sort of situation where like minor league baseball doesn't get played, which I don't think is going to happen. But if we saw something, I know like this is not the COVID year, but where minor league baseball didn't get played, I think it really screwed with a lot of guys' development at that point. But I don't think that's a likely situation at all. And so I don't think that there's a huge difference here. I think, Adam, you're right, where this is something where you're much more concerned about what roster manipulation will look like for guys that are much closer. And, even your college guys probably aren't very close, to being considered for a 40-minute spot right now. Josh, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I was going to say they have a different CBA than MLB. So barring something crazy, it's highly unlikely that MLB season will be affected by the lockout. So I wouldn't be concerned about that at all. But I know I just jumped on after because I saw Tyler was off, so I was like, I'll jump in and give my Rocco thoughts here. But I love the pick. It's so exciting, and I think getting another athletic, barely over 17-year-old added to the system, which is super fun. But you got a guy with a wicked arm, good defense. He's an athlete there, and I just feel like with what this hitting development group has done so far, it makes me think they potentially get the most out of whatever his bat will be long term. You've already got the floor of what the defense could be. To me, it's another swing that I like them taking. I think the system can afford those, right? And they're not going to nail all these picks. The likelihood that all three of their first three picks turn out to be something that we end up loving is probably low. But I like that they're taking chances here, and I wouldn't be surprised if 1, 2, or 3 of these guys end up being really impactful players for the Cardinals long term, or impactful talents for the system. So love the Rocco pick.
I just wanted to mention here, Missouri State outfielder Caden Bogenpol just got selected by the Philadelphia Phillies with the 64th overall pick. He's a guy, EVs are incredible. We're talking about a 111.6 mile an hour, 90th percentile exit velocity. Now, the batted ball profile is not great. Hits a lot of ground balls. He doesn't lift at the level that is going to lead to a ton of power production, even with the massive EVs. It was just 6 home runs this year for Missouri State. But I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Missouri guy and Caden Bogenpol.
Real quick, we had this discussion about Trevor Condon and Tegan Kuhns. Where would you guys slot Rocco in your prospect rankings?
I need a second to think about that.
This is harder because these guys.
I think he fits in the 40+ bucket. So anywhere from, what is that? I have Tanner Franklin 8th overall. This is before Condon and Kuhns. So I guess 10th overall to 10. I'd say like 10 to 20 range, somewhere probably closer to 10. But I do think he fits the 40+ bucket for me.
That's very fair. I think that's where I have Rocco as well.
And I think similar to like a Yairo Padilla, defensive oriented shortstops that there is promise offensively, but still so young. And we don't know yet how they're going to profile offensively, but up the middle guys, good defenders. I think he profiles similarly to a Yairo Padilla, who I also have as a 40+.
Joe Doyle is back from his lunch break. We're in here, boys. Lips are sealed, obviously, but
we are getting really close here. Are there anybody you guys want to highlight? Max, is there anyone you're thinking about right now that's still available that you'd love to see the Cardinals go after?
I'm thinking about D. Kennedy right now. I think that he's like a potential 2020 guy. When you look at his pull air rates, there it's like 45%. And I think just having that ability to pull the ball in the air is huge at the next level. And he's also incredibly fast and a plus defender. So that's something I keep my eye on right now.
Did you guys see the Brewer selection just now?
Yeah.
Sawyer Strasnider.
There he goes.
Yeah, I did not expect him to fall this far, but there are certainly questions in the profile, especially his ability to hit left-handed pitching. I think it's a glaring hole in his game, but Strasnider is a guy that's got a ton of potential. And even though I didn't have him as a first-round player, I could see why people would have him in that range. But I think the Brewers got a very toolsy player, and I think he's going to be playing center field shared an outfield with Chase Brunson, which I think that's ultimately why he didn't play center field, but he's a very athletic guy, and offensively, the power really stands out with the Sawyer Strasnider.
Something I want to point out real quick here too, as the pick is coming in, is that these next 2 picks were acquired in the Brendan Donovan trade. And so this will be the full completion of the Brendan Donovan trade now, which is exciting to think about. Saincha, Pete, Ledbetter, and then these 2 picks. So yeah, interesting. I mean, the Cardinals were very particular, and I mean, it wasn't that they had to get 2 picks in the Brendan Donovan trade, but this was part of the reason they held up that process so long, is that they were able to acquire these 2 picks and it sent it over the edge for them. So I'll be curious to see where they pick here, or who they pick here.
Well, Owen Hull just went North Carolina outfielder. I think he's a name that the Cardinals probably would have considered with one of those picks. So yeah, we're here.
Yep. There's
the
name. I would be careful not to look at the chat, but
okay, we got the name.
Yeah.
Outfielder Andrew Williamson. He's a guy that we mentioned. Another data darling outfielder, Central Florida. And I guess we could start with Aiden here. Aiden, how you feeling about this pick? Initial thoughts?
I love this pick. Tyler is the one who got me on Andrew Williamson. So props to Tyler on this. I mean, you're looking at a guy who plays a really good outfield. I'm not sure if he's going to be a guy who plays right field or sticks in center, but I'm going to say most likely right field. But you're looking at a guy who has insanely good exit velocities. I mean, his max is almost 120, I think. It was like 117, 118, something like that. So you're getting a guy who has a ton of raw power, hit 15 home runs, I think 16 home runs with UCF. I mean, this is similar to like the Jack Gurovich pick for me last year. A guy who has a ton of upside with the bat. There's some whiff, there's some chase, but again, it just a pick that I think makes a lot of sense for this draft team and for the Cardinals.
Yeah, so the EVs were up to 118.8. So we're talking about massive raw juice with Andrew Williamson, 108.9 90th as well. And he gets it out pull side at a high rate, 60% line drive plus fly ball pull percentage. So there's a lot of power in Andrew Williamson's bat. And the bat to ball numbers, they're actually not that bad. We're talking about 86% zone contact rate and 54% out of zone. Definitely more of a power over hit profile, but the hit tool isn't, in my opinion, at a concerning level, at least at the collegiate level. But we're talking about UCF. So how that's going to translate over to the minor leagues to be determined. But Williamson's a guy that's got a ton of potential, and it starts with the power. And very, very excited about this pick. Max, what do you think? Initial thoughts of the Andrew Williamson selection?
I love the Andrew Williamson selection. I think that you look at the pull air, you look at all of the exit velocities, and he's a center fielder, right? I don't know how long term he'll stick at center field, but I think that given the high schoolers we've taken and the batted ball metrics and all those metrics, I think this is a great pick.
And then Adam, any other
Williamson.
Adam, any other thoughts
Williamson.
that you wanted to share about Andrew Williamson? You're muted.
Yeah, so I kind of would want to know a little bit more about the athleticism and defense. That's something that we don't have a ton of access to. I know Max might be able to share some light on that. But look, this is a very thunderous raw power kind of guy. It's a 109 EV 90, like you mentioned, Kareem, 119 max EV. I don't know if that's a noisy data point, but I'm just going to roll with it. I can see it with a guy like this, with this kind of EV 90. The zone contact rates are fair. You're picking now at 68. You're not going to get a premium player. I think the swing decisions, if you're going to have a weakness on a guy, it's passable with a 24% chase. But the ticket with him, like Max mentioned, is the ability to go and optimize his power pull side in the air. I think with a guy like this, it's going to be a very decent floor, I should say, with Andrew Williamson. Who knows where he ends up defensively? Maybe he's probably a corner guy. I don't know if he sticks truly in center field, but it's another very solid selection here at 68, and they're gonna be on the clock again here in a couple minutes, right? 72.
Yep. How are you guys feeling about 72? College bat again, or do they tap into the college pitcher demographic to pair with Tegan Kuhns? Oh, Max, your guy.
My guy just went.
Ryan
Yeah,
Peterson, flat
I
approach.
love Ryan Peterson. I was just gonna say we should draft Ryan Peterson at 72. But I think, Sheelar is still available. He'd be a fun high school bat, or Luke Williams, but you don't know.
Yeah, it's surprising to me that Luke Williams is still available. I wonder if he's going to go to college at this point, but I know he's had his name tied to the Cardinals, but I don't know if they have the money to necessarily give to him at this point, especially going after a Rocco Maniscalco.
I just think I'm confused if they were. I guess there's more defensive projection with a guy like Williamson, but this is just a personal protest in my opinion. But if they were gonna go bat first guy, then I guess I feel like Caden Ferraro would have been for him to be sliding this far. I'm a bit shocked, and granted, Ferraro is like a DH, but at least there's some defensive capability with Williamson. I think that's what's driving the profile a little bit more over a guy like a Caden Ferraro, at least at this point.
Adam, the Cardinals just picked Dawson Montesa, and I know he's a guy that you like a ton. Fits your filter. I think both of those guys, Kuhns and Montesa, fit your fastball filter. Based on that article that you wrote for Just Baseball. So, if you wanted to talk a little bit about your guy Dawson Montesa and why this is a great pick for the Cardinals.
Yeah. Let me pull up my write-up here. He's somebody I actually mentioned verbatim. So this is somebody who the Cardinals picked, that made the jump from Division II, Adelphi University, to Division I last year. And it's been, this is a foundation, like a fastball-driven profile, as they are with a lot of these guys. Just trying to fly through and find some information on these guys, but this is going to be somebody who is still a very, very raw pitcher in general. I really, really like Dawson Montesa. I think the strike throwing capability could be a little bit better. The walk rates aren't amazing, but you look here with the curveball. That's arguably his most polished secondary, even if it's not grading out super well metrically. It's high 70s right now, but granted, these guys are going to take some time to develop. You're not picking superstars here at 72. He throws it for strikes quite a bit. The slider is more of a sweepier one than it is a true gyro. It sits 84 right now, which is very, very, very nice to see. It's a really, really poor strike percentage, 16th percentile strike percentage. He also has a splitter that is in the high 80s. That's probably another offering that he could really turn to, but something that he struggles to also throw for strikes. So overall, it's another profile, guys, that he has these pitches grade out well metrically, right? From high velocity, and they have good offset from the fastball. Especially with that sweeping slider with 7 horizontal. So he's a true supinator. I think if you had to, and then the changeup gets 11 inches of vertical offset off the fastball. It's only 7 miles an hour, not the splitter specifically. But I do think this is a very, very nice pitch, very, very nice pitch mix, and it absolutely fits the mold of what the Cardinals are going for. So I'm 2 for 2. I'm very happy. I'm looking to see what else they do here going forward, but so far so good. It makes sense what they're doing.
Yeah, Max, what do you make of the Dawson Montesa pick? What do you think of him as a player, and do you think it's a good pick for the Cardinals?
I think it's honestly a pretty good pick for the slot. I'm looking at his arsenal right now, and you look at it, you're seeing like a fastball that's 95. He's got a lower slot, not as low as Kuhns, but it's around 5'6". And then when you look at the VAA specifically with the IVB, top 1/3, it's 3.9. Like that's a very flat fastball top third. And then you look at the secondaries, like he has decent spin capacity because his curveball is up to 2,600. And something that I really think could be a huge development piece for him is getting that splitter more refined, because right now it's 88 and he's getting 1,500 spins. So he's killing spin by a lot. So I think that him just being able to manipulate spin like that, being able to have a low launch fastball is something that you can build off of, and he could be like a very successful pitcher. I'm not saying that he could be elite, but I think he has a path to success.
And Aiden, anything you wanted to add on Dawson Montesa?
I think they pretty much nailed everything about him.
In a very surprising turn of events, I actually have watched one Dawson Montesa start. It's because he played against Baylor, and I just happened to have the game on, and it was one of his worst starts of the season. So I'm not qualified to say anything about him, and I honestly didn't expect the Cardinals to pick him this high. I didn't really know who he was at this point because this is a guy that was not on most people's radars at this early in the draft. But I'm excited about the pick based on kind of what Adam was sharing and a little bit of what Max was sharing. I think it's an interesting guy, and I'd love to see the Big 12 represented here.
I want to say, and like Kareem, I'm kind of with you on this too. I like Montesa. I like the mold. I'm just surprised to see him go this early in the draft. I thought this is somebody they probably could have scooped up a little bit later. Like we said, it makes all the sense in the world that he ranked highly in the Cardinals draft board, but I feel like this is somebody they could have gotten with one of their day 2 picks, or who knows, maybe the Cardinals feel like they can very comfortably build a profile out of him. Right now, he doesn't project as a starter for me, at least. He's going to have to really hone in the rest of that secondary arsenal, but the fastball gives him a great foundation to work with. I just think, I probably would have picked someone differently here at 60, or I guess 72, and then, they could have shot for the stars, aimed for the moon with somebody else later on.
Yeah, I definitely think this is going to be a money saver for the Cardinals here with this 72nd pick. Out of the whole draft so far, I think this is the first pick where I'm kind of iffy on. But when you put into the context of this is likely a money saver in the Cardinals, we're high on this player, and we're comfortable enough to take him with the 72nd overall spot. It's hard to argue with that too much. But I think out of the draft so far, this is probably the one pick where I'm a little bit iffy on. I'm not even sure if he's a 40 FB prospect for me just yet. But again, you go with a Condon, Coons, Maniscalco, Williamson. I think all of those guys, those 4 names, are going to fit themselves in the Cardinals' top 30 prospects. So yeah, I think we've gotten to the point in the draft where some of the picks are not going to be as exciting. But Montesa does have some tools to be excited about, as Max and Adam were talking about. It's a low launch fastball. Cardinals have targeted a bunch of those recently, and he fits the mold of that. And I'm sure this is someone, 1 year at a Division I program. He's now going to get to a pro team. I think his stock is only going to rise when, the Cardinals actually have a plan for this guy to develop his secondaries and get to the point where he's a complete pitcher. Tyler, was there anything that you wanted to add about Dawson Montesa?
Not necessarily Montesa, right? I think I agree with you on him, Kareem. It's probably a money save play, especially with Maniscalco and Condon. Like, you're probably going to have to save some sort of money in there somewhere. But the Andrew Williams pick, man, like that's I love that pick. I think he moved over to right field for UCF this year, but he's played a lot of center field for them in the past. He played for him last year. They brought in a transfer that played mainly center field. He also played some center field for them in what was it, midweek games or earlier in the season that he played some center fielder for him. So like he can still play center field if needed. But I mean, the swing's just so whippy, and he can just get so much exit velocity on it. It's like I'm just really glad they picked him. I think he's going to fit in somewhere in that 20 to 30 range in my prospect list, most likely.
I want to say one thing about this pick. I think that I have a lot of trust in the Heim Bloom regime right now. And even this just feels a little different than some of the ways that the Mosaic regime went after money saving underslot picks. And I'll be honest, while I know it might not be the most exciting name to come off the board here, I do trust Chaim Bloom to identify, specific things that he really likes in players, and maximize those. He talked a lot about individualization, about just finding what a player's superpower is and exploiting that and make them the best version of themselves. And so when you see something like this, and I think the fact that he's only played 1 year at a major university is something that's exciting to me. There could be way more here that we just haven't seen because he hasn't spent time around programs with a lot of resources before. Stuff like that, some of the velocity, those are things that even for a profile that's not polished at all, and might not be turning heads right now, stuff like that makes me think that, you know what, if there's anybody that could see something in this kind of player, it is Chaim Bloom and his team. And so, yeah, I still like it probably more than I would have liked to see Mosaic do something like this. I have a lot of faith in Chaim.
The one thing I will mention, if this is indeed an underslot pick, I wouldn't have an issue with it. But if the Cardinals are going for around slot value a little bit more, I'd be a little bit baffled. And considering that Montessa, he's just 20 years old, I think he has some leverage to go back to school. It is a little curious that I know that he was projected not to go this high, but what if Montessa's number is higher than we think, just considering the fact that he's 20 years old?
That would throw a wrench into some things for sure, because I'm with you where I was just assuming that this was an underslot value. And when we get this far in the draft, for me, I'm looking at a lot of just how other people have rated these guys. And, some of the boards I've pulled up, none of them have him in the top 100. I'm seeing him around like the 130 to 150 range. And so, yeah, I think I'd be surprised if his number was higher than this and if they were going to get him for real slot value. But you're right. If that is the case, it's going to throw a wrench into some things. It could be a little weird.
So one thing I kind of wanted to hop off of that, and that's a very good point, Sandy, but I think at this point in the draft, early on, you have your 50s, 45 pluses, 40s, 45s, 40 pluses, 40s. Now we're kind of getting to that point where it's harder to make a delineation between guy 80 and guy 150 because they're both 35 pluses. A guy that I think we saw last year who was ranked in outside of the top 100 but ended up being the 80 something overall pick was Tanner Franklin, right? And we're seeing exactly how that's panning out. I'm not saying Dawson Montez is going to be Tanner Franklin, but it's that same kind of idea where we're kind of getting to that point in the draft where there's less difference, if you will, between each of these selections, and they kind of can overlap one another. So wouldn't be shocked if you see a guy that's ranked outside of the top 100 be picked, not just by the Cardinals, but by any team, because at this point, it's really just about guys that fit each of team's individual mold. And when we look at these big boards like Fangraphs, Baseball America, MLB Pipeline, they have their own ideas, right, with what they have. And because there are only a handful of these boards, there's only so many different perspectives that we can get. But there are 30 unique draft boards in Major League Baseball. So each team is going to have their own look, their own perspective on each one of these guys. And that's kind of what we see. And that's how a Tanner Franklin, who is ranked outside of the top 100, ends up being 80 as something overall pick. Maybe a guy like Dawson Montessa ends up being 72. That's exactly what played out here. And I wouldn't be shocked if it happens again in 86.
Oh, without a doubt, for sure. It definitely becomes really hard to tell. And these guys, it's so different than an NFL draft or an NHL or, an NBA draft where there's very clear differences between day 1 and day 2 picks at a certain point. So yeah, you're absolutely right there. And these guys are so far away. So, and I love the Tanner Franklin drop in there because absolutely, that's a guy that people might not have had going as high as he did. And Cardinals definitely found something to maximize there, but that was also a pick we were all excited about right away. So, yeah, I'm still excited though. I have so much faith in Chaim Bloom right now. I feel like I've seen so many just exciting things from him over this year and even last year when it felt like he was starting to make a lot of decisions. But yeah, it's an interesting pick, and I really hope it's an underslot pick.
Something else I kind of want to say is that the Cardinals have taken bona fide starters with their 2 pitchers, right? Tegan Kuhn is a starter. Dawson Montessa, at least right now, is a starter. He threw 77 innings at Morgantown last year. But I kind of want to see at what point if and when the Cardinals go back to that well of picking the projectable frame guys who may not have thrown a starter's bag worth of innings and get to that point later on in their professional careers. Like I mean, it's not, I hate to, pound the Tanner Franklin drum, but we can also say the same thing for a Alex Breckheimer, a Jake Shelagowski, a Caden Ekman, Liam Best, Anthony Watts. These kinds of guys are all players, at least you're attempting, that they can extend into starting pitchers. You take a bunch of them and maybe one of them turns into Jacob Odell and outplays their FV projection and ends up being a diamond in the rough with one of your later draft picks. So that's probably a discussion for tomorrow, but I wouldn't be shocked if it happens with 86 or 115.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I mean, the Cardinals have demonstrated that they're interested in something like that in the past. And I think, you said it's a great way to find a diamond in the rough, but it's also very risky. So I don't know. They've taken a ton of big swings. I'd love to hear from Tyler Aiden here. Do you guys think after taking so many big swings, does it make sense for the Cardinals to maybe play these next couple of picks safe? Or do you think they should stay aggressive here?
I'll let you go, Aiden, if you want to go first. It's a little loud in this room right now.
Yeah, I still think they have the ability to swing big here. Maybe not both picks, but one of them. I definitely think they could still swing big. I don't have a preference if it's pick 86 or if it's, pick 114? Is that their next pick after 86? I don't know. There are a lot of directions they can go here. They could go underslot with both. They could go overslot with both if they, felt like they wanted to underslot later in the draft. So, personally, like I said earlier, I would attack it with one slot value and one underslot. So that's probably the direction I would go in, and I hope to see the Cardinals go in.
Yeah, Kareem, what do you think? How do you, Tyler, you're good. You go.
Yeah, it's a really interesting strategy, right? Because I feel like you're gonna have, with two high school picks, the obvious thing is you're gonna have to probably save some money somewhere. So it's is Dawson that? But as Kareem mentioned, he's only a 20-year-old, so he could easily go back to school. So he's got some leverage there. So then it's do you have to save some money with both of these picks, one of these picks, none of these picks, and do you save the money later by going with a bunch of guys, maybe not as highly talented in the later rounds? Who really knows? But I certainly want them to keep staying aggressive, even if it's on maybe a JUCO guy or somebody that's not as highly rated.
Yeah, one guy I had mocked to the Cardinals with their third round pick, Peyton Bonds. EV's up to 121. Contact rates are very solid too. He's a guy that stands out to me. I don't know, I bet he goes for around slot value with the third round selection, but he's a guy to keep an eye on. I think the MLB bloodlines are there. Nephew of Barry Bonds. He's 6'5", 230. Can run really well. I think he's going to man down center field. And the one glaring weakness of his game is, the chase rate. Are you able to take a risk on that chase, which is at 38%, which, obviously the swing decisions at the collegiate level, playing for Rutgers, it's one thing, but in the pros, it's another thing. So it's obviously a risky pick with a guy that has those swing decision questions. But I think in the third round, if you want to continue to take upside, I think Peyton Bonds is one name that stands out to me. Has all the tools in the world. 121 max is just crazy to me. And the contact rates are very solid for the kind of raw power that he possesses.
Yeah, I really like the profile of a guy like Peyton Bonds. I think there's really no weakness there except for the chase rate. But Kareem, we've talked about this too privately, that chase rate is so detrimental. What is it, first or second percentile? If this was 20th, 15th, 20th percentile, if that wasn't a complete cellar dwelling chase rate, I would buy in at Peyton Bonds with a top 100 pick. But I just think that because even if it's a Power 4 conference, it's this detrimental of a swing decision capacity. in college at 21 years old at essentially single A baseball level. If you were to compare it professionally, it's not a 1-for-1 comparison. I do have some hesitations about selecting Peyton Bonds at 86, but I can absolutely see if they were to pick him, where that, that how that decision or where that decision is being driven from. I think it would still, if they have a plan to improve his swing decisions and get him to be like, he would be like a much, much, much higher pick, obviously, if his chase rates were even marginally higher, because it is really, really good contact decisions. And the power is really being taken from the bloodlines there from the best power hitter in Major League Baseball history. So I would like to see Peyton Bonds in a Cardinals uniform, but man, those chase rates scare the crap out of me, I will say.
Are there any players, specifically college players, that haven't been selected so far that, it's a little surprising that they're still on the board? And we could start with Aiden on this one.
You're gonna have to go to somebody else. I'm gonna have to think about this one first.
All right, then we can go with Tyler. You're muted.
I missed a couple seconds there. Was Eric Becker already selected? I think I was not.
Yeah, he was
sitting down when okay. So I mean, that was a little bit of an unexpected question, Kareem. I'm gonna have to.
All right, I can talk about some of the guys that I didn't expect to be here. I think one of the players that stands out to me, Joey Volchko, right-hand pitcher. His fastball, it's more of a cutter shape in the mid 90s. Has an unbelievable feel for spin. I think it's 2,700, 2,800 on the breakers. There are some command issues, certainly with Volchko, but he's a guy, I think his stuff's really intriguing and unique, and I would have expected him to be drafted by this point. A few other names that stand out to me, I mean, we just talked about him. Peyton Bonds is someone that I'm eyeing with that third round pick. I think he'd be a solid selection for the Cardinals. D. Kennedy, we've talked about him. The feel for the pull side power that he has. Will Gasparino, UCLA, started off the season exceptional. I think he was looking like a potential, first rounder at some point in the year. And he's still available here. Hit tool questions, certainly, but we're talking about a guy that's got some of the best power in this whole class. Jacob Duden, his stuff really stands out to me. I think if he was healthy, he would have gone a lot higher. Colin Ritchie, I know he's a personal favorite of Aiden and Tyler's.
Ferraro's still on the board.
Caden Ferraro.
What about Aiden Robbins? No one's mentioned him.
Honestly, it's not that shocking to me that he hasn't been picked. I've been lower on Aiden Robbins. The bat to ball is egregious.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of Aiden Robbins, right? My bad. I'm not a fan of Aiden Robbins either, but I didn't expect him to slide. What is it at this point into the 70s and 80s? I'm shocked. I thought he would. I didn't think he'd be like a top 30 or 40 pick like some outlets are projecting him to be. But I definitely thought that Aiden would slide into the 70s or 80s. I do think this is a little bit of a dip for him. But if there's a reason as to why that would happen, I completely agree with you, Kareem, that it's because there are a lot of glaring holes in his profile. But I do think the power is very fun to see, and I do think that's something worth taking a shot on if a team wants to do it at this point in the draft.
If the Cardinals
tell us how you really feel about Aiden.
Well, if the Cardinals need to save some money with this third round pick, one guy I'll mention, Ruger Riojas from Texas, right-hand pitcher, senior sign. I think you can get him at a discount just considering he's a senior and he's got some intriguing stuff. So thought I'd mention him. And I'm pretty sure, Adam, he would fit that filter, right? For the college pitchers.
Ruger Riojas?
Yeah.
From a stuff perspective, yes. From an age perspective, no. So so he is 22 going on like 23 like next month, I believe. The Cardinals only they picked 12 pitchers last year. The only one that wasn't 20 or 21 was Caden Ekman, and he had just turned 22. So it was like by like a month he just missed. And for you guys wondering how you're getting to the age part, it's what their age is on June or July 1st. That's like what the definition is by Major League Baseball. So because Ruger is a little older, I don't think I think if there's going to be a pitcher that they would pick if they were to deviate from that age mold, it would be a guy like Ruger Riojas, but I don't think that they pick him. I think they pick somebody who shares those same traits, who happens to be 20 or 21, like a Dawson Montessa, or somebody who is 20, or maybe somebody else who's 21 years old.
All right, Aiden, going back to you. Have you thought of any names that surprising to you that are still available?
You ended up taking my two names back to back too. I was going to say Jacob Dutton, and then I was going to say Colin Ritchie, and then of course you say them back to back. I was like, what the heck, dude? Yeah, no, I like both of those profiles a lot. Jacob Dutton's he's a really good pronator. It's a sync piece, correct? If I'm not mistaken. I think it is.
I could pull it up. I think he does get more arm side.
Oh yeah, it's definitely more of a sync piece. Yeah, good hard sync piece. Does have a slider. I'm pretty sure he throws a really nice changeup too. I don't see a changeup underneath this thing. But that's a guy I'm really interested in. He's gonna be out for most, if not all, of 2027, I believe. So that's kind of a bummer, but still, I mean, regardless, there's a lot of upside with Jacob Dutton, but it's also a risk because you don't know how he's going to be coming off this injury. Like you said, Colin Ritchie's a guy I'm super duper uber impressed with. He has some of the highest air pull percentages I have ever seen in my life. I believe it was like north of 70%. I'm gonna check that right now. Yeah, it was almost 71% air pull percentage. I mean, that's just insane. 71%. I mean, that's why he was one of the leaders in home runs with 31 this year at Oklahoma State. I don't think there's any question that this guy should be in consideration in one of these picks.
I'm going to mention a name here that I think is somebody who might be more in play at 115, but I think we might have to bounce before that. Devin Sheeran, right? This is a guy that we've seen who fits that like Cardinals mold of a pitcher. Granted, it's more of that relief mold, and I think with these guys, they're going to be looking for more refined command. I think they're taking a chance on Dawson Montessa, who has a poor strike throwing capability because he's already built up as a starter. With a guy like Devin Sheeran, it's kind of like Tanner Franklin minus the command because his walk rate's double. So I think ultimately I am going to walk back on maybe taking him at like 86. But if they were to take a flyer on a guy like him at like 115 or like with their 145 pick, I think that might make a little bit more sense. But I think for now, at this point, it's a crapshoot. Who knows what they do at 86? That'd be very fun to see. I think another guy is Bo Rudy, where that is basically Tanner Franklin's minion. Like he just doesn't throw as hard as Tanner Franklin, but it's the exact same Kennesaw State to Tennessee pipeline. He's pitching in the bullpen. He doesn't throw as hard as Tanner Franklin. Tanner's pumping like 101, 102. Bo sits in the low to mid 90s, but I think eventually he can get up to that velocity range. I think if they wanted to continue that SEC, Tennessee, Knoxville to Cardinals minor league system pipeline, he makes all the sense in the world, and he fits that flat approach angle. And I think with him, it's like an outlier swinging strike percentage. It's like 99th percentile swinging strike rate at Tennessee last year, very much like Tanner and Liam did last year. So if we were to see a guy like Bo Rudy be selected, I do think it would be a little bit later, but that's another name I'm looking at that would be very sensible and fits the Cardinals' ideology going forward.
Tyler, are there any players that you wanted to mention?
I guess a couple names that I'm kind of surprised didn't go off the board, but not like totally surprised, is Jason DeCaro and Jackson Willits. I think both are picking up late steam with how they performed at the College World Series. And I thought both might have a chance based on their College World Series performances to bust into the top 2 rounds. So I'm a little surprised neither of those guys went off the board, even though they're not like the most metrics-driven profiles.
I kind of wanted to mention, this is slightly off topic, but I guess because there is a break going on, if I'm not mistaken, Brody Bamila just had his second procedure on his elbow. The guy has arguably one of the nastiest arsenals. I think Max mentioned that he is college bound. Given what we've already talked about, where the Cardinals have already kind of going to have to overslot a guy like Condon and a guy like Maniscalco, and they're taking a bit of their bonus pool towards those guys. I think a guy like Bumila, to sway him away from college and a potential redshirt year or guaranteed redshirt year at Austin in 2027 may not be in play. But I will say that I feel like another team that does have the capability hasn't gone overslot and is more apt at taking a high school arm. I'm wondering if they're, what kind of musings there are about them taking a guy like Bumila, even if he's going to be a draft and stash until like 2028, probably, because he's going to have another procedure. I guess there's a lot of people are going to be scared about the second procedure, and he's not even 20 years old, but you can't complain about this stuff. It's about as loud as any high school lefty we've seen in a very long time.
Has Ryan Lynch been selected? Pitcher out of North Carolina?
I think so.
I can't remember if he was selected.
Not yet.
That's who they need to take at 86.
That'd be good.
That's the guy right there.
Now, one name that jumps off to me that's still available, UCLA third baseman Roman Martin. I know Adam's a big fan of his game, but does a lot of things well. The EVs are there, 105 90th, makes solid amount of contact. It's an 87% in zone contact rate. And it's just a very solid profile all around, and a guy that, even though he played third base at UCLA, shared the left side of the infield with Rock Chalowski, I think there is potential in him playing short once he gets into a pro team. So that's one name I wanted to mention, Roman Martin.
Maybe something worth asking. Some people thought the Cardinals were going to go with Helfrich in the first round. Do you think there's a chance they go with the catcher in the middle rounds here, or is that probably off the table, or who knows?
Jack Natali is still on the board, and I think that's a really interesting name. I think he's a really good catcher out of the University of Cincinnati. I think there's a lot to like with kind of his profile. Really solid defensive catcher, still improving there, but the offense profile is really driven by the power, and I think he's just really interesting.
Yeah, thinking about it. Oh, you go.
No, sorry, I've been talking a lot, Sandy.
Thinking about a catcher in the middle rounds kind of reminds me of Ryan Campos. I think he was a 4th-round pick out of Arizona State. And that's a guy who's really broken out for the Cardinals this year. And he's just added to some of the really exciting depth they've got at the position. And so I wonder if, I think they feel very comfortable developing catchers. And I think they do a really good job of it right now. So I wonder if they didn't see anybody else that caught their eye, if they thought maybe there's a guy they could maximize there, I'd fully support that pick.
I agree with you, Sandy. I was actually just going to mention a guy like Ryan Campos because, look, the Cardinals, that is by far and away their strongest positional, like 1 through 9, or I guess 2 through 9, I should say. But that being said, because it is so important, I think you just got to continue to draft a guy almost every single year just to make sure you have enough depth, because you can never have enough of the up the middle guys, especially at catcher. So if they feel like, I think this is the right point to do it. If you want to take a catcher in these early middle round selections to kind of solidify that depth, give you another guy to catch up Palm Beach the rest of this fall and next year, because Heriberto Caraballo was just called up to Peoria, but to just keep the pipeline going, make sure you add another guy in there to compete in the position, because, you need to make sure you keep that going. So I think it would make a lot of sense. And I do see, if I had to guess, I would feel the Cardinals will take another catcher at some point here, whether it's later today or early tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's something definitely to keep an eye on. And I know we've got a couple more minutes here before the draft gets started, but I think it's a great chance to go over some news. And maybe you guys talked about it before I was on. I didn't get to catch the whole thing because it's kind of a long stream today. But Kareem, Brandon Clark made his season debut, actually his organizational debut as a Cardinal, pitching in the FCL. Good stuff. Didn't walk anybody. Did hit a batter. Struck out 2. 1 2/3 innings pitched. Look, Brandon Clark is a really exciting arm, and I think he's the most exciting prospect they got back from the Red Sox in a couple of trades that with some guys we really like. Even going back to the Blaze Jordan trade, who I know some people are still really high on Blaze, and it's cool that he's gotten a shot at the major league level now. But Brandon Clark is just an electric arm. His slider might be the best slider in the system, even after coming off this injury. What does it mean to have him back in the Cardinal system? And after Kareem, if anyone else wants to jump in and talk a little about how exciting it is to see Brandon Clark pitching in the St. Louis Cardinals organization.
Yeah, it's huge when we talk about a guy like Brandon Clark who sits mid to high 90s on his fastball, plus breaking pitch, might be the best breaking pitch in the Cardinals organization. It's great to see this guy back healthy. And, I hope we see him down at Palm Beach, get a few innings there in front of StatCast. I think it's going to be fun to see those numbers. He's touching close to triple digits. So when you have that kind of stuff from the left side, nasty breaking pitch, it's a lot of fun. And just another name to add to the Cardinals list of intriguing young pitchers. You look at a Liam Doyle right now, Durangelo St. Quinn Matthews has been pitching so well down at AAA, and I think he's pushing his way towards a big league call up. So to get an arm like this, to finally see him in games, it's really exciting to watch. And fingers crossed he's able to stay healthy.
100%. Does anyone else have anything to share about just what it means to see Brandon Clark back and healthy?
This guy could be a really quick riser, right? Like this guy could get up your farm system rankings pretty quick with how electric his stuff is. If you can show some better command and hopefully some health over the end of this year and into next year, like this guy could easily be a top 2-3 pitching prospect in your organization.
Adam, was there anything that you wanted to shed light on regarding Brandon Clark?
I'm just happy to see him back, man. I know, with him and Ishan and Cooper Jerpy, those are like 3 of the most prolific left-handed pitchers in our organization. I guess more of that middle tier besides Doyle and Quinn Matthews. But these guys have the chance, especially a guy like Brandon Clark has the chance to ascend into that echelon. I think Jerpy does too. So to see him back, even if it's only going to be for like maybe a third of the season, 40% of a season, I think is very promising. I think he's going to have a couple of rehab stints here at the complex, and then he makes his way to Palm Beach, across the street or wherever, across the field. Maybe he gets another opportunity at Peoria. I think he's going to spend a bit of time here at Peoria because that's where he was at, I think, high A for the Red Sox organization. He kind of struggled to throw strikes there and really hone in the command. But this is somebody who obviously has arguably the nastiest arsenal in the entire organization, but really struggles to throw strikes and isn't quite extended into a starter yet. So I do think that, the rest of the season will be telling, but I can't wait to see what happens next year. Hopefully he continues to stay healthy and continues rehabilitating in a positive manner.
Yeah, I caught the end or the middle of this conversation, I think, but I don't know if you guys touched on when he was first popping off with Boston last year, I think Baseball America threw him into the 90s in their top 100 and were major helium around him. And they were even this guy could be so much higher if we just get a little bit more of a track record. And then those command issues sort of set in, but it was right around when he had that blister issue start popping up. And part of the reason they did that surgery this offseason is they believe some of those blistering issues that he had was related to a blood clot he had going on. And so obviously there's major injury risk with Brandon Clark because he's had so many issues already in his young career, dating back even to college. I think he missed a full season, but nasty stuff. So excited to see him on the mound, and he could be a guy we're pretty soon talking about all the time of whoa, the Cardinals have a Brandon Clark.
Yeah. Something to throw out here. Brandon Clark just strikes everybody out. He's got 93 strikeouts in 66 career innings. It's just awesome stuff. He just dominates hitters. One other thing, Adam, I was so glad to hear you mention Ishan Henderson because we also got the news yesterday that he's been cleared for a rehab assignment. So that's really exciting too. The Cardinals are getting some of these arms back, and we've seen Cooper Jerpy now making a couple of appearances. I know you mentioned both them. These guys are also back healthy and getting ready to pitch for the Cardinals. So it's a really good time right now to be following the Cardinals farm system because I don't know if you guys have felt this way, but largely this season on the pitching side, in my opinion, there's been plenty of things to be excited about, but a couple of serious injuries that are a real bummer. And on top of that, it feels like while some of the stuff is there, some of the results have kind of lagged behind a little bit on the pitching side. And so getting back some of your very exciting arms, being able to just really flood the minors with intriguing high upside arms is going to be a lot of fun because the pitching side of development has been so awesome. But some names I've seen in our chat here, if anybody wants to weigh in, and I think I caught the tail end of your Wanvin Cho discussion earlier, but he's been awesome. I've seen Jesus Baez pop up. Is there anybody that, as we get ready to start up the draft again here, that anybody just wants to give a shout out to and talk about how their first half has gone so far?
I guess I can go. So players in the first half that have impressed us.
Yeah, whoever you want to talk about, given our limited time here and our limited preparation for a long break in the draft here.
Aside from the obvious names, you look at a Jacob Odell, for instance.
Yeah,
had him on Birds on the Farm. He's having a breakout season. Joyker Fajardo, Jesus Baez. One guy I wanted to shout out. He recently was called up to AAA. Mason Molina. I think the fastball really stands out with him, even though it's sitting, around 92 miles an hour. I think up to 95 peak, but gets above average carry. His changeup is a plus. One of the better changeups in the organization. I know the Cardinals have a ton of lefties that have plus changeups, but his is a really, really good pitch. Gyro slider, sweeper mix as well. He's an arm that entering the season, there was certainly some helium, especially having access to his data in spring training. But I think he's exceeded expectations. He's been out of that AA staff that has Liam Doyle, Durangelo Saintja, Braden Davis. He's been the most impressive name out of that group and is already pushing himself into, he got called up to AAA recently. So he's one name that I wanted to touch on. He's been the most, he's had the most success out of every pitching prospect in the organization. And he's someone that's really caught my eye so far this year as a riser. He's up to number 14 on my top 30 Cardinals prospect list.
Man, you took my guy there. I have him, as high there as Mason Molina. I've been so high on Mason ever since the Cardinals dealt him for literally Phil Maton, and it's just been insane so far. I guess since you took Mason Molina, I'll take a guy who is, I guess, in my opinion, ranked a little higher and has just been completely outstanding at Peoria. It's Joyker Fajardo, man. I mean, for him to be 19 years old, and granted, it's been, he's been kind of teed off on to a degree. The home runs have been a major issue this year, which is surprising because it literally was not a problem at all last year. He didn't allow a single home run in 2025. You can check that. But he has allowed 11 this season. But even then, it's a 31% strikeout rate. And even with the walk issues that he's had recently, by and large, it's an 8.3%, all things considered. So the fact that he's missing bats, he's throwing strikes and making sure that he's not walking the world, for him to be doing that at 19 is absolutely absurd. I think the command, he's got one of the best commanded arsenals, most advanced command of any pitcher in the world that's still a teenager, right? I don't think that's too much of an exaggeration to say, just given where he's pitching at for his level. And granted, it's not the most, he's not an analytics darling like a Liam Doyle or a Jacob Odell or a Tanner Franklin type pitcher, but he's going to finesse the crap out of you throughout the rest of his career. And as he ascends the minor league ladder, and even then the fastball will still sit mid-90s, is teed 97, I believe, in game. And I think because he is so young, he's going to have the ability to get into that high 90s heat. And I think that's going to help the rest of the arsenal play. I'm pretty sure it's like almost a pure bullet gyro slider and a good changeup as well. So I want to shout out Joyker Fajardo, especially for him being not the primary return. I think it was in the Wilson Contreras trade, if I'm not mistaken. So, I think it was Hunter Dobbins, or, one of you guys can correct me. It was Hunter Dobbins that they got back, who was the primary piece in that deal. and because he was more advanced, he's in AAA. But I do want to shout out Joyker Fajardo, and at least I have him as a top 10 prospect in the organization. I might be a little higher than you guys on him, having him as a 45 FE, but I do think that just because he is so advanced for the age and how well he's pitched, his bad side has been like a 12 or 13% walk rate, right? Like that's like during like the poor stretch. That's about as bad as it's going to get. And as good, it's going to be like 4 or 5%. So very excited to see what he continues to do this season. I'd love to see him at Springfield for a cup of Joe at the end of the year, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. We'll jump back into this discussion. But for those of you who are watching, the third round is flying by now. So the 82nd pick is coming up here. I know we've got the 86th, so the Orioles are on the clock now. We've got just a couple of picks left. Aiden and Tyler, we're going to come back to you guys after this. So make sure you're thinking of some guys that you want to talk about as well in our next segment between picks, because we'll have kind of a longer wait there. But, man, we are getting really close to another pick for the Cardinals. And I think we've got to shuffle around some names on here, right? Okay. Is there anybody, you guys, as we get close to this pick, is there anybody that you would love to see the Cardinals target that's left on the board? I know it's really hard to keep up. There's names just flying off the board now. We are pretty far down, but anybody that comes to anybody's mind.
Yeah, I guess
Ryan.
I could start
Ryan Lynch.
You can go, Aiden.
That's
Ryan
my
Lynch.
pick. I'd really like Ryan Lynch. I want to shout out the A's real quick. Adding Gabe Gakel and Jacob Dutton is unbelievable. It's just crazy to me. Like those two, if you can figure them out, that could be a legit 1-2, 2-3 punch. Like that's insane that they snagged both of those pitchers.
All right, as we get ready for the next pick, we got Taylor Cruz coming in. Sorry, Kareem, I know you're also going to introduce him, but welcome to the stream, Taylor. This is so much fun. We've got so many fun guys jumping in to talk about the Cardinals today. Taylor, is there anybody right now? I know I'm putting you on the spot right away. Is there anybody that you're looking at with the Cardinals just about to draft here?
Yeah, I think you're getting to the point where like you could safely be okay taking a risk on someone like Aiden Robbins. You have Blake Bowen out there too, who we've already gone to high schoolers. I think it'd be a tough overslotting to do that, but those are kind of two of the more exciting people out there.
Peyton Bonds is still available. I had him mocked in the third round.
Yep. We'll keep beating the gem, right? Keep beating the Caden Ferraro gem here at the 86th pick, right? Like still on the board. Really good.
Nah, I think this is a good range for Caden Ferraro. All right, Jensen Hirschkorn goes to the Braves. The 84th overall pick. All right,
I prefer fresh corn, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, speaking of guys with last name being Corn.
What if they just go wild and go a prep pitcher here? That'd be crazy.
Though?
Crazy.
Brody.
Denton Lord. My boy Denton Lord. 6'8", spins the ball. That's fun.
Bro's playing the wrong sport if he's 6'8".
All right, Cardinals are on the clock now. 86th overall pick. All right. How are we feeling, guys? I think I'm leaning towards a college bat with this pick.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll go with that.
I hope it's a more projectable college bat. Like Andrew Williamson is fun and all, but I am a little concerned about the fact that he's not the most projectable athlete. I mean, they obviously knew that when they picked them, but if they're going to go college bat, I hope it's someone who's more likely to stick up the middle.
All right, we have back-to-back high schoolers here.
Joe Doyle tapped out.
I'm in love. I'm in love. Yeah, I'm in love.
Caden Ferraro is a Cardinal.
I'm in love.
Let's go.
go.
I cannot believe
Let's
what is
freaking
happening.
go.
This has
Oh,
been
brother.
this has been a great draft. I have no words.
Oh.
This is insane.
Likely a first baseman, DH type. I don't know
Yeah.
if they're going to play him in left field, but this might be the best hitter in the whole draft. And Adam, I know you've been itching to talk about him. Just give a rundown on Caden Ferraro and why you like this pick so much.
Give me somebody else. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I'll do it. This guy, and I've said this earlier today, this is arguably, at least in my opinion, the best pure hitter in this draft. There's literally no weakness to his offensive game. He just literally is a statue, and you have to put him at DH because he can't field, and that happens with some guys. But you're talking about a guy who has a 99th percentile EV 90, 115 max EV. He's got really, really good swing decision, just a 20% chase rate, 94th percentile in zone contact, sweet spots the ball, hits the ball in the air. He does everything really, really well, right? I think maybe you could nitpick and say the chase rates aren't amazing, but for just how good he is at optimizing in the air, how much raw juice he has, this is insane. Kareem, you nailed it, or I'm not sure who might have said that. I'm just swooning over this pick right now. Aiden, I'm in love with you with this as well. This dude, this has been crazy. I am absolutely.
You went from hating Aiden to now loving him.
Yeah, no, it's we got to cover both ends of the spectrum here. This has been such an amazing draft here. I'm so happy with Caden Ferraro being selected here. This is. Oh my God, this is
shout out Zach Mortimer. He's absolutely killing it right now.
If only he could just play right field fringely. This is a guy who's gonna we kind of saw. I don't know if that's a good comp. I was gonna say Jack Gervich kind of rising somewhat quickly here and having success at Peoria. I think this is a guy who could rise fairly quickly, just simply because of how advanced of a hitter he is, despite the defense not being the best right now, or maybe ever.
Adam, real quick here, I want to get into everyone else's thoughts, but what would you have Caden Ferraro's FV value at?
His FV, you said?
Yeah,
maybe a 40. Look, it's this even if he's that good of a hitter, right? We still need to see him play in the minor leagues. It's still it's Division I, it's Big 12 Power 4 conference. But I do think that because there is no there is no dimensionality there. It's a very much like a two-trick pony or one-trick pony with the offense. I do think that it's going to be very tough to justify ranking him much higher. Maybe they find a way to hide him at first base. I think taking a first base DH profile at this point in the draft is very okay. I know I kind of contradicted myself. I hope they would take a more projectable bat, but Caden Ferraro is the one guy that I'm willing to waive that to make a concession for, because of how good the offense is. This is, like I mentioned before, from a pure offensive perspective alone, I would argue this is the most prolific player in the draft.
Taylor, was there anything that you wanted to add on to the Caden Ferraro selection? What do you think of it?
Yeah, so I'm going to have to agree with you guys on everything that you're saying about Ferraro. He's one of the top two hitters in the class, and I think we talked about this the other day, but you're comparing between him and Carter Beck, and they both put up just some of the craziest numbers you've seen. And with Ferraro, I know there's a lot they say on the defense, but he also played on a team with a lot of good defenders, and I don't know if he was really that terrible or if he didn't have a chance to play with the other defenders on his team too. So I've heard people talk about him potentially being passable in a corner. So I guess we'll see what it comes down to. But even if he is a first baseman or DHman, he's going to end up providing value that you see from Alec Burleson, something like that. He's obviously not going to chase to that extent, but he's going to be a really good hitter. You can mark as your DH, first baseman, whatever. And I think, like everyone said, he's going to move quickly through the system.
Is it worth reacting to a couple of these other picks right now? I know we're a Cardinals-centric show, but
I was gonna say, if I'm gonna be the voice of God here. Yeah, I'd say Peyton Bonds to the Giants is incredible.
Yeah, Bonds is a Giant again, guys.
It is destiny. Bonds
is
on the Giants.
And Bamila to the Rangers. If anyone can keep him from Texas, it's Texas, I would think.
Wait, where was he?
Sign him?
Oh, wow, 89. Okay.
Does anybody want to jump in? Do you think they'll be able to sign him? This is kind of for anybody who wants to go for it. Do you think they'll be able to sign him this far down? Do you think they have enough money to play with?
I mean, I haven't checked on what their other picks are, but I would assume that if they're picking him in the 3rd round, I would assume they have a pretty good idea of what they could potentially do here. But Tyler, I don't know what you think.
They also got Gio Riojas, the other left-handed pitcher in the 1st round. So it always depends, like, what does his money look like? I don't remember any of their middle round picks after that, but if they're taking him in the 3rd round, I think they have a good idea that they can probably sign him. I don't think you take him this high if you didn't think there was a decent chance at him becoming a Texas Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. Texas has had a couple of weird drafts, though. Remember when they took like Kumar Rocker? Was it like 3rd overall or something crazy like that? So interesting. Well, we've got kind of a longer wait here. If anybody else wants to react to the Ferraro pick, feel free to just jump in and cut me off. But Taylor, I want to jump to you and put you on the spot a bit. We were talking about guys that we think have overperformed in the first half, or just guys who've been really exciting and really fun to watch so far. A couple of names that have popped up are, the usual suspects here with Juan Bin Cho or Jesus Baez or Jacob Odell. Is there anybody that you just want to give some love to and talk a little bit about how much fun you've had watching them so far in the first half of the season?
Oh man, that's a tough one, especially with the people that you've already named so far. One person I've been high on, and I know he's already been mentioned, but I'm just going to throw him out there again, is Mason Molina. I think I've had an argument where I have Molina a lot higher than other people. I know his fastball's going to be low 90s right now. There's room for more. In spring, you kind of saw him hit 95, and then in his AAA debut, he was getting a little higher ratings too because he was probably amped up. But I think there's a chance for more. He does a good job getting vert on that fastball. The changeup's just brutal on righties, and he's working on like a sweepy slider that's going to be pretty tough, I think, on lefties eventually. So I think he's got something for everyone, and I think he's probably one of the more overlooked guys in the system. So sorry, no one knew, but I have to give him his flowers.
No, that's totally fair. He's been awesome this year. I mean, the rise since, being traded for literally a month and a half of like bad Phil Maton pitching too. He was great with us, and he wasn't so hot after the trade. So pretty crazy value that the Cardinals got there. Adam, this is a bit off topic, but I actually would love to ask you, is Ferraro a top 30 prospect for you right now?
I might be a bit biased. I'll give my bias and a not so biased.
Yeah, I'd love that.
I mean, like you can make an argument that yes, he is, but I will say that my 40 FV tier, for me specifically, ranges all the way from number 21 with Bryson Motts all the way down to, well, I guess I just threw in Andrew Williamson at 37. Maybe I'm a little bit lower than everybody else is, but it's also Sembra Bursa at 36. So, around 17 players on that list, I would throw him in somewhere in that range. I think because you can dream, like the Cardinals know, like he's not a defender, but I think because the bat to ball, the chase, the swing decisions and the power is just so refined, the offensive game is so advanced, I think you can make a pretty decent argument to just throw him in the top 30 if you wanted to. I think with a guy like Caden Ferraro, or really with any player in that range in 40, you can slot him in anywhere. I think you can make an argument very clearly if somebody else wanted to take the under and slot him outside the top 30. That's a pretty valid assertion too, right? It's the same FV tier. I would personally probably put him a bit higher just because I still think that even if he's handicapped because of his defense, because the offense is so strong, I think he's going to just power his way to at least being like a 1.5 win player on average throughout the first 6 years of team control right now. Maybe like a little bit less, but around that range.
That's pretty high praise. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible that the Cardinals have added at least 4 guys that'll slot into their organizational top 30. And, we've still got a trade deadline to talk about in a few weeks too. So this is just a great opportunity for them to inject talent into their farm system. And they're doing a really good job so far.
Can I add something to that? Like, I think the last decade of Randy Flores running drafts, I think it's pretty easy to look across the industry, and a lot of people have a lot of respect for what the Cardinals have been able to do in the draft. But these last 2 drafts feels like it's been let Randy and the team cook a little bit in a way that they haven't. And 2020 was another year where they kind of got to be a little aggressive in different ways. And we've seen what's come of that class. And so we don't know what the future is going to look like with the Cardinals front office. I think John Mozeliak going to Los Angeles Angels has thrown a big wrench into things, right? Where like there's a lot of people connecting the dots of Randy Flores potentially going over to LA to be their next GM. And if something like that happens, who knows how many people may follow in potential roles. And so I just want to give Randy and his team, and like Zach Mortimer, we talked about, is running the drafts this year. There's so many awesome scouts in the system. There's when we say Heim Bloom making picks, right? We all know that means way more than Heim Bloom. There's so many people who probably are never going to be named in podcasts that go into these processes and have made this have been important cogs in this machine. And it's been fun to see what they've done these last 2 drafts. And we've already seen the early returns of the 2026 class or 2025 class. And I've been just pleasantly surprised again with the 2026 class. Not that I doubted they would make intriguing picks, but at the same time, it feels like, I don't know, last few years, like the first time this is our 3rd time doing a draft live stream. And the first time we did it, beyond the JJ pick, it started to get a little like, oh, okay. Like there's a lot of other names maybe I would have went with, but try to squint and see if that's maybe the one. And I know we talk a lot about this being Heim Bloom's new regime, but at the same time, a lot of the people, especially in the scouting department, are the same names that were here when John Mozeliak was here. And so I want to give them their flowers for this. And it's an exciting time for them to celebrate all the hard work they've put in. But then also this may be the last time we get this crew leading this draft. And so just thinking big picture and long term, they've set this organization up in a really exciting way for as much crap as we've given the Cardinals in the last few years. Part of the reason this quick turnaround is happening is because of the integration of this scouting department and player development group. And just feels like they're about to maybe nail another draft here.
Man, Josh, I did not even think about any of that potential fallout from Mo heading here to Southern California, because he might bring, like, if and when he ends up, jumping ship and allowing somebody else to take the reins. Because technically right now, aside from being the interim president of baseball operations or the head of baseball operations de facto, he is more of a consultant role. And if he decides to have somebody else step into that role, if he elects not to stay there long term, you can bet that they're at least going to be in contact with a lot of names from the Cardinals front office. And I feel like there's inevitably at that point, it's not going to be every single name, but one, if not potentially a few more, might be on their way down to the Southwest here. So that would suck. It would be unfortunate, but hopefully they have the pipeline. I have the confidence in the Cardinals that it's just, same way you have with the actual team within the front office. It's just next man up, next guy, next person who has the talent, who can step up and be that executive role, assistant GM, data analyst, whatever it is, can step into that role and have the same kind of success that some of these more legacy guys, if you will, have had over the past decade or so.
Yeah. And also I know there's a couple people in the chat being like, what? Like, it's been St. Louis people have already been saying it. There's at least, I know, one Angels beat reporter that's already connected Randy Flores as a strong connection to the Angels job. If, like, again, Mo hasn't ruled out the idea that he could stay in that role, but it's pretty likely he's going to hire a new regime in there and help with that. And again, doesn't mean Randy Flores is the guy. Doesn't mean that the Cardinals are going to be poached here, but it's definitely something to watch for. And it's a high compliment to the Cardinals. I mean, I know Mo's coming from them, so it's one thing for it to be your guys, but the fact that Randy has been a name that's been thrown out there for so long for a potential GM job out there, like, you want to have names like that are flight risks. And just let's hope that Rob Cerfolio and some of these other guys aren't going to be pulled here soon too, because kind of want some of these guys around to keep building.
Yeah, 100%. I just want to jump in and add too, and you guys have already kind of hinted at this a bit, but if there's anybody that you trust to replenish a system after you have some big names leave, Heim Bloom has done such a great job of surrounding himself with just brilliant people so far. I've got a friend that works in the organization, and he's also really high on Anouk. He's really high on Heim Bloom. And he says that these guys not only get how to run a baseball organization, and they're great at what they do, but they're also great at managing people, and they're great at managing business. And so I trust them to really, if guys are out the door, I trust them to find the right guys to fill those spots. And I think that they've got the right people in the right positions right now to do a lot of really good stuff for a long time. So yeah, I really hope you don't see guys getting put and I really hope they don't see anybody get poached. It'd be a real bummer to see like Serfolio out the door so quickly, but that's a guy that has so much potential and could someday lead an organization on his own too, Man, we're about halfway to this next pick. Is there anybody still on the board? I'd love to jump to you, Taylor, and then Tyler and Adam and Josh, if there's any names you like. Is there anybody on the board right now that you think, wow, I hope that guy's still around in a couple of picks, and I hope the Cardinals get a chance to go get him?
Yeah, so we're kind of getting down to the point where there's a little less people out there, but a couple of people I like D. Kennedy still on the board. Again, I kind of mentioned some people earlier who are unrealistic, like Blake Bowen, but those two are kind of people I would kind of keep my eyes on. I also love Savion Sims, but again, I keep going down that high school pool, so it's hard for me to keep saying that. I think we'll probably see a lot more college picks going forward here, but what do you guys think?
I think it is. I think Gasparino still being on the board is kind of interesting. Colin Ritchie, is obviously an Aiden favorite that he's kind of convinced me of, like just really good, pulled air rates and really good damage potential, even though there's some swing and miss in that game profile. Also a guy that probably profiles as a first base DH type, similar to Caden Ferraro. Ruger Riojas is still on the board. So there's a few intriguing names that you could potentially get here.
Yeah, I think D. Kennedy's still on the board technically, right? Or I guess literally. Yeah. I'm kind of shocked about that. I know there's a bit of weakness to his game with the overall power output and bat to ball ability, whether he can really adjust to velo at the next level. But, he's a surefire bet to stick at shortstop, really, really good swing decisions. I've been high on D. Kennedy from very early on. I kind of have cooled off. If we're going to go back down the prep one name I'm going to mention is Kevin Roberts Jr. This is a guy whose data, aside from the ability to optimize in the air, is absolutely wild. He is 6'5", 220 pounds. We've talked about them before. He has not one, not two, not three, but 4 Division I offers out of high school for different sports, not just baseball. I don't think I've ever heard that before. This guy is a supreme athlete in every sense of the name. He's got like plus contact ability, chase rates, 99th percentile rotational acceleration, and 82nd percentile bat speed. This guy, if you can get him to pull the ball in the air, at least hit the ball in the air more often, I think you have the potential for a true 5-tool player. This is, even if he's like 6'5", he's one of the faster players in this draft. And it's some of the louder, he's one of the toolsiest players in this draft. And I think because of how physically projectable he is and the combination of that with how loud the tools are, he has one of the higher ceilings if you can get everything to be optimized.
I apologize. My brain's all over the place right now, but I know Kareem just threw in the chat or one of our chats. And I know that, some others in this, like Brian Smith in our regular or live stream chat, but like a Kyle Randall definitely fits that profile of like the Tanner Franklin type stuff of targeting that big fastball. See if we can maybe get someone that, was a bullpen arm in college, but maybe you can translate into a starter. Maybe just, at this point, any point in the draft at this point, if you're drafting someone who ends up being a big league reliever, that's still a win. So big time fastball, I wouldn't mind at all targeting something like that here. And then before you guys jump in with some of your other potential targets here, I just want to plug 314 again, who is presenting sponsor at D on the Cards and is doing his fun giveaway with us. And so if you go over to our Twitter, maybe we could retweet it here soon so it gets toward the top of our feed. But we're giving away a Bowman's first rookie card of both Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina. And the All you have to do to enter into that is like and retweet that tweet. And then if you reply with proof of subscription to the YouTube channel, you can get an additional entry. So speaking of, if you're not subscribed to Deal on the Cards already, we'd love if you subscribe. Like the stream, helps us out a ton. We'd really appreciate it. We've got more podcasts that happen twice a week over here on the channel, if not more. Sometimes we do emergency pods like we did for the JJ Weatherhole extension the other day. Bernie Miklasz is joining me tomorrow. We're going to react to the first half of the Cardinals season going into the All-Star break. And then we've got Birds on the Farm. We've got draft content, all pre-draft content during the year, and then post-draft content. We've got farm system content, all different kinds of things going on the channel. So you'll want to join in for that. So appreciate the support. Yeah. And whoever wants to jump in with some other names you're looking at.
Does anybody like Sean Dunlap? I've kind of talked myself into hoping the Cardinals take a catcher today. I'd like to talk about a catcher. So I think that'd be kind of fun. I know he's a prep guy. And I don't know a ton about the profile, but it's a name that I thought was kind of interesting. I know he's got a pretty good arm, and obviously you're not drafting a prep guy to help right now. But there are questions about a lot of these guys in the system's arms. So maybe that's an interesting route the Cardinals could go. I don't know.
I don't know much about him. I'll let Adam or Taylor talk about him if they know much about him.
I also don't know much about him, but you bringing up like prep catcher, Will Brick's still on the board, and Will Brick is a monster. And I don't know if he would sign, but he would be a really fun player too at catcher.
Yeah, so Sean Dunlap's a high school catcher, right? So I think at this point, I mean, unless some team wanted to, give him a bonus he couldn't refuse, I could probably see him going to college. I think where is his commitment? Is it Texas or Tennessee? So I think he's
Cardinals love Tennessee though, and they love prep guys, and they love catchers
for sure. So I think I would love to see the Cardinals potentially pay up to go get him if they have the capability to do so. But I do think if I had to throw a dart at it and kind of put my finger on it, I would probably say that he is Tennessee bound at this point, unless some team steps in.
Yeah. Does anybody like Trey Broussard? That's another name. It's a Big 12 name. So I did see him kind of whip up on Baylor this year. He's really fast, pretty toolsy. And he's been an under the radar guy at times.
He went off the board already, I believe.
Really?
I think someone got him. Yeah.
Dang, it is hard to keep up with this. They're moving so fast right now.
He went to the Guardians at 91.
Okay, so yeah, he was just off the board a few minutes ago then. They're moving so fast through this round. Well, we are only about 10 picks away now. Colorado's on the clock with pick 104. This is exciting. Last pick of the day for the Cardinals, and this has kind of been really exciting day, man. Before this last pick, if anybody wants to just kind of grade, and I know it's an incomplete grade right now, but grade the performance of the Cardinals today. Have they exceeded your expectations, or have they met them at least? How are you guys on this? I'd love to start with Tyler here.
I mean, outside of Montesa, who might have been a reach, but could also be an underslot. I've agreed with every single one of their picks. It's got to be an A, right? I feel like anything less than an A is not a genuine grade.
I probably am around a B, just because I think they nailed it with Condon, Kuntz, and Maniscalco at 50. I do think Andrew Williamson at 68 might be slightly questionable, and even more so with the Dawson Montesa at 72. I think that was a definite reach. Even if he fits the mold of what the Cardinals are getting or looking for, he's probably somebody they could have maybe picked later on. Then again, that could have been a financial decision by the front office because they have to overslot Condon and Maniscalco. I think it would make sense that they have to pick somebody like that. Maybe slightly lower on their board, but someone they still like. Caden Ferraro has just been insane. So maybe B plus, but because I think they kind of had to go with a guy like Andrew Williamson, I think that may be pushing me a little bit away from the A tier, but I think they've done really, really, really well this year so far. And you still have over 70% of the draft to go. And I think that's where you're really going to see, okay, how are they sticking to that mold? What kind of guys, what kind of archetype are they picking for? And I think you can absolutely still push into an A tier. I think so far, B to B plus, but I think after that, there's so much room to go.
Yeah, I would also go probably B plus. I think I like the Condon pick. It did leave me a little I really would have liked Lombard there, but with the money that it would have taken, I don't think we could have done what we did, where we ended up going down and getting Rocco. So I'm going to give it a B plus. I like Williamson more, I think, than Adam does, but I guess our like later round pitching, I think we maybe could have done a little more, but outside of that, I think it's been a really good draft. I would give it a B plus, and there's still, like Adam said, a lot of room to move to an A too.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a ton of time left in this draft, and the Cardinals are going to be making picks over the next couple of days as well. So there's still a lot to like potentially here. But yeah, I think I'm really, really excited about what they've done so far. I was really excited about the Condon pick. I love it. I love to see a guy who I feel very sure about sticking in center field. Very, very good. It's kind of a weaker position in the Cardinals system right now. So I love to see them address that need, even if it's a couple of years away, obviously, with a prep guy. But I just think they've been aggressive. And that's something that I just really like about the Heimblum regime in general. I think they know what they want and they go after what they want. It doesn't feel like they're very wishy-washy to me, which I really appreciate. It feels like there's direction. There was definitely direction in last year's draft, going with Liam Doyle and Tanner Franklin. Someone in here was saying we're talking about Tanner Franklin too much. We are, because he's really cool, guys. We love Tanner Franklin here. And so, I just love to see them having a direction here. They're clearly being very aggressive, targeting guys that they think have high ceilings right away. And I think that's where, most of our focus should obviously go at the top of the draft. And yeah, we could have some quibbles with some of these, some of these picks in the 70s or 80s, but I trust this regime to get the job done. And so I like the first couple of picks. So yeah, I'm going to be probably in like the A- range as well. So it's good, man. It's a really good day to be a Cardinals fan, I think. Oh, man. We're getting close to this last pick. I really wonder what the next couple of days are going to look like. Do you guys think, based on today, I'd start with you, Taylor. This is kind of putting you on the spot here, but based on what you've seen today, do you think the Cardinals have given any hint as to how they'll pursue the next, 16 or so rounds of this draft? Or is that all up in the air and we still don't know what their strategy will look like?
I mean, everything that's been reported is they want to lean really hitter heavy, and that's what they've done so far. So then it kind of comes to the next day, like, are we going to continue to go hitter heavy, or do we start looking into pitching depths and people we can get in our systems in general, like maybe more low launch guys that we think that we can find at value? I think you may start seeing some of that more. And it's a new regime, but you've seen in the past, we've had good luck with like people like Jacob Odell, who we get way later and we give them a higher bonus to kind of say, hey, come here and start. And there's people out there who you could look at, like Kyle Randall, really good fastball, probably never a starter, but 80 grade fastball, you have a closer. So I think we're going to probably see them lean towards hitting, but I think we're going to see a pickup in pitching and by tomorrow too.
Yeah, I think if we're going to be, I probably can't really opine on the hitter side, but I think with pitching, I feel pretty confident they're going to continue going down that flat approach, really good command fastballs, regardless of how their secondaries look and what kind of buildup they have in terms of being a starter or a bullpen piece. I think there is a list of about 50 to 60 names that they could really reach from. Like, I think you can narrow it down to that little, or probably even less if you were to get rid of the 22-year-olds. But like Taylor mentioned, it's probably going to be hitter heavy. Last year they picked 12 pitchers. This year I think it's definitely going to be less. But I do feel very, very confident about what they'll be doing, at least from the pitching side. It's going to be continuing to go down that mold and selecting pitchers in that kind of capacity.
Yeah, we had a conversation last night in our Discord a little bit too, where there was some talk about the Cardinals potentially trading for that 34th pick. And I know Pittsburgh ended up getting it. Can you guys imagine what today would have been like if they'd also swung that? And in hindsight now, seeing who was available at 34, do you think you would have traded Riley O'Brien for that pick?
That's
yeah.
We had this discussion, and I think it's really tough because you kind of like look at the value on what's what. But I think I would have, because relievers are just so volatile. But then it comes down to what kind of value do you think you could get at the deadline if you were willing to move a reliever with that much control. So maybe you're not maximizing, but I feel like it's a tough sell not to go for that.
I think because, like, look, with Riley O'Brien, we've talked about this a little bit before too, earlier in the year, where yes, he has like 4.5 years of team control left, but because he's 31, can you really treat it as yes, technically 4.5, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is how much of a prime do you have left with a guy like Riley O'Brien, correct? That being said, I still think that he's one of the best relievers in the game. I know he's had some hiccups this season. He's no Mason Miller, right? But I still think that he is a very, very solid guy who, at worst, like if you're going to like San Diego, he's still going to be a high leverage pitcher and a guy you can throw into a situation like that in late innings. And I do think that would command something that would be a bit more than 32nd or I guess 34th overall pick, because I think at that point you're picking a 45 FV type player. That's what Tegan Kuhn's was at 32, right? And that's kind of what you're getting at 2 picks later, whoever that was, whoever had that selection. So, I think it was Chicago. That being said, I think given what the Cardinals got for Ryan Helsley last year, we can kind of use that as a comparison. They got a 40 plus with Baez and then 2 35 pluses with Elizondo and Dome. I think given the fact that there is more team control with Riley O'Brien, because I do think that Riley in that present moment right now is better than Helsley was in that present moment. He had taken a step down from peak Ryan Helsley in 2022, 2023. I do think they're going to get somebody a little bit, they could get and command a better return than simply a 34th overall selection in the draft, because you're not getting a premium pick there, a premium player there, the way you could get like a singular guy that could be a little bit better, or a package of players that might be better to mitigate that risk.
Yeah, I think too, looking at the package that Pittsburgh got, I don't know a ton about Jacob Gonzalez. I'll be honest. I know he's had kind of a weird minor league career where something changed and he's been like incredible for his last 80 or so games at AAA. He's been like fine in his cup of coffee so far at the big league level. And the reliever they got, like Isert or whatever, right? Not like the most exciting profile for a reliever. He's been like just fine in a couple of years at the big league level. I think is not the pitcher that Riley O'Brien is. So looking at that, like, I mean, I don't know how much control Isert has. I don't know anything really about him. He's a reliever that's pitched, in the American League to this point. But I just wonder, was Riley O'Brien worth significantly more than the trade package that they ended up getting there? And it feels kind of like a weird move to me, because I think Isert would be closer in value to a Jojo Romero. I'm higher on Jojo than a lot of other guys are. I know some people think Jojo doesn't have any trade value right now, and I know he's close to free agency. I don't know what kind of control Isert would have, but yeah, I think that's an interesting thing to consider. And while I would have loved to see Bloom & Co. work with the 34th pick, I think looking at that return, probably he's more valuable than what they got. So I don't know. Maybe it would have been interesting to see them be able to package another reliever plus something small for something like that, kind of like what the White Sox did, but we'll see. And the Cardinals are about to be on the clock here, man. We are 1 pick away. Tampa Bay's pick is in. So are there any names as we come to this final pick today that you guys want to mention? Just feel free to throw anything out there.
Real quick, before we get into that, I just posted earlier today when I posted about Andrew Williamson. I put a highlight video. I think he hit a homer off of Dawson Montesa. So maybe I picked the wrong guy there. But that was before we knew they were going to pick Montesa. But I think if we're going to go back to 114 and who they might pick, I would probably, if I'm going to land on a guy, I'm going to say it's hard at this point. I guess I would just say Devin Sheeran, just because I think he fits the mold. The strike throwing isn't the greatest, or like he's walking like over 10 or 11% of hitters, so it's not amazing, but the arsenal is absolutely nutty. I love. Oh, wait, no. Did they pick DK? No freaking way. Let's go.
You stay in the Big 12.
Oh my gosh. Okay, this has been an amazing draft. I'm so happy, man.
Oh my goodness.
Forget what I said. This is insane.
Wow.
Wow.
I'll just hand this one off to you, Adam, and let you do your thing here.
Yeah, I like, look, you guys have absolutely scorched it with so many prospect write-ups this year. You know how many prospect write-ups I did this year, guys? 1. Can you guess that player that I wrote up on? D freaking Kennedy. Just like, and look, I kind of glazed him a little bit more than I probably should have earlier this year. Just simply because, and then we mentioned it earlier too in this this stream, guys, where look, he's a little undersized. It's like 5'10, 5'11. It's Mason Wynn height, right? Mason Wynn's never going to hit for a ton of power. I would argue, you know, this guy is a prolific defender who will stick at the 6, right? He is going to be a shortstop up until he gets to the major league level. And if Mason Wynn is still a Cardinal when D. Kennedy's becoming there, maybe he switches to 3rd because that's what he was when Kalen Campbell or Kalen Culpepper was at Kansas State. But this is a guy who will stick up the middle, has elite swing decisions, outstanding athlete, doesn't have the best bat to ball ability, right? It's like a 80% zone contact rate, but you know, you're picking at 115, you're going to get somebody who's got a glaring weakness. That's just like what the deal is. It's not too detrimental to the point where you can't build on it. And the, like, I would say it's like fringy raw power to like maybe 40 game, or like, I guess he may optimize it slightly higher. It's like a 109.2 or 3, max exit velocity and an EV 90, like in the mid 100s. I think this is somebody who I really like at this pick. But definitely somebody who's going to have to refine the approach at the plate and the bat to ball ability. But like, this is very much a very, very talented athlete, like a very projectable player. And I do think that hopefully he can tap into a little bit more juice, elite rotational athleticism for a guy his size to be able to get up to 110 like that. So, I love this pick, D. Kennedy. I think it's outstanding value. I am in love with so many of the picks that they've made today, except for like maybe Andrew Williams, like maybe also to a degree Montesa, but they've really killed this draft and they've really stuck to a certain type and mold.
Yeah, I agree with everything Adam said there. Don't really have much to add.
Yeah, and I would just say with Kennedy, I mean, a lot of the times you see the whiff and it's something that's scary, but he also has elite swing decisions. Like Adam said, he does not chase, and that profile can survive. And especially with like his elite athleticism, he's going to be someone who you'll see in the lower minors. I think he's going to do very well early on. If he starts an A ball, I think he'll probably like walk a bunch. He'll get on base a bunch. It'll probably be too easy for him. And I think he's the type of player who you don't see really tested until high A and sometimes Springfield. So I'll be interested to see where they assign him from the get-go. But I think he's someone who is going to do well, and you'll start seeing him really get tested in like the upper half of the minors.
Guys, this is another pick I absolutely love. The one thing I want to mention about D. Kennedy real quick, he's got an elite approach. We're talking about 16.5% chase rate, but he's swinging inside the strike zone at a 71.1% rate. So Z-O swings at 97 or in the 98th percentile. This is an elite approach at the plate. He's not just a passive hitter. He knows what he's doing. Sure, there are some swing and miss concerns in the raw juice. Adam, as you mentioned, 109 max, 105 90th is solid. And what he does so well is getting it out to his pull side, 63% line drive plus fly ball pull rate. So he's getting to that power even if the top end exit velocities aren't elite. But yeah, another guy, really good athlete. And I think the Cardinals continue to absolutely nail it. This is a great pick. We talked about D. Kennedy earlier. It feels like all the guys that we've drafted, we've wrote about. Adam had that piece on D. Kennedy. Caden Ferraro is a guy that we all love. Rocco Maniscalco. We've had conversations about all these players at some point. So it's really cool to see the Cardinals go after a bunch of these guys that we're high on. And I think it's been a phenomenal day one of the draft.
Is it crazy for me to say that I have him in the same value? Okay, I'll say it this way. Is it crazy for me to say that I have Andrew Williamson, Caden Ferraro, and D. Kennedy all in the same value tier?
Not at all.
Be honest with me.
I think that's fair.
Okay. I think if I'm leaning towards, if I had to like lean towards a different direction, I would say maybe closer to 35 plus than I would be 40 plus if I had to go one direction or the other. The guys at Fangraphs, Brendan Galowski and Eric Longenhagen, have D Kennedy as a 40 plus, which I think is a little bit high, and I'm the biggest D Kennedy fan here. So I do think I do kind of want to temper a little bit on that. I mean, that's a very reasonable prediction. If they land and their models internally say that he's a 40 plus, I'm not going to argue against it. I just think it's probably closer to 40. And I think this is a guy that probably will slot into that, anywhere, like probably the maybe not a top 30 guy, but I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of thinking as well. I think I may have Andrew Williamson a bit too low, at least preliminarily speaking. But I do think that those three guys are probably all 40 FV tiers. And then you got Maniscalco at like a 40 plus, and then Teagan and Trevor at 45s.
Tyler, Aiden, anything you guys wanted to add on the D Kennedy selection?
No, I like it. I think it's a good selection. So not much more to add than what Adam and you said. But just A+ day from the Cardinals. Just great draft.
Yeah, this has been insane. The fact that, and Kareem hinted or talked about this earlier, it's insane that all of us here have had some kind of conversation about every single guy that was taken today. Like it's like, that's a crazy thought. I mean, all of us have done so much scouting and video watching and whatever you can think of. We've done so much of it. And the fact that, the Cardinals are, I mean, it's been said, the Cardinals are on Twitter. Like, they see stuff on Twitter. They read stuff. I mean, like, legit, like they care about the fan base. And I think Chaim Bloom has really changed and shifted that. And I think that's really cool.
You already know Randy Flores, Zach Mortimer, they're looking at our picks and they're like, oh yeah, you know what? That's a good point. We didn't think about in our scouting. Let's throw in D Kennedy. Look, real quickly about D Kennedy, yes, you're picking a bit of a project here because the bat to ball and the power beam, those are very important parts of your game. And he doesn't really do either one of those particularly well. However, I do think that he is a higher floor type piece, if you will, because he's such a swift athlete. I think he's going to be half a win to a win with the glove alone at a 50th percentile outcome right now. And then I think the chase rates, because they're so good, I think all of that combined gives him a higher floor. And I think anything you can get above that is just going to be outstanding value here at 114 and in round 5 or round 4. So I'm very excited. This is the guy I've been totally on for a very long time. I'm so happy to see the Cardinals pick him. I thought he was in, I was really high on him like earlier in the year. I thought he could continue to ascend, but we tempered expectations a bit, but I think this is a very, very fair range for him to go. And for him to be a Cardinal is freaking outstanding. And I am so, so happy. What a draft.
We got Max joining us back. What do you think of some of the picks since you left?
Dude, I was cooking, and like every time I'd hear a pick, I'd be like, let's go. Like every one of those picks, I was like, I love that. Like when I heard D Kennedy's name get called, that was like a guy I said earlier, and I was like, we have had an A+ draft in my opinion. Like every single guy has so much upside. Just like this is the best draft in my opinion of like all the other teams. The Orioles have had a good one as well with like EJ Booth and Kevin Roberts, but man, all the names we've got have just been so pleasantly it's gonna fuel our system.
And the good thing is that like unlike last year where they took a bunch of pitchers, and the idea is that maybe a handful of them will actually debut that fall. Because they took so many hitters, they're gonna be at Palm Beach, or maybe like some of them will in August. We're gonna see them in a month, so we're gonna see Caden Ferraro bashing, the FSL. We're gonna see D Kennedy swiping bags and frustrating FSL pitchers in August. So I I'm so excited for this. I think Dawson Montesa might be somebody that won't pitch till next year, if I had to guess, because he's thrown so much already this year. Trevor Condon, Maniscalco, who knows? Tyler, you mentioned that he's probably somebody who play in the Bridge League this year. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. But we're going to get a bunch of these guys here over the next month or so. And it's insane. I think you compare this to what they did last year in the first 100 some odd picks. Maybe it's just recency bias, but I am a lot happier right now with what they've done. And I think Aiden mentioned it too. I think it's partially also because that we've all done much more scouting this year, but these are all names we were so familiar with. Caden Ferraro, we've been on the Caden Ferraro train for so long. D. Kennedy, at least myself, I can speak for that. I've been like super high on him. Dawson Montesa, you can see a world based on their draft model where they would pick him. Why they would pick him. Where they would pick him is a different story. Maniscalco, you're just hoping because they want that age model. Tegan Kuntz, same thing. Makes sense for the pitching model. And then Trevor Condon is your first pick, and you're shooting for the stars there. So almost everything about this, I am so excited. I can't wait to break this down too later on. I know you guys are doing that too.
It's just been an awesome draft. I mean, I knew that the Cardinals were going to add a lot of talented players, just considering the fact that, 6 picks in the top 86, 6th highest bonus pool in the whole draft. But it feels like they've pretty much nailed every one of these picks. And, as a Cardinals fan, someone that is watching the minor leagues on a nightly basis, it's awesome having all these guys join the farm system.
It's crazy. It's a ton of value they've added. It's just insane. If there's anything anyone else wants to add as we're kind of wrapping up here, feel free to throw something in. But yeah, I just wanted to echo what's being said. It has been a really exciting day to be a Cardinals fan. And, I know our viewers know this, but this is a very different draft. And we've said this, a very different draft from the other major sports. And a lot of these guys are very far away from contributing at the big league level. But that doesn't mean that we can't watch their progress, watch their development. Kareem said it, but watching the minor leagues is a ton of fun. I've watched more minor league baseball this year than I ever have before. It's truly a blast. So it's going to be awesome to see some of these guys start playing very, very soon in Cardinals organizational uniforms. So just can't believe it's been such a great draft so far. And there's plenty more to come too. Plenty more excitement. They've got another pick at 146 tomorrow, and then through the rest of the draft. So we'll get to see how the rest of this goes. And yeah, I can't wait to see how they handle the rest of this. They've still got 15 more players to add to their system. It's crazy.
I'm just so excited for all this pull air that we drafted. I'm excited to see all these pulled home runs. D. Kennedy, that first pull air is gonna hit, man. It's gonna be so good.
Caden Ferraro over under 120 WRC plus the rest of the year at Palm Beach if he gets assigned there, obviously.
Over. Without a doubt.
I'm taking the over.
Over.
Right at 120.
Get that guy to Peoria already.
Yeah, this is dude. He's so good. I think this is a better hitter than a guy like Jack Gurevich. I think if you were to compare it just simply because it's a first base DH profile ish, I think he's a more advanced player than Gurevich ever was coming out of San Diego. Right, he played in a tougher conference, tougher competition, and I think the data is louder than Jack Gurevich's was last year. I know you guys can kind of opine on that, and I know Kareem, you can kind of fact check me there. And Gurevich has killed it. Struggled last year at Palm Beach, really came on this year and has done very well in general this year at Peoria. He's kind of cooled down a bit. Strikeout rates are elevated, but it's hard to argue against the success that your 3rd round pick or 4th round pick is having so far at such a young age at just 22 and in high A. So pull air, go Burr.
We wrapping this thing up?
Carl's very excited, man. Is there anything anyone else wants to just chip in with here? If you want to grade the draft or, some of us were going around and giving our grades. I don't know if you've had a chance yet to grade today's draft, Kareem or Max or Aiden. But if you guys want to throw in just an overall evaluation of today, and we talked a little bit about what their strategy could be the rest of the way going forward with Taylor, Tyler, Adam, and I. But, if you guys want to chip in there before we wrap up here.
Yeah, I personally think it's been A- draft. I mean, it's hard to give just an A+, but it's really close. I think the Montesa pick, if there's one pick that I don't necessarily love, but again, this could be a major overslot. But aside from that, I mean, you talk about Trevor Condon with their first pick, like that pick a lot. Tegan Kuhns. I think they've gotten great value with the Caden Ferraro, a D Kennedy, Andrew Williamson. I think it was I think the value was appropriate. I think I'm a little bit higher on him than Adam. But yeah, overall, I think it's as close to an A as you're going to get.
I think it's an A personally. I like Montesa, I think, more than some of you guys do. I also just love West Virginia players. And I think that getting more out of that is just better regardless. But I think he has like a pretty high ceiling just based off the arsenal, spin capacity, ability to kill spin. So like at the spot it was, and if it's an under slot grab, like if it's like under slot, then I would love it even more.
Yeah, I know we're having to wrap up here kind of quickly, but I'm gonna give it an A. But I'm gonna shout out everybody here that's in this stream. I mean, all these guys are wonderful evaluators of all of these baseball players and who they are. But I mean, I just want to shout out how good of people they are as well. I mean, what we have here is a solid group of people who genuinely care about each other, and who just want to put their best work out there and just grind every day to be a better person. So shout out all these guys who are in here.
Now, Adam, I just wanted to mention Devin Sheeran just went, but Aiden, thank you so much, bro. I couldn't agree more with all those sentiments. It's a great team to be a part of. Not only dealing the cards, but Cardinals prospects. You, Tyler, Max, Taylor, you guys are all a part of that. And it means a lot to have you guys, as a part of, Cardinals prospects, this deal in the cards crew as well. It's you guys are doing fantastic stuff.
Devin Sheeran 128. Oh, God, just 17 more picks or whatever. I guess that'd be tomorrow, but Joe Doyle just tweeted out Devin Sheeran might help the Phillies in September. I mean, yeah, like this dude's insane. But yeah, like look, this has been an outstanding day, an outstanding and very, work-inducing last couple months to be able to put all the content that we have together, to do all the research that I want to say you guys have, because I did like one really good deep, like really like in-depth dive on a player, which was D Kennedy. I've also done a couple other pieces, but you guys have done a lot of work to be able to write up. I had no idea that you had done like 80 or 90 unique different write-ups between you guys at Cardinals prospects. So for you guys to have content and the comms on all these different guys this early, and to have covered them, and like Aiden mentioned again, I'm going to say it again, we have been able to speak very in depth on so many of these guys because we've known them for so long, right? And the fact that the Cardinals are there picking them, just brightens our day, and it makes us feel good about our research that, our conclusions on the patterns that they've had in the past years, they're right. The players that we like is the same mold of guys that they're looking at internally, right? Especially with the D Kennedy and the pitchers that they've taken. So the fact that, we were all able to kind of land on that is huge. It means that we're all heading in the right direction with our analysis. We all have a really, really bright future in this space. And I'm very excited to see what we continue doing. Very excited to see what these prospects do. Hopefully we're all sitting together here a year from now, being able to talk about 2027, and hopefully the Cardinals are able to get Brendan Lawson, hashtag Lawson for Lawson with the #1 pick, or whoever it is. We'll be there. We'll be there to unwrap that, and whoever it is, we'll be very excited to see. But everybody should be like, I want to echo that Aiden's sentiment. We should all be very proud of the work that we've done. That hasn't been easy, and there's more to be doing next year. So fantastic job, everybody here.
Landon Harrison.
Landon Harrison, yeah.
You know, I want to echo some of what's been said too. We love putting this on. You know, we love working with all you guys, and it is so much fun. And, you know, over Dealing the Cards, we have immense respect for the Cardinals prospect space. I don't know if everyone in our chat has seen, but Cardinals Prospects has a website that is unbelievable. So please go check that out. I know Kareem and I know everyone in here, you guys have all put a ton of work into just helping get Cardinals prospects off the ground and get that going. But go check out their website. It is an unbelievable resource. It's a great way to just very quickly get a sense for what's going on in the Cardinals system. And yeah, you know, I want to echo what Adam said, where this is just an awesome space. Cardinals Nation in general is just an incredible thing to be a part of. And so, you know, it's a huge blessing that we get to do this. So please, you know, on the way out of the stream today, make sure to like and subscribe, share this with people. And this is the type of content that we want to make sure we can always bring to you guys. So yeah, it's been a huge pleasure to have all you guys on today. And thank you so much. And maybe a couple of quick hitters on the way out here. Just a couple of thoughts I've got rattling around here. Which of the guys they drafted today do you guys think will make their MLB debut first? Kareem, I saw you react there. Is there anybody you've got on your mind?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, off the top of my head, I'd have to go with Tegan Kuhns. Right-hand pitcher, Tennessee, Cardinals 32nd overall slot, or 32nd overall pick in the draft. Cardinals competitive balance round A pick. I just think if you want to push this guy up, I don't expect it. Just considering, I think he could potentially be on the Liam Doyle path, seeing him at AA to start next year. But I think he's a guy that college pitcher, commands the zone well, has a good fastball. I think he has the makings to be a pitcher that could move relatively quickly. So if there's one guy in this whole class so far that I could see moving up quickly, I think it's probably Tegan Kuhns.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair choice, just because of how good the fastball is, even if the secondaries are work in progress. I am going to pick Caden Ferraro just simply because of how polished the offensive bag is. Like we said, there's really no true weakness at the plate. If he goes to Palm Beach and just makes a mockery out of the level, goes to Peoria and makes a mockery out of the Midwest League and continues to do that, I think we could see Caden Ferraro in St. Louis as early as, like, this might be a bit of a push, but 2028, right? Maybe 2029. I think if I had to guess, I think his ETA, just because of how polished he is, doesn't mean he's going to be the best player. I mean, that's why they drafted Trevor Condon 14th or 13th overall. If I had to guess, I think he is going to be the best player there, but I wouldn't be shocked if Caden Ferraro is a St. Louis Cardinal before anybody else in this draft.
I'm going to echo what Adam said. I think Caden Ferraro is the guy who will likely make his MLB debut first, especially if he's a first base / DH profile. I think that just kind of increases his odds because the defense doesn't need to be as sound, right? So I'm in agreement with Adam on this one, though. I don't think Kareem's pick is far behind either. I don't know why I blanked on his name. I don't think Tegan Kuhns is far behind Caden Ferraro, though.
Max, is there anyone that jumps to mind for you?
I mean, I think it's Ferraro just because, like, the majority of these guys are playing positions during the year.
Yeah.
And with Ferraro, he was mostly a DH. But I do remember listening to Joe Doyle from Overslot speaking, saying that in the few outfield reps that he had, he looked comfortable out there. And I wouldn't be surprised if they push him to play like a corner outfield. Like he has like an average arm. I think that in the few plays he played, his reads looked fine. And I think that they're going to try and push him in the outfield, but he still has that first base DH fallback.
Yeah, it'd be really encouraging to see him play some outfield. That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree.
The outfield he had at Texas Tech was just it was a really good outfield. So like he didn't need to play. He could just rake.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with you guys. That's where I was leaning as well with my my limited knowledge of some of these guys. One more question. I don't know if you guys got to this earlier because I was on like watching just for the pick. But then I went on a walk with my wife after that. So I missed if you had a discussion about whether you think Trevor Condon slots in as a top 100 prospect now. So I don't know if you already had that discussion, but do you think there's any chance that he's on top 100 prospect lists when they get updated soon?
I think at least right now, probably no. I think it's still, I think when you look at your top 100 prospects, I think, those are like your 50 FVs and higher. That's usually what you'll end up seeing. And like you guys can look at like big boards that do their rankings at a 50th percentile outcome. Because Major League Baseball Pipeline does not do that. Baseball America does not do that. But if you were to look at like Fangraphs, for example, they will have like a handful of 50 FV prospects in any given draft in a year, right? There's like maybe 5 or 6. I think this year there's like less than that. So I think those spots are going to be reserved for players like that. Doesn't mean, do I think Trevor has top 100 upside? I think he has like top 25, top 20 upside. I mean, like he can grow into power. The defense gives him a high floor. And because he still has a bit of growing to do because he's only 18, I think he grows into that frame a little bit more and provides some pop. Even if the bat to ball ability is a little fringy right now, and so are the chase rates, I do think this is a higher floor player who does have pretty good ceiling, and I do think he could grow into that upside right now. But right now, I think the only top 100 prospects from this draft are going to be Rock Chalowski, Grady Emerson, Jackson Flora, maybe an Eric Booth Jr., Von Lackey for sure. I don't think there are many names as people may, initially think.
Yeah, I'm with Adam. I don't see Trevor Condon just yet as a top 100 prospect, but hey, I mean, he's got the potential to be not only a top 100 guy, but a top 50, top 30 guy even. Just have to see him perform, in the minors first to get a little bit more confidence on the bat. But yeah, they're only, Adam talked about this, but at a 50th percentile level, there's only so many, 50 FVs, top 100 prospects in a draft. So this isn't a knock on the pick at all. Like the other picks around that range or right after St. Louis, I don't think those prospects are going to be inside the top 100 either. But Trevor Condon has the skill set to be a top 100 guy relatively soon if he's showing it down in the minors. And with that kind of skill set, there's a chance he could be a top 30 prospect in a couple of years.
Yeah, if anyone else wants to jump in, feel free. Or if anyone else wants to contribute anything here before we finish out, feel free to interrupt me. But we did have a giveaway today, and I just wanted to plug that Kevin McDoubles 7 won our giveaway. So that's pretty exciting. That sounds like a Tigers fan, but he was in our giveaway and he won it. So we will have, more cool giveaways in the future. We had some pretty cool stuff, which I'm sure Andrew and Josh showed earlier, a couple of cool cards or something. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. We try to do stuff like that to reward our viewers whenever we can, giving away some cool stuff this year, including tickets at times. So make sure you're hanging around and checking for stuff like that in the future. But yeah, just wanted to thank everybody again for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking through what's now a 5-hour stream with us, guys. Really tanked this one out. So great job. And huge thanks to all of our guests, everybody that's on right now and everybody that's not on. Thanks to everyone who was a part of this. Yeah, it's really fun to be able to bring this content to you guys. It's, as we've said before, a huge blessing that we get to do stuff like this. It's a great outlet. It's a great time. So make sure to check for our stuff in the future. We're going to have some really cool content coming out to really dig into these guys and evaluate. We know a lot about some of the guys that went early on, but we now just get to rip into some of these profiles and learn about guys like D. Kennedy. I know you guys already are all on it, though. Dawson Montesa, a guy that we didn't know a ton about before the Cardinals selected him today. And we'll be bringing all of that to you, in the coming days and weeks. So make sure, and we've got another chance to watch the Cardinals infuse the system with talent as well at the deadline. I think most of us are in agreement that they'll probably sell at this point. So we'll get to do this all over again and get very excited about watching the Cardinals acquire some new talent. So thanks so much, guys. And, on the way out, if you guys want to interrupt me, feel free. But I think that does it for us. Andrew, am I missing anything here on our way out here? Or, just thanks so much for being part of this stream. We'll see you guys next time.